Today on Monkey Life, Alison's in Spain on the trail of two Capuchin monkeys desperate for a new home.
We'll take good care of them.
A woolly monkey mum can't feed her newborn baby, so an adoptive dad takes over.
Good boy. Oh, that's a good lad.
And nursery chimp Brian falls in love with his own reflection. This is Monkey World in Dorset. Tucked away deep in the English countryside, it's the largest sanctuary for monkeys and apes on the planet. And this is Dr. Alison Cronin, the primate's best friend. Alison and her team spend their lives rescuing...
Everybody's brilliant. Really good.
...and rehabilitating primates from all over the world.
We're pleased with you now.
They currently look after more than 240 monkeys and apes from 15 different species. It's an early start at the rescue centre, and Alison is already at her desk. She's about to head off to Spain in the hope that she can bring back two Capuchin monkeys desperately in need of a new home.
Hi Tim, this is Alison from Monkey World calling. I just wanted to confirm that I've just sent you through the government's permission to land the two Capuchin monkeys at Bournemouth Airport specially, plus confirmation of the peoples that we'll need to have on the tarmac to unload Babe and Amy.
Unfortunately, Alison is often asked to rehome animals from the exotic pet trade when owners find they can no longer look after them.
This couple have two Capuchin monkeys, but they've since moved to Spain. So they're now an expatriate couple. They had taken their pair of Capuchin monkeys to Spain. They had already had one baby from the pair. Since their time in Spain, they've had a second baby, and then the parents of the adult Capuchin monkeys since passed away. So she's asked if they can come and live with all of our other Capuchin monkeys, and yeah, the answer is yes.
Alison and her team are no strangers to rescuing Capuchin monkeys. They were responsible for the biggest ever monkey rescue when they brought back 88 Capuchins from a laboratory in Chile in 2008.
Nobody in the right mind would take it on. I mean, it's never been done before. Nothing like it has been done.
It took months of negotiation, the help of the Chilean Air Force.
I'm actually impressed how calm they are, considering that they've never been outside of that lab before.
And a Hercules plane.
Pretty huge, yeah, it doesn't get much huger.
To bring them back to the UK.
They're all going to have a chance to live proper lives again. Perfect.
But bringing primates into the UK from abroad involves a lot of admin work, and special arrangements need to be made with the authorities.
As of last night at about 8 or 9 o'clock, I was still sort of tearing my hair out because I've asked for special permission on Babe and Amy's behalf if we can land the monkeys at Bournemouth Airport, which is just down the road from us. They are a little bit older. They've lived in sort of very remote circumstances, and the hustle and bustle of Heathrow or Gatwick is just so full on. We've got Bournemouth just down the road, and I can get a direct flight from the area that they're in into Bournemouth, so I've asked for special permission to land them. And they'll be able to go in with all of our ladies and hopefully have a much more natural life than they've got at present. So I think it should be a good thing for everybody.
While Alison pulls the paperwork together, Animal Director Jeremy Keeling is at the park's chimp nursery. He has a special relationship with all the youngsters born or brought up at the park. Today, Jeremy and the maintenance team are installing new equipment in their enclosure. Chimp-proof mirrors. Chimps don't often get a chance to see their own reflections clearly, so the mirrors should prove interesting and fun. Foster mum Sally leads them out, but it's Brian who's first to investigate. Scaring himself in the process. Sally is more interested in the nuts and bolts. It's good fun for the chimps, but it also gives Jeremy a chance to see how their characters are developing. Rodders and Ash, both 4 years old, were born within a month of each other. Their mums rejected them, leaving the Primate Care Staff and Sally to bring them up. Rodders is turning into a proper little boy. Playful and boisterous.
Rodders, he's not got a lot going up top. He is an ideal candidate for the Bachelors, and he'll be there. I'd stake my house on it.
Ash is more timid and tends to stay on the sidelines.
Young female chimps, particularly around Ash's age group, are very subordinate in their behaviour compared with little boys because they don't get away with it. Ash is just going through that, same as all little girls go through that. So therefore she's possibly feeling a little bit hard done by.
While Ash can cope with Rodders, Brian is older and a challenge to live with.
Brian's a thinking chap. Brian's got an awful lot more going on, which has probably been to his detriment from his background. You know, because being an idiot, a brainless idiot, is a nice place to be.
Brian's 6 and has been at Monkey World for 3 years. He was smuggled from the wild in Africa, came through Cuba, and was bought by a Mexican beach photographer who knocked out most of his teeth.
Brian, from a very young age, has had a hard life, a very, very hard life. So a lot of what you see with Brian is very new and superficial. Under the surface, he's a very mixed up little boy still. And that reflects, obviously, on everything he does and how he is, and he needs treating with kid gloves, as far as we're concerned, because of that.
While the youngsters treat the mirrors like a new playmate, one-armed Lulu is more contemplative. Lulu arrived in 2000 after being rescued from a travelling circus in Cyprus. She lost her arm after being attacked by her mother.
Lulu thinking, oh, I haven't got an arm, is not going to be a big surprise to her, because she knows that. Lulu is also a very deep thinking person. She's got more PhDs than's good for her, that animal. She'll be writing this all up tonight. She's a clever girl, so she's just checking it out. I personally think this is great for the chimps to do this sort of, you know, anything new and interesting, as long as it isn't going to be detrimental to them in any way. As long as they're enjoying it, then let them have it.
The Spanish Costas. A favourite destination for British tourists and expats for decades. Alison and Jeremy are en route to Tarragona on the Costa Dorada.
We're just on the road now, heading to pick up Babe and Amy, a couple more Capuchin monkeys, because we don't have enough. We only have 80-odd, 88. Anyway.
For Jeremy and I, it was a no-brainer. You know, we can easily rehabilitate them with our other female Capuchin monkeys, let them have a more natural life. And for us, it doesn't matter whether you're a Capuchin or a Chimpanzee. We'll provide a home if we can do that at the park. So Babe and Amy will be heading back to UK tomorrow with Jeremy and I.
So the next one?
39A, so it should be the next one.
The family they've come to see live in a small village just outside the main coastal town. They've arrived at the Spanish home where Kevin and Anne have lived for 10 years. But the couple are now planning to return home to the UK, and they've decided to give up their much-loved, hand-reared Capuchin monkeys before the move. Jeremy and Alison are keen to be introduced.
Oh, Amy. Amy.
That's Amy,
yes,
yeah.
You've got bigger tufts
Are you working this one out yourself, Jeremy?
Yeah.
You're a good girl, Mrs. Yes, I've had a little splash of your urine. That's nice. That's very nice. I know, you're sharing. You're a good girl.
We lost the father about 5 months ago, and since then they've felt insecure. As much as, you know, when I go in, they come on me. They need that male. It's as hard as it's going to be to get rid of them because they are part of the family. I want the best for them. You know, when you've got them and you've had them so long, they're like your kids, right? They're not just animals. They really aren't. I would say Amy is more like the mother. She can be very, you know, stay on her own, and it's got to be her decision, you know, to muck in, if you like. But Babe, she'll get into anything. She'll be in your hair if she has the chance.
Anne has obviously tried her best for Babe and Amy, but Alison's keen to know how she now feels about people keeping monkeys at home.
Would you think that monkeys would make a good pet for your average person?
It's like any animal. As much as you trust them, you wouldn't want them to be with kids all the time. Adults, it's different. But as hard as it is, you can never trust them 100%. At the end of the day, they are wild animals.
Babe and Amy will travel to the UK in special flight crates.
They've got sort of fresh air and things, but people at like the airport can't be putting their hands into them.
True.
And then on each one, they've got a window to look out of so they can see where they're going. So, yeah,
Jeremy feels both animals are in good enough condition to make the journey home.
They're looking pretty good. They're not too fat. They're not too thin. Their coat's fairly good, and I'm pretty pleased actually.
Later in the programme, will Babe and Amy cooperate when Jeremy tries to catch them for the journey home?
Have you got the door?
Yeah.
2 weeks ago, Kuna, a rare woolly monkey, gave birth to a baby boy at the park. Unfortunately, she didn't nurse him, and the Primate Care team had to step in. Alison and Mike have become mum and dad to baby Diego, and with Alison away, Mike's on duty.
I had a sort of list where everybody threw in a few names, and Diego was chosen. Alison, I believe, is from San Diego. So it seemed appropriate, and he's now Diego, aren't you?
It's important for the Primate Care team at the park to share the workload babysitting and feeding Diego.
It's not a good idea for, one person to do hand rearing because they do get sort of fixated on somebody. So it's quite good to sort of pass him around, and at a very early age as well, so that he doesn't get too sort of fixed on somebody. I mean, at the moment, I don't think he doesn't really care who gives him his bottle, which is great. And he'll grow up being passed from different people to different people. No problems mentally or in any direction like that. And he should grow up to be a very well-adjusted little baby woolly monkey like the other two, Julio and Paolo. He's really sort of dictated that he needs a bit of solid food, so we started him off on a little bit of mashed banana, about the size of a quarter of a pea, and just squished it between our fingers, put it on the end of the finger and just offer it to him, and he actually sort of sucked it off the finger. And then very, very soon we increased it to twice a day, 3 times a day, and now at every feed he gets about 3 little pieces of squashed banana.
But today, Mike's trying a new menu.
Okay, so what should we have first? We'd like a little bit of rice. Let's see how we go. I'm going to take it. Yeah. Good boy. Look at that. How's about that? Good boy. Oh, that's a good lad.
The rice is a success, so next it's his favourite banana for dessert.
Should we try the banana? Hey. Yeah, I know. See? Come on. Ah, that's it. Well done. God, dear me, that took a bit of an effort, didn't it? Hey? That was a bit of an effort, wasn't it?
Feeding over, it's bedtime for one happy baby woolly monkey.
Good morning, sweetheart. Hiya.
It's day 2 in Spain, and Alison and Jeremy are back to collect Babe and Amy, the Spanish-based Capuchins.
Hey, sweet pea. How you doing? Good girl.
They need to make the pair of sisters comfortable for the journey.
If you want to load up 0.5 for each, maybe you could go in with her and do your deed. So we've brought just a light sedation for the monkeys, which will just keep them calm in the box in case they're not happy being in a confined area, and it's just a really sort of light sedative just to relax them a bit. So get it mixed up in some yogurt, and hopefully Anne can get them just to take it down.
Jeremy carefully prepares the sedative.
One in that one. Okay, you just mix that in a little bit, perhaps.
Anne feeds it to a willing Babe and Amy, and Alison prepares the flight crates with food and water.
I think that'd be enough there, yeah?
Oh, more than enough.
More than.
Feed them a week with that.
Yeah, I was going to say. Eat forever in this.
We can feed the chimps when we get home. Man, you've done.
But before you can crate a pair of Capuchins, first you've got to catch them.
If Jeremy walks into the cage, I reckon they will both run in here because they're going to go, oh, and then we'll put a board over the door, keeping them in this room where we can then catch them and put them in the box. They've both gone in?
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
So just hang on a moment.
Jeremy has persuaded Babe and Amy into their indoor bedroom area and closed off their outside enclosure.
If I pin one in the net there,
and then
come out with one pinned in the net, we'll shut that door again, can that, and then we'll go to the second one.
plan.
Have you got the door?
Yep.
First, plan A. OK, let's try plan B. That seemed to work.
Okay, quick, because the other one's back against the wall.
You've got to go around that way. This isn't... Get the net out. Are you in there?
Cool.
Similar.
Yeah.
Job done. Now for the next one.
It's all right. It's all right.
One way in, and that's that way.
She's frightened. No. But make sure that all fingers are accounted for. Cool.
For my next trick, I will balance a ball on my nose and juggle with fire. Okay.
There will be a show tonight.
Mission accomplished. and owner Kevin gives them a hand to load up. But which is which?
I think it's Amy in the big box, but I'm not sure because I had it for a moment, then when I was catching them, I kind of lost it when they're two together. Yeah.
Kind of seem calm enough, don't they?
No,
That's Babe, yeah?
And now that they settle.
But while Babe and Amy appear relaxed, it's all too much for owner Anne.
We'll take good care of them. And you come and see them anytime.
Sorry.
No, you're quite all right. Oh, they're both cut up to bits.
Yeah. Sooner we sort of...
Look at nice, calm monkeys. That went a lot better than I thought it would go.
Thing is, it could go any way, couldn't it? So
yeah. No, but that was pretty swift,
Yeah.
actually.
Yep.
You've done this before.
Yeah, but even so, you know, you might be... if you go halfway around the world to collect an animal, then it can go any way when you net it. So then you can look at, right, Charlie.
Yeah.
That's everything we need to put in there, isn't it? And she can...
With Babe and Amy settled, Alison and Jeremy head for the airport. Next time on Monkey Life, how will the Spanish Capuchins take to flying?
This is the big one, this is Amy.
And which one of them becomes an escape artist?
You're good. Yep. Oh. Got him.
Today on Monkey Life, the race to save Samantha the squirrel monkey.
We're gonna need to sort her out before she gets anywhere near any of our primates.
Can Chimp Ben keep his nerve with alpha male Hananya? And it's a no-score draw at the Bachelors. This is Monkey World in Dorset, tucked away deep in the English countryside. It's the largest sanctuary for monkeys and apes on the planet. And this is Dr. Alison Cronin, the primate's best friend. Alison and her team spend their lives rescuing...
We'll take good care of them.
...and rehabilitating primates from all over the world.
This is good.
They currently look after more than 240 monkeys and apes from 15 different species. Alison is passionately opposed to people keeping monkeys as pets and campaigns for an end to the British pet trade in primates.
Hello, Jill. Good morning. And where's Terry gone?
Her conviction that monkeys make inappropriate pets is regularly reinforced by the conditions in which she finds them.
We've been campaigning the government for any number of years and been showing the world examples every time we go to one of these places and find another monkey in a garden shed with no heat, another monkey in a bird cage in a sitting room. Sadly, in this day and age, with politics and the state of the world the way it is, whether or not captive primates in Britain being kept as pets will ever sort of take people's attention, I don't know. I'm hoping so.
Today she's off to East Sussex with Jeremy to meet a woman who says she's kept monkeys for over 30 years, but now has only one left, a squirrel monkey called Samantha. Alison suspects this is one monkey who truly needs rescuing.
The lady's living in a caravan. Samantha has a room in the caravan all to herself, and is just sort of running loose in this room, and I expect that it's going to be a bit of a mess, and not ideal. In fact, the lady has said as much, so at least she recognizes that and has bothered to call us to do something about Samantha. So her owner was considering actually putting her down today if we didn't come to collect her. So once again, it's another sort of rescue for the UK pet trade, and we're going to circumstances we know are going to be less than ideal at best.
Monkey World already has 4 elderly squirrel monkeys living together in a natural and tree-filled enclosure at the park. If the rescue is successful and Samantha is healthy enough, she will eventually join this group and be able to experience a more natural life. Alison and Jeremy have arrived at the run-down farm.
Hi guys, you're good, you're good, you're good. Hey you.
And found Pamela,
really
Samantha's owner.
Not a bother. And Samantha's 14.
About 14
Yeah.
years.
Well, you've done a good job keeping her going. Wow. And you've had marmosets all of your, well,
Yeah,
adult life.
marmosets and squirrel monkeys for about 33 years.
Fantastic. And how many did you have?
At one time, I had about 30 with all the marmosets.
Bloody hell.
I mean, I'll be honest. I had a large motorhome, and I used to take them on holiday down to Wales. And believe it or not, they used to love it.
Mm-hmm. And she's just loose in this room next door. Is it very big? Or
No.
Okay.
Samantha is in a small bedroom with very little natural light. She needs sunlight to stay healthy and companionship of her own kind, but has neither. It's filthy and obviously hasn't been cleaned for weeks. Alison and Jeremy can't wait to get her out of there.
Well, Jeremy's a bit of an old hand at this. Mind the tail, it's behind you.
And it doesn't take Jeremy long to get Samantha safely in the box.
Okay. Let's just get her settled. Yeah, now we'll get her into the warm very quick.
Yeah.
All right, bits of food and stuff. Well, that's very kind. We've got a lot of this. Would you like to keep this for yourself and your other animals? Because we're good at the park.
Despite the living conditions, Samantha's owner is upset to part with her.
I'll give you a text as soon as we get back.
Right.
All right, bye-bye. Breaks my heart.
Later, Samantha's on her way back to the park, but Alison's concerned about her health.
She's in a really bad way. She's got liquid diarrhea. She's quite bright, but we're gonna need to sort her out before she gets anywhere near any of our primates.
Samantha will have to fit into a small family of female squirrel monkeys. But it's not just the rescued primates that need to be integrated into social and family groups. Earlier in the week, the team continued a long-running battle to incorporate young male chimp Ben into the group led by alpha male Hananya. Ben was born at the park, and after being rejected by his mum Peggy, was hand-reared by Jeremy along with another baby, born around the same time, Pip, a little female.
Look at him. Looks like anybody's kid, doesn't he? Dribbling and... I'm going to take you anywhere posh, will we? Eh? Eh? You rotten devil. There you go. It wasn't that bad.
They went on to live in the nursery together with foster mum Sally. But all young chimps need to graduate to one of the adult groups. Young female Pip made an easy transition to Hananya's group, but her best friend Ben is struggling. There have been several attempts to move him into the same group. At his age and size, Ben isn't really a rival for the alpha male, but he is new, and as far as Hananya is concerned, not welcome. Today, the team are going to have another attempt at introducing Ben and Hananya, but without Pip present. Ben has been living with some of the females who've been separated off. Hopefully, they'll protect him, but it's still a risky time.
We're going to go with one of the large play areas again. Obviously have plenty of distractions in there, plenty of bedding on the floor in case Ben takes a fall. We're hoping that Hananya won't be as focused and that, to a certain extent, he's got desensitised to Ben's presence, and also we're hoping, you know, for some slightly different behaviours from Ben. So, you know, we're optimistic that we may get a better outcome this time.
Ben and the females wait in the main playroom, while Alison, Jeremy and the rest of the team stand by behind the scenes. If it all goes wrong, they'll need to leap into action. The chimps can hear Hananya on the other side of the sliding door.
OK?
Jeremy gives the instruction to let him in.
When you're ready, Rose, open the door. Thank you.
And Hananya arrives in true alpha male fashion. While Hananya displays and greets his ladies, Ben keeps out of the way and eventually climbs high, in the hope he won't be noticed.
Hananya's aware that Ben's there, but he's not settled yet as to exactly what's happening, I don't think. So by no means is it over in any way, shape or form, because he's still got to actually make some sort of confrontation, some contact with Ben.
But as Hananya gets to the top of the climbing frame, Ben decides it's time for a sharp exit.
Hey, Hananya!
Keen to calm the situation down, Jeremy calls Hananya over. The grin is a classic chimp fear sign showing he's feeling unsure. A mint and some reassurance from Jeremy may help him settle.
Good boy! He's a good boy. We're pleased with you now.
But Ben is still wary and maintaining his vantage point high up. And when Hananya discovers his hiding place, the anxious youngster doesn't hang around. Frustrated, Hananya sets off in hot pursuit. But the irritated females tell him off. Hananya throws his toys out of the pram and, like most males, goes off in a sulk. The females back off while Hananya seeks a male ally, Jeremy.
Hello, big boy. How you doing?
But Hananya's not giving up. So the team decide to separate some of the animals and open the slide. Patricia goes through and Hananya follows her, leaving Ben safely on the other side.
Ben was doing a lot of good things, but towards the end then it was starting to fall apart. Ben was crumbling and Hananya was getting, right, well, no, you know, let's go and stuff him up now. Hananya focused. But once Hananya's focused like that, it can't be good. He isn't very bright, so to get him to actually learn that Ben is actually a nice little lad, because he doesn't know that, which is why he beat him up before. He doesn't know that. He's got to learn that. Hananya isn't going to learn anything in 2 minutes. Hananya's going to learn things in a long time because he's a slow chap. It's the way his brain works, and that's OK. We'll give him that time.
Anytime you want to come up,
Right.
be our guest.
Alison and Jeremy have just collected Samantha the squirrel monkey from her elderly owner, who could no longer look after her and whose only other option was to have her put down.
She's very active and very lively. I think if we can get some fluids into her and some antibiotics on board, we might be okay. But I'm not really very happy.
Alison puts in a quick call to the vet standing by at Monkey World.
She's in a really bad way. She's got liquid diarrhea. She's quite bright, but we're going to need to sort her out before she gets anywhere near any of our primates.
Good girl.
go, Sam. Fantastic. Okay.
It's a 3-hour drive back to Monkey World. And as soon as they arrive, Alison takes Samantha to the hospital. The Primate Care Staff have a nice, clean, warm cage, ready and waiting.
How much do we reckon she weighs? How much do the others like her weigh?
I'd say maybe about
That's what we always use for small monkeys that go in.
Alison and the team have concerns about Samantha's general health. She can't join the other squirrel monkeys until she gets the all clear.
So she has been rolling around in her own feces for quite a while, and you know, you can't help but get sick if you live that way. So whether it's just the stress of losing her mate, whether it's simply that she's kept in a filthy environment, we're not sure yet. I've got Emily looking at a fecal sample from her right now to see if we can see anything specific in her feces. We'll get her onto a course of antibiotics straight away and see if she picks up. She's already hoeing in mealworms and seems quite bright. So maybe it's a case of just getting her fed up a bit, getting her hydrated, getting her some antibiotics, and we might come good within the next, couple of days. We'll just have to keep an eye on her. But, she is an old dear, and I think she needs a bit of TLC now, really.
If Samantha has any kind of infection or disease, it could easily be passed on to other primates at the park. So it's down to vet nurse Emily to make the checks.
I'm just looking for any parasite eggs or cysts, but so far it's all clear, so that's good news.
2 of the park's 4 existing squirrel monkeys came from a Dutch laboratory. The other 2 are from the UK pet trade. They share a dense and leafy enclosure, mimicking the kind of environment they would enjoy in the wild. Squirrel monkeys are found in South and Central America. They live in the tree canopy in groups of anything between 20 and 70 individuals and rarely come to the ground. The park's most dominant female squirrel monkey is Alien, very much the leader of the pack. The 2 most gregarious are Topsy and Turvy. Today, they're all getting a favourite snack. Topsy wastes no time getting to grips with the grubs. Turvy's less sure, but whatever Topsy has, she wants more of. Once she's passed her health checks and settled down, Samantha will be able to join them outside, something she has never experienced before. The team have been trying to integrate young chimp Ben, who was born at the park, into an adult family group, but it's proving more than tricky. If Ben isn't accepted by alpha male Hananya and can't be integrated into his group, Jeremy and Alison will have to come up with an alternative plan for Ben's future. One option would be for him to join Butch in the Bachelors, a rowdy bunch of males whose pastimes include eyeing up the girls in Paddy's group next door, and football. But they'll never make the first team. Sammy cheekily tries a shot through Turkish Charlie's legs. Seamus prefers basketball to football. But needs to practice his passing technique. Butch considers attempting keepy-uppies. And Jimmy and Turkish Charlie don't care who wins the league. They just want to know if there's food in the footballs. And although he might be the captain, Butch takes himself off at half-time for a rest.
Hi, sweet pea.
Capuchin monkeys Babe and Amy were recently rescued from a British family living in Spain who could no longer look after them.
We'll take good care of them. And you come and see them anytime.
Alison and Jeremy collected them and brought them back to the park. Now it's time for the sisters to have a health check.
I think they're doing really well. We've been very impressed with Amy and Babe, actually. They seem to be settling in, enjoying their new surroundings. They're starting to develop good relationships with the staff. They've been coming over to take treats, eating very, very well. We're already seeing some favourite food items emerging. So, yeah, we're really pleased with how they're coming along.
The health checks take place at the on-site hospital. Jeremy delivers the first of the Capuchins to vet Mike Nathan, who's waiting to examine them.
I think it's sensible when these animals come in doing a routine check that we've got basal blood parameters to start with, that's fine. Very importantly to do their fecal examinations to make sure they're not going to be bringing parasites that we've got rid of from the rest of the group. So we've got a baseline to work on.
First up is Amy. She's been knocked out with gas, so Mike can give her an all-over check.
So this is going to be on 1%. I just want to look inside her mouth. Those are nice teeth. How old is she?
10. 10 or 11.
Those are good, aren't they?
You know, of all the rescue jobs, these guys have not had a hard time at all.
This is just to check whether she's been microchipped, and it's not coming up positive, so we'll microchip her now.
When the park's primates are under anaesthetic, the team take the opportunity to microchip them for future identification.
Okay, that's definitely there.
One in, one out.
Right.
Now it's Babe's turn.
No, she's already microchipped. 2.7. Whoa, God, we're getting good here. Digit 3, left hand. Yeah, she's lost that bit. Okay, it's the last bit with the nail. Doesn't do her any harm. I think she looks in good nick, doesn't she?
Probably doing a little bit more weight.
A little bit of weight. She's got to get to learn to get on now with a host of other girls. Always a problem.
Next time on Monkey Life, baby woolly Diego gets to meet his monkey family. And ape-proof windows prove a pain for the new orangutan nursery.
No.
Today on Monkey Life. A health check for Samantha, the rescued squirrel monkey. Make or break at the new orangutan nursery.
He just went the way. Go on, Alex.
Good boy, Julio.
And baby woolly monkey Diego meets half-brother Julio for the very first time.
Good boy.
This is Monkey World in Dorset. Tucked away deep in the English countryside, it's the largest sanctuary for monkeys and apes on the planet. And this is Dr. Alison Cronin, the primate's best friend. Alison and her team spend their lives rescuing...
Yeah, everybody's brilliant. Really good.
...and rehabilitating primates from all over the world.
You're not gonna let me go? Are you not gonna let me go?
They currently look after more than 240 monkeys and apes from 15 different species. Last time, Alison and Jeremy rescued Samantha the squirrel monkey from a run-down farm because her elderly owner was no longer able to cope.
Oh, God. Breaks my heart.
Things didn't look good.
She's in a really bad way. She's got liquid diarrhea. She's quite bright, but we're gonna need to sort her out before she gets anywhere near any of our primates.
Initial checks looked favourable.
So far, it's all clear, so that's good news.
Now, it's up to vet Mike Nathan to give Samantha the all clear. First, he sedates her to take blood samples, give her a general all-over check, and insert a microchip. He's pleasantly surprised.
Since she's arrived, she's looking so much better.
She can go on to oxygen then, yeah?
Once Samantha has been weighed, she can be brought round with oxygen and put safely back in her box. The improvement in her condition means she can meet Alien, Balsa and Topsy and Turvy, the 4 elderly females of the same species at the park, and Alison is delighted.
We've hit her with everything: food, vitamin supplements, live insects. She's eating, she's drinking, her feces are looking good. And so we're bringing her down to the squirrel monkey house today to start introductions with our 4 geriatric ladies, which is just fantastic because we're going to leave her sat outside the enclosure for just a day or so, just to make sure she is settling down, and then we'll get her straight in with our old ladies. And just, you're about to hit the foot bath, so mind out, so you don't trip. Right, okay, let's get the covers off her. And I don't know if it's extra warm in here. We can probably dial it down a wee bit.
Yeah.
Donna opens the slide to the outdoor enclosure so the other squirrel monkeys can come in. Now it's just a waiting game for Samantha and the keepers.
Now all of those vitamins will be filtering in and her body's starting to digest. Fantastic. Good girl. But I wish somebody would come in and see her.
First through the door is an inquisitive Turvy, quickly followed by the rest. They don't pay too much attention, but their chattering certainly intrigues Samantha. It's Alien, the dominant female, who shows the most interest.
Samantha seems fairly relaxed about everything in here at the moment. She's been sort of foraging, pottering around, sort of communicating vocally with the others in the group. The other girls have all come in and had a look, but only Alien's really paid any interest. She was sort of hanging on the mesh near where Samantha is and sort of chattering away, almost sort of saying hello. So we'll probably give Samantha just another day where she is, just to sort of let her have some decent food, build up some strength and just get a bit more confident and happy. She's already brighter today than she was yesterday.
Alison and the team don't just rescue animals from the pet trade and laboratories. Sometimes they're asked to take monkeys and apes from other zoos and parks. The majority of the woolly monkeys arrived this way, from several European zoos. Woolly monkeys are native to South America, highly strung and notoriously difficult to look after in captivity. Diego is the park's most recent arrival. When he was born, his mum Kuna didn't suckle him, meaning Alison and the keepers had to step in.
Monkey World is the remaining place in the world where captive woolly monkeys are living, thriving, and getting on with things. All other captive collections are reducing in numbers to the point of extinction. And I hazard to say, you know, it's very scary to even say the words, but I think we've cracked it. I think we know how to care for captive woolly monkeys in a very good, solid way.
But it's no easy job.
He's doing really well, and he's starting at 2 months old already to get quite stubborn and opinionated. So you can see feeding him his bottle of milk doesn't always go quite as easily as it should because he's decided he likes his fruit better now. So we're beginning to introduce different food items into his diet. If you notice with the banana in particular, he tries to suck it. So he's still effectively suckling. So over the past week or so, we've been trying to introduce foods to him that actually make him chew and use his teeth because he's still really keen on just sucking. But, you know, he is only 2 months old, so we're probably pushing him along faster than he would naturally progress if he was with his mother. And you can see this little guy, Diego's very keen on his blueberries as well. Paolo, on the other hand, not so fussed about blueberries, but will kill you for a mango. So, you know, they as soon as Paolo sees anything bright orange, oh, it's mango, whereas Julio, you have any more blueberries? And this guy seems to be a bigger fan of blueberries as well, but haven't offered him mango yet, so that remains to be seen.
Today, he seems happy with milk and banana.
Good boy. Good boy.
Later, it's time for Diego to meet his real woolly monkey family.
Good boy. Right, take your sling back a bit, because you're too far.
And it's make or break as special windows go into the orangutan nursery.
It's about 280, well, it is 282 kilos, yeah. It's a lot of weight, isn't it?
Baby woolly monkey Diego is soon to join his real family, including mum Cuna, dad Levar, and half-brother Julio. But his full brother Paolo lives across the park in Bueno's group, where one day he could take over as lead male to establish a new gene pool. In the meantime, Bueno is a great foster dad. Woolly monkeys come from South America and live in dense primary and flooded forests. Unfortunately, through deforestation, hunting for bushmeat and the pet trade, their population is declining. Breeding them in captivity is difficult, but over the years, Monkey World has had some real success. With multiple large enclosures to reduce stress and a carefully monitored diet, there have been 9 births, with 3 baby woolly monkeys hand-reared.
It's worth a go, isn't it, just trying to reach, because I'm not too confident about if they'll hold us.
To keep Bueno's group active, and to make them work harder for their breakfast, the Primate Care Staff have strung together some pots.
Hey, there we go. Not overly keen on heights myself, so this is interesting. But the woolly monkeys have got prehensile tails, so they can hang upside down to eat. So we're hoping that this will encourage them to use their tails.
In their native Amazon basin home, woolies climb up in the canopy to find fruit, leaves, and insects. By stringing the pots up high, they'll have to use their tails, which act like a 5th limb.
Well, they've just come outside and they've immediately shown interest in the boxes and the buckets. Bueno's currently hanging upside down from his tail, which is just what we wanted, and he's eating his breakfast.
It's thought their tails are strong enough to support 10 times their own body weight, and Inca is using hers to its full advantage.
Lena's being a little bit shy, but she's the lowest ranking individual, so that's understandable. Urima's been right in, elbowing the others out of the way. She's hanging upside down, using her tail. Again, exactly what we wanted. The babies are hiding behind everybody else, trying to steal food without putting in the effort, which is exactly what the babies do.
This is a stable family group and readily accepted little Paolo. He was the second woolly monkey to be hand-reared at the park. He's always been a confident little chap and has settled in amazingly. He might have found stability with his new family, but has a little bit further to go with his own coordination. The park has a major building project underway, and Alison has come to check its progress with George, head of maintenance. They're inspecting the half-built new orangutan nursery.
Okay, so this is going to be good. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 exits out of the...
Yeah, so there's one per bedroom, so there's any combination of making it through.
It'll replace the current nursery, which is smaller and in need of renovation. It was started when the park agreed to take orphans from other European zoos. The purpose-built nursery will connect to the same outdoor enclosure, but will have much better facilities inside.
Wow, looking good. Wow, this has really come on.
The building has been designed specifically for orangutans. It'll have platforms, ropes and hammocks to swing from, and an overhead feeding area to encourage them to climb high for their food, like they would in the wild.
Is this the final plaster job?
It is, yes.
That's not bad.
As soon as the glass is in, then I will then do the coving, which will take a week, and that's us.
George has been sort of organising all of the builders to come in and build what's a very specifically designed building for the needs of orphaned orangutans. Sounds a bit unique and crazy, and it is, but it should be brilliant for the baby so that they can grow up with others of their own kind, along with an adoptive mum, Ame, who will make sure that they all grow up being healthy mentally as well as physically, and it'll be a lot easier for the keepers to work. So we're just counting the days now until this is done. I can't wait to see them flying around. It's going to be fantastic.
There are 4 orangutan babies currently at the creche, looked after by orangutan foster mum, Ame. They are Xiaoning, Jolie, Dinda and Langur. But as the park is the European creche for orphaned orangutans, more can be expected in the future. Any babies born in captivity in parks or zoos in Europe that are rejected by their mothers are sent to Monkey World for the care team and Ame to look after.
Right, slowly as you come out. Right, take your sling back a bit because you're too far close. Too there. Right, your weight's coming off here. What's that in?
Today, the last of the enormous public viewing windows are being put in. They've been specially made and are 40 millimetres thick in order to be orangutan-proof. They've come all the way from Germany and cost thousands of pounds.
It's about 280, well, it is 282 kilos, yeah. It's a lot of weight, isn't it?
George carefully transports the glass through the park to the building site, where the fitters are preparing the frames.
Right, you want to grab those 2 blocks? Yeah.
It takes 6 men to carry the heavy but very fragile pane. It's a disaster.
So much weight, just pulls itself straight out of your hand. We've lost that one. No. Went straight out of his hands. Took it straight out of his hands. Lost his grip. Just got it right over there. It just went. Oh no.
It could take between 6 and 10 weeks for new glass to arrive, holding up the entire build. And George, well, he's not very happy. Woolly monkeys are endangered in the wild, and their habitat in the South American rainforests is under threat. All this makes baby Diego a very special monkey. Today, Alison and Mike are taking his upbringing a step further.
I suppose this is the nuclear family unit, really. Us all standing here, we've got little Diego in the bag who's asleep right now. And Mike and I thought it was time that Diego start actually meeting what's going to be his family group. What is his family group, of course. So today will be the first day that the little man meets our first little man, actually, Julio and Susie. This is the beginning of him becoming a woolly monkey and not just a funny sort of half human, half monkey.
Julio is Diego's half-brother. He was also hand-reared by Alison and Mike.
I expect Julio today's gonna be a little bit manic, and we'll have to watch him make sure that his overexcitement doesn't get out of control, because Julio, even though he's a little lad, he's maturing now, and he's reached adolescence, and all of those secondary behaviors and characteristics of adult males are really starting to kick in. So it is possible that he can throw a temper tantrum because he gets so excited about seeing the baby and loses the plot and starts to scream and freak out. So Mike and I are sort of aware of Julio and his behavior, of course, very well, and we'll just have to make sure things remain calm, and Susie will lead the way on the calm front.
The rest of the woolly family are in the outdoor enclosure, while Julio and Susie, the oldest woolly monkey in captivity, have been kept back in one of the bedrooms to allow Alison and Mike to enter the playroom.
Hey, Suze. Hey, Julio, man. Hey, Suze.
Susie is more interested in the food than anything else.
Hey, you.
But Julio makes straight for his little brother.
Is there room for me in there?
No, don't launch onto my head. You stay in there. That's okay. It's okay.
It's quite nice that there's two of us here as well, because there's no jealousies, because he's got somebody else to come and attach himself to.
He did a really lovely head shake hello. Let's see if we can get head shake hello. And little Diego head shook back at him. And in woolly monkey language, that's how you say hi. If you want to say hello to somebody, you snuffle, make sort of a noise, and also shake your head, which is what Mike and I have been doing with all of them that we've hand-reared. So little Diego already has a fair bit of woolly monkey etiquette and language, because he already snuffled hello to Julio and did the appropriate head shake. Hey. What's happening here now is that Julio's starting to get a little overexcited, which is what we were worried about, actually. Hey, little man, no. And the reason Julio's getting overexcited is that he's so pleased to see Mike, because Mike and I were his main carers, and now that he's reached adolescence, he's doing an alpha male thing with Mike. Hey.
I might take my beard off tomorrow.
Susie, nonplussed. I'll see if she takes an interest right now. Do you want to see the little man? What do you think?
Yes, I
No, see if it doesn't involve food for Suze. Hi, Suze.
Good boy, Julio.
You see, we're all head shaking hello. So Susie really is just interested in whether Diego comes with any blueberries, and right now that's a no. So she's happy to see him, but the rest of it's okay.
Adolescent display over, Julio quietens, and Alison and Mike are pleased with the first encounter.
Good boy.
I think on the whole we're doing pretty good.
Yeah.
Good first meeting.
Nice
and I
one.
think we'll end it now, short but brief. Everybody's still happy. And actually he's starting to calm down a wee bit, so that's good.
He started to put his thumb in his mouth just now, and that's a sign that his levels are going down. Good boy.
Julio's going to be great with Diego. We just have to supervise the visits until Diego's old enough to fend for himself. But I have absolutely no worries about Julio being in with Diego, so we can start moving ahead with this now. No worries whatsoever. He's a lovely little lad, just a bit overexcited, and he loves Dad.
Yes, that's my boy.
Yeah.
Oh, little Nancy.
Next time on Monkey Life. Winter at the park, and the chimps make their own ice lollies.
Maybe they like the feeling of the tongue going numb or something, I'm not sure.
And Charlie, the park's best-loved chimp, fights for life.
Charlie is a very, very, very sick animal.
Today on Monkey Life, fears for the health of one of the best-loved chimps in the park.
I'm not going to upset Charlie, not for anything.
Vet Mike is baffled.
Something sinister's happening. I can't put it more simply.
And the big freeze comes to Monkey World. This is Monkey World in Dorset. Tucked away deep in the English countryside, it's the largest sanctuary for monkeys and apes on the planet. And this is Dr. Alison Cronin, the primate's best friend. Alison and her team spend their lives rescuing
Everybody's brilliant. Really good.
and rehabilitating primates from all over the world.
This is a good one. We're pleased with you now.
They currently look after more than 240 monkeys and apes from 15 different species. It's quiet at the rescue centre. The weather's taken a distinctly wintry turn, and there are few visitors. But the team still have to take care of all the park's wildlife.
You can just make sure they don't come out, that'd be cool.
Some of the primates are braving the day, including Sage, the Siamang gibbon. Others have chosen to wrap up and keep warm indoors. Alison is away in Vietnam at the sanctuary's sister centre for rescued gibbons, leaving Jeremy in charge back home in Dorset. With the weather looking like it might get worse, he's hoping for a quiet day. But he's been called to the pavilions, the home of the Bachelor chimps. The Primate Care team are worried about Charlie, one of the most iconic and popular inhabitants at the park. They've isolated him from the rest of the group.
You did like those yesterday. Those are the plums. You don't want that. What about banana? Fancy a bit of banana? Take that as a no. Sometimes you push food in front of his nose and you don't want to know, but if you just let him, yeah, look at this. All right, let me have a little choose here. All right. What's all this about? You're just playing with it, really, are you? He's lost a lot of weight, nearly 10 kilos, very, very suddenly. So that is the worrying thing as to why.
Jeremy and Charlie have had a very special relationship for more than 20 years. Charlie arrived at the park in 1989, joining the original group alongside Butch. But at approximately 7 years old, Charlie was in a much worse state than the others. He was a drug addict, doped with Valium daily to keep him under control, and had fractured feet, cataracts, a broken jaw, machete wounds to his head, and most of his teeth had been knocked out. After 5 years as a Spanish beach photographer's prop, he was scarred both physically and mentally. From the beginning, it was obvious there was something different about Charlie. His best friends were Jeremy, whom he adored.
You're not very good with these knots, are you? Albert Einstein, eat your heart out. What we got? What we get today, huh? What we got in your lunchbox today, little boy? You want those?
And Jim Cronin, Alison's late husband who started the park.
Hey. No. Oh, I'm sorry. Have I made a mess of it? Oh, he's a good boy. Oh, he's a good boy.
He's one of my favorites. You know, you shouldn't have favorites, but he's been through some stuff in his life, Charlie, for sure.
In his chimp life, he was number 2 to alpha male Rodney, but did little to fulfill his role helping keep the females under control. Charlie appeared to have fits where he created havoc and then quietened, looking confused and upset. Afterwards, he would make it up with Rodney, but he could never fully integrate into the group. Jim and Jeremy began to suspect that some of Charlie's problems were medical.
Stop it. We think his eyesight is deteriorating. And what we want to do is get an eye surgeon in, have a good look at his eyes, see what's going on, and if there's anything we can do about it.
Exactly, he's developed a little bit of inflammation from some infection, unless there's a brain injury or something.
That's not beyond the bounds of possibility.
Despite trying to get on with the other chimps, Charlie eventually had to be separated from them. In the middle of a free-for-all, he offered his hand in friendship, only to get it bitten by another chimp.
Charlie, that's not good at all.
The injury was so bad his finger was amputated, and he was permanently removed from the group. Jeremy and Jim were always there to support him.
This is a temporary solution at best for Charlie. He's got Jeremy to look after him, and Charlie loves him. But Charlie is a social animal. Chimpanzee needs to be with other chimps.
And a new rescue in Spain provided the answer. Paquito was the performing pet of a Spanish actor, but had got so boisterous he couldn't control him. He was left locked up and chained in a shed for several years. Paquito had had no contact with other primates, and it was kind-hearted Charlie who taught him chimp behaviour. Once they bonded, the solution to their joint social problems was to merge them with the nursery group. But eventually, both became too boisterous and moved in with the Bachelor chimps, led by Butch, who remembered Charlie from the old days.
It was a huge reunion, I'm sure of it, for Butch and
They remembered
Charlie.
each other for
no
sure.
No question.
Butch went in with the play face.
Yeah, no question.
Charlie's favourite pastimes have always been eating and displaying at passing tanks from the nearby army base. But above all, it's been his special relationship with Jim
You're such a tough guy.
and Jeremy
Yes, that was my boy.
that has captured the public's imagination and sustained Charlie from the early days of his rehabilitation to the good times that followed. Because of his tragic background, Charlie, now 27, is old before his time. Jeremy has called in vets Mike Nathan and David Harding.
He's like little old man.
The vets have decided a scan may reveal the cause of Charlie's illness. Blood samples taken earlier in the week were inconclusive.
It's a bit of a long shot because it's a conscious animal and I will have to do it because he don't want the vet with him. I don't know what I'm doing, but I'll be working on direct instructions from David, who really is good at this sort of thing.
Just try and angle it forward up towards the liver. So much gas and fat in there, you're just getting a crappy image.
Dave comes in and stands in the corner and just slowly...
Let's see what happens, because but as soon as he starts getting... as soon as he starts, we'll... chances are he will. You know, if at any point he says enough, then we'll stop. I'm not going to upset Charlie, not for anything. I'll duff him up for you. No. No, I think he's...
Not the thing is that when you know what you do, you've got to push really quite hard.
Try sedating him?
Yeah, if you want to back off then.
The only thing I think, if you're going down the route of sedating him, then would it be sensible to delay it till we can X-ray him as well?
Well, the X-ray machine...
Charlie doesn't want Dave near, so they abandon the scan and decide to try again when an X-ray machine is available. And both can be done at the same time under sedation. While Jeremy tries to make Charlie comfortable, the care team lets some of the other chimps through to the outdoor enclosures.
It's great. I've never seen snow in Dorset so far. This is the first for me, and it's probably the first for quite a few of the chimps here. Maybe some of the oldies might have seen snow, but most of the guys won't have seen snow ever. So they're all quite excited. They're all like eating the snow, getting big handfuls and stuffing it in their mouths. It's almost like natural enrichment for them because it's something that they don't see every day.
The chimps' first forage of the day is usually a noisy affair, but today they all seem a lot less boisterous. They're fascinated by the white stuff.
I think they just maybe enjoy the feeling of the cold. I don't know. I suppose we enjoy eating ice lollies, so there's no reason why they wouldn't. I mean, they love the ice lollies with the juice in the summer, but again, with the ice, it's not got any flavour in it, so it must just be that maybe they like the feeling of the tongue going numb or something, I'm not sure.
Sausage on you. Let's get you nice and warm again.
Jeremy is extremely worried about Charlie, one of the best-loved chimps at the park.
All right. Oh, you want your foot rubbed? Okay.
He's called in the vets and is ringing Alison hourly with updates. She's in Vietnam visiting the Gibbon Rescue Centre and not due back for a few more days.
Charlie is a very, very, very sick animal. And because of his medical background, all his resistance will be low to fight anything off because he's got very few of his organs are working properly anyway, and so that makes him more vulnerable.
Vets Mike and Dave agree.
Quite obvious he's lost a lot of weight. When an animal loses that amount of weight, you're always worried about what nasty thing might be going on inside him.
The bloods really have flagged up a level of anemia with no obvious cause, and what we normally call the anemia of chronic disease, which suggests a sort of chronically ill animal.
Just lying here, I'm just thinking of all the things that are broken on Charlie. He's clearly had a broken foot at some stage. He's got cataracts. He's obviously had a fractured jaw and skull at some stage. He's got wounds on him that were probably machete wounds. He's question mark brain damage with epileptic fits. His teeth are, how many teeth has he got now? 3 or 4? I don't know. Not many. And clearly had a big lump that's just gone from his jaw at some point. Yeah. His stomach, actually, is about the only thing that really was working all right. You know, he'd eat for Africa, and he'd never had stomach issues. You just never gave up there, did you?
The vets don't have an answer without further tests, and no one really wants to put poor Charlie through that. The team decide to let him rest and see if there's any improvement in his condition. Jeremy stays with him throughout the rest of the day and into the night. Next morning, and the weather is even worse. The park has just closed, but the Primate Care team have struggled into work to look after the animals. Keeper Kate wants to make sure her charges don't get winter colds and makes up a special cocktail of honey and lemon to boost their immune systems.
Colds can go throughout the group pretty quickly and they hit chimps pretty hard, so if we can try and prevent that, then that's the best thing. A couple of cups. Want some lemon, guys? This is Simon. Marceline. So we try to give cup to everyone, but obviously they come round again, but it doesn't matter. Good boy, Simon.
But while Hananya's group enjoy their medicinal drinks, over at the Bachelor group, it's not just the weather that's getting worse. Jeremy has called the vets back in. Charlie has gone downhill overnight.
We've just put Charlie on a drip. He's deteriorating. Something sinister's happening. I can't put it more simply. He's not in pain. He's just fading. And if that's the case, I'm going to let him fade. We're not going to do anything invasive. We have to accept that something like that is happening with him.
His sensory perception's still there, and I just don't believe he's suffering pain. I think he's just drifting.
If we see he's suffering, we'll help him. It may be that a little bit of treatment might make a difference, but I'm going to put him through pain. And I can't see the point of doing that when I know I've got an animal that I'm losing. He's been through a lot, this poor fella. But he's also served the purpose of educating a lot of people, because he was a beach chimp, and he's educated people to try and realise things that go on. I just hope he fades away. I don't want to have to, all of us, in terms of putting animals to sleep and euthanasia, it's always hard.
As the day wears on, it becomes more and more evident that Charlie isn't going to make it. Jeremy, Mike and keeper Cara stay by his side and try their best to make him comfortable. But as the hours pass, Jeremy and Mike realise they have no choice. After his brave battle through life, courageous Charlie has given up. and there is no more hope.
Thanks, mate. We had nowhere to go, so we ended it for him. You know, when you see somebody every day of your life, they leave a void when they go. It isn't always a positive void they leave, or a negative void they leave, but they leave a void. There's always a gap.
Well, like everything here at the park, life marches on, no matter how significant or insignificant the losses. Life just continues to move forward here, and you do the best you can at all times for every individual, and you know, some of them have longer and more emotional links, which Charlie was a perfect case of that. So yeah, you do feel very high-strung and emotional about the whole thing, but then at the same time, the next day dawns and there's either a new arrival, somebody else who needs your help, and therefore you have to pick yourself up by your bootstraps. This is our saving grace in a certain way, is that the animals keep our focus and attention, because even if somebody does pass away and it is terribly upsetting and emotional, you've got the other 240 odd faces looking to you saying, we need you too.
The day after we lost Charlie, I did go down to the statue of Jim and Charlie and tell them both off for leaving me with this, you know, abandoning the ship and leaving me with all this lot, you know, doing the, you know, setting it all up and then clear off and leaving me with all the responsibility, but I got it off my chest.
The fact that both Jim and Charlie have passed away now is just terribly tragic for us, but you know, we've got sort of an incredible memory of them both, a sculpture which is just breaks my heart to look at, but also fills me full of optimism, because Charlie is a tribute to that, the optimism that exists here at Monkey World in terms of rehabilitating all of the monkeys and apes that come our way.
Aren't you the best, huh? You the best?
Next time on Monkey Life, the team are in Vietnam for groundbreaking eye surgery on a golden-cheeked gibbon.
It is a very, very special and very, very difficult case for us.
And Alison hits trouble when she tries to rescue a rare silvered Langur monkey.
We will stop, don't worry.
Today on Monkey Life, the team is in Vietnam at a very special rescue centre.
We have the perfect opportunity here to provide these guys with a very natural life again and to get them back out into the forest where they belong.
Plus, groundbreaking eye surgery on a golden-cheeked gibbon.
We're putting the lens in. How is she doing?
But can it restore her sight? And trouble when Alison tries to rescue a rare silvered Langur monkey. This is Monkey World in Dorset, the largest rescue centre for monkeys and apes on the planet. 6,000 miles away lies its sister sanctuary, Dao Tien Rescue Centre. It was started by Dr. Alison Cronin with the help of the Vietnamese government and Ping Tung Rescue Centre in Taiwan. Back home in England, she cares for 240 primates from 15 different species. But she's now also responsible for a growing number of monkeys and apes in Vietnam.
Here on Dao Tien, it's a very different sort of ethos and focus to what we normally do at Monkey World. It isn't about the individuals here so much as it is getting rescued primates back out into the wild and ensuring that they're protected and safe in the wild setting and that the illegal trade doesn't continue.
Dao Tien stands on an island in Vietnam's largest and most diverse conservation zone, Cat Tien National Park. The centre aims to rescue endangered primates, including golden-cheeked gibbons, langurs and loris, and where possible, return them to the wild. Over the last 9 years, Alison has worked with the local authorities to establish the centre.
For us, the very important aspect is that we are not just making a zoo. We do not plan on just keeping the gibbons in the cages. We will plan on getting them into the trees.
In charge of day-to-day operations is Dr. Marina Kenyon, helped by her team of Vietnamese keepers. Marina was previously based at the Dorset Sanctuary.
This is my passion and I'm actually not missing anything else because I know everyone else in England is being cared for. But here and now, these need your help and I think I can help them.
Marina has travelled 3 hours to Vung Tau to meet up with expat and animal lover Bob Taylor, who lives there. Bob has rescued a variety of rare animals from the pet trade and built accommodation for them at his home. None of his primates are candidates for release back into the wild due to a variety of health reasons, but Marina has been advising him on their care. They both have concerns about Mika, a golden-cheeked gibbon Bob recently found in a Ho Chi Minh City pet store.
I went down there, my driver went down there first to buy food for my birds, and he told me about this monkey in a cage. And I happened to be in Ho Chi Minh City on business at that time, and I went round to have a look. And then in the back room, under this piece of newspaper, they pulled out this box, steel box with Mika in it. And that's basically how I took pity, and I couldn't walk away. Absolutely could not walk away. And so I took her home with me, there and then. When we got her home and took her out of the cage, she actually couldn't walk. She would just shuffle along on her all fours. Her back legs were virtually useless, and her arms were so weak, she couldn't raise them up to take a banana out there. You know, that was really how bad she was and sick she was.
She's been in a small cage, in the dark, no sunlight, she's had vitamin deficiency, and her bones have just grown in a 45-degree bend. There's no breaks, they've not been broken, that's how they've grown. So we actually spent a long time welded in that cage, unable to move.
Mika's condition has improved greatly, thanks to Bob's care. And with freedom to move around, her muscles have begun to build up. But Bob discovered Mika had another major problem. Cataracts covering both eyes meant she was only partially sighted. Now the cataracts have thickened, leaving her blind in both eyes. But after exhaustive research, Marina has come up with a solution.
We've actually found some of the best eye surgeons in the world who are in Vietnam, and they've very, very happily agreed to help Mika. They believe very strongly in the welfare and the wildlife of Vietnam. They've all come in, volunteered on a Saturday to come in, use their best equipment, their best technology to try and restore Mika's sight.
The top surgeons from Ho Chi Minh City Hospital normally operate on human patients. A training hospital has offered their facilities for the operation, which has never been attempted before on a gibbon.
There are a lot of things that can go wrong, so It is a very, very special and very, very difficult case for us.
Cataracts are a clouding that develops in the lens of the eye, which prevents light entering it. It's a common problem in humans and often easily rectified with minor surgery.
You're such a good girl.
But they're replacing the lenses on Mika, not just removing the cataracts.
Good girl, Mika.
Monkey World vet Femke gives Mika a jab to put her under.
If you can pull it back, look.
Anesthetics are always a risk, and it's a tense time for the medical team.
I'll now give her the eye drops. They are to dilate her pupils.
Femke, I think you want to keep her face up so the eye drop will not run out.
Like this?
Yeah, like that.
It's unclear whether Mika's eye problems are hereditary or developed because of her time in captivity.
Lovely. Găng tay vô.
The plan is to remove the lenses from both of Mika's eyes and replace them with artificial ones, approximately the same size as needed for a child. First, precise measurements are taken to determine the size of the artificial lenses she'll need. Dr. Tien uses a high-power microscope to help him make the first incision. He then removes the lenses and cleans the eye to remove any residue. But there's a worrying discovery.
It is more like a congenital cataract.
So she got it when she was born, really?
Right.
Yeah.
And if this is truly a congenital cataract, there is a possibility that her retina cell have not developed well compared to other Gibbon without cataract.
This adds a new element to Mika's sight problem, but the team decide to carry on, delicately place the new lenses, then secure them with stitches.
This is very, very likely that she will see a lot better than before.
That's fantastic.
With surgery over, Mika slowly comes round from the anaesthetic.
Usually in humans, after cataract surgery, they will put some eye cover on the eyes, but with Mika, that will make her so stressed because she will think, what's covering my eyes? And she's a wild animal, and we cannot tell her, you have to leave it on there, leave your eyes alone. So we decided against it and to leave her without, so hopefully we'll be fine. We have to keep her in the dark right now because her pupils are dilated because of the drugs. So if she sees too much light at once, that will hurt her and can damage her retina.
All in all, I do believe that she will see a lot better than before.
That's great.
Well, I'm happy. I'm happy.
Well, we're happy too, that's for sure.
Yeah, so keep sending us more animal cataract. We will be more happy.
Every Saturday.
Mika heads home to Bob and the other rescued gibbons. But will she be able to see them? Primates are kept as pets and as tourist attractions all over Asia, and the team know they can't rescue them all. But today, Alison and Marina are on their way to Saigon. They're heading for a city restaurant where Alison spotted an endangered silvered langur monkey on her last visit. Mr. Tan, head of Cat Tien National Park, has been in negotiations with the owner.
Tan has arranged, I think, for the langur to be donated willingly. So we're really pleased we don't have to organize the police or anything like that today. Hopefully with their cooperation, not only are we going to rescue the langur, but hopefully they'll stop trading in primates.
Maybe in the future he might start to support conservation, stop taking in wild animals, and just look after the ones he has, and slowly over time just reducing size.
Alison has been aware of the restaurant for some time. In 2006, she went there with her late husband, Jim Cronin, who started Monkey World. They filmed this distressing footage. Then the restaurant was famous for serving bear bile, a traditional Eastern medicine, said to be a cure for many ailments, and for which there is now a synthetic substitute.
So, how many? 1, 2, 3, 10, 20. How many bears?
Alison and Jim discovered more than 100 Asiatic bears held in small cages.
Now, I know you'd have muscle wastage in tiny cages like this, but their back ends are just really bad, everybody's.
There were also many endangered species, including golden cats, tigers, and clouded leopards. The bears would be sedated and wheeled out on trolleys to the restaurant tables, where bile would be extracted from the live animal and fed to paying customers. In Vietnam, the practice has now been outlawed and the government is cracking down, but the trade still persists there and elsewhere in the world. This restaurant appears to have stopped this barbaric practice, although wild animals are still on show. The team have worked hard to get the owner on side, but it's not a done deal, and everything has to be handled very delicately.
I've got Marina right now, has gone with a young man to survey back behind where we knew that there were loads of other animals as well. So she's having a quick shufty around to see what else might be here, and we're just going to see the boy. But I've asked everybody if it's okay, and they said okay. But we might get apprehended yet.
And just as Alison catches sight of the caged silvered langur,
Vô đó ngồi đi, một chút xíu có người thông quan nói nè. Ngồi ở đâu, đậu đi. Thì ngồi ở đâu đến thông quan thì đợi một chút xíu, có gì lại chuyện đó.
We will stop, don't worry. Excuse me. Dr. Him, perhaps you could explain. We just asked the owner, and he said okay.
But news of the agreement between Alison and the restaurant owner hasn't reached the on-site staff, and her path has been blocked.
Don't, it's okay, it's okay. No problem, no problem.
With the silvered langur just feet away, Alison needs to quickly defuse the situation until the boss can be found.
It's no problem. I would not do this unless I asked.
Tantalisingly close to the endangered animal, Alison grows more concerned about his condition.
I come here 9 months ago, and he was a bit bigger. So I think he is losing weight, he is losing condition. I think we are lucky to come when we do. Because I think he will die eventually if he keeps losing weight. Yeah, he's skinny now.
With her path obstructed, Alison can only hope the restaurant owner is found soon.
I wonder how Marina's going.
Marina arrives with the Vietnamese team and the rescue cage. But with Alison's access denied so far, there's no guarantee it'll be used.
Marina, we have to stay here. They're being very fierce right now.
Okay.
How do you go?
We saw 2 leopards and lots of chickens and lots and lots of empty cages.
Yeah, no, I think this place is folding up, which is the problem.
Finally, the owner is found, and with the help of Mr. Tan, Alison works hard to defuse a tense situation.
If you could translate for me.
Yeah.
Monkey World has worked with 16 different governments around the world, always in cooperation with central government. We never buy animals, we never try and go in and take them ourselves. We would like to work in cooperation with everybody. We do not mean to cause trouble for anybody. We just would like to make a nice life for the monkey. So I appreciate your assistance. Thank you very much.
Chị nói là chị đã từng làm với 16 quốc gia khác nhau.
With the owner showing his public support, his staff relax and the recovery can begin.
You're happy for them to film putting the monkey in the box?
Yes.
Okay.
Sociable silvered langurs behave very differently from gibbons. They're leapers rather than swingers and move around in much larger groups. This small male can move around his cage, but he has a chipped tooth and an abscess. More importantly, he's desperately lonely and craves attention. This critically endangered species is notoriously difficult to keep in captivity and can get very stressed.
We have better net. If they would wait, I would prefer it that they wait. See, this is a problem. They are just going to wind him up.
Alison knows it's very important to keep this animal as calm as possible.
He's thinking. Yeah, he's thinking about it. Watch the tail. Oh, no, no, too soon. And you have to be careful of the tail. As soon as he starts to go in, maybe he can push him in the rest of the way. Well done. We will get you.
You're very light.
Excellent job, well done. Actually went really smoothly and quite pleased. Didn't have to give any sedation or anything. He's really very happy. I think he's got a load of nice fruit and he seems quite calm in the cage, so it's now just a couple of hours to the national park.
He's skinny, maybe older than we thought. I think he might be an oldish man. But yeah, he's lovely.
But I expect just getting him back to a more natural setting with people who know how to care for him, I think that he's going to respond really positively, getting the physical things done like the broken teeth. He's going to be a new little monkey, and it's just really exciting and what we're all about.
Marina and Alison have stopped off in Vung Tau to see expat animal lover Bob Taylor and little Mika, the golden-cheeked gibbon. And the news is good. The groundbreaking surgery to remove cataracts on her eyes and replace her lenses has met with success.
She's looking good, isn't she?
The pre-existing retina damage in her left eye means only 30% of the vision has returned. But her right eye now has 100% vision.
She just took it all in her stride. There was
It's
no
just as though
difference.
she'd never had lost her sight at all. It's just as though it was just normal and natural. We were so surprised, weren't we?
And little Jin, her main
yeah.
friend. Yeah, I know Jin. She's my mate, and I'll protect her even more now that I can see her and make sure that no one's causing any trouble.
And she certainly does that. Well, I'm happy now. She's getting around there and she's ruling the roost. Now she can see they don't take her food away from her. She takes it from them. Yeah? It's really good.
Mika will never be able to look after herself in the wild, but she can now look forward to life being cared for by Bob and his team and surrounded by other gibbons. Alison and Marina's workload is constant, and their days are long. They're on their way back to the rescue centre with the rare silvered Langur. It's a tiring half-day journey by boat and road, and they're anxious to get him settled. The silvered Langur will have to remain isolated from other gibbons until he's passed his health checks, but he'll have plenty to eat.
Langurs are leaf eaters. Now, the different species, you know, Duke Langurs, silvery Langurs, they all have different tolerances to levels of sugar. So in the wild, they'd all be eating sort of leaves and basically unripe, pithy fruits that have very little sugar in them. And you can see already he's quite interested. But he's not entirely sure, because I think already in captivity, you know, they've been feeding him a lot of sweet fruits, and so the bitter ones don't taste so nice. So it's a slow and steady process, and one that we begin on the first day here at Dao Tian, really. Marina and her team have a lot of work ahead of them here on Dao Tian. We've got, you know, monkeys and apes coming in that need a lot of care and support, both physically and mentally, and, you know, trying to get them to a state from captivity where they've suffered, some of them, terrible, terrible abuse, back into a fit state to go back to the wild is an enormous task. And it's, you know, quite daunting when you sort of consider it from where some of them have come from to where we want to get them back to. But you just have to stay focused and take each day at a time, and eventually you win the war and get them back out into the forest where they belong.
Next time on Monkey Life. Wintry weather means flu jabs for the chimps.
Girl.
And an anxious morning at the woolly monkey house.
They discovered little Raul on his back in one of the tunnels.
Today on Monkey Life, it's a chilly start for the chimps as winter sets in. And an anxious morning at the woolly monkey house.
They discovered little Raul on his back in one of the tunnels.
Results in a desperate fight for life for baby Raul.
The prognosis is reserved at the minute. I'm not sure.
This is Monkey World in Dorset. Tucked away deep in the English countryside, it's the largest sanctuary for monkeys and apes on the planet. And this is Dr. Alison Cronin, the primate's best friend. Alison and her team spend their lives rescuing...
Yeah, everybody's brilliant. Really good.
...and rehabilitating primates from all over the world.
Well, we're pleased with you now.
They currently look after more than 240 monkeys and apes from 15 different species. It's been snowing at the park for hours. And for Mike, Holly and the rest of the team at the Woolly Monkey House, a day which started badly has just got worse.
Yeah, they came in as normal, around about sort of 8:15. Everybody was happy here. All of the woolly monkeys here in the top house were walking about, moving around. Everybody was as normal. And then literally half an hour later, they discovered little Raul on his back in one of the tunnels. Why and how he actually got there, we just don't know. It's just a complete mystery as to what happened.
Raul has been rushed to the vets only semi-conscious and in shock. The Primate Care team are in shock too. Raul had such a good start in life. He was born 4 months ago, the second baby for woolly monkey mum, Paquita. It's hard to test woolies for pregnancy.
Pee.
And keeper Holly spent hours trying to train her to give a urine sample.
Paquita. Pee. Come on.
No one was quite sure when she was due to give birth. But one autumn morning, the keepers arrived to find her clutching a tiny newborn boy.
Here she is, she's doing very well, she's looking after the baby, and at the moment we're just watching and waiting to see if she's suckling it properly. It's currently holding onto my finger with its tail, it's moving around, it seems very curious about things, and it's vocalising to the rest of the group, so at the moment things are looking very positive.
Holly and her colleagues were delighted to discover that Paquita was proving to be a good mum, and the baby was suckling well. But Holly did have some concerns about the speed of baby Raul's progress and Paquita's unusual way of carrying him around.
We never like to be too optimistic because it kind of tempts fate. But Paquita decided to do things her own way. She wasn't carrying the baby how woolly monkeys normally do. Normally they carry them straight down their chest so it's easy for them to feed. She decided she was going to carry it like a human would, between her two arms like this. And Raul has decided he's much happier on her back or hanging horizontally on her side, which is kind of out of the ordinary, but it works for these guys. And he's feeding very well, he's very, very strong. And everything, even though it's not quite normal, seems to be going very, very well indeed.
But this morning, that's all changed, and Mike is still stunned and unsure what's happened.
For something like this to go wrong, it's devastating. It just seems so unfair. We had to take him away from his mum because obviously he needed medical attention. So we managed to get him away from his mum, put him on a little hot water bottle because he was obviously cold, and wrapped him up in nice furry blankets, cuddled him so that he became warm again. And then he was taken off to the vets, which was the quickest option, so that they could have an immediate look at him and hopefully maybe discover something that's wrong with him.
Coming up, it's touch and go for Raul, as vets fight to save the tiny woolly monkey and the team wait anxiously for the result of X-rays.
It just seems to be an unfortunate accident.
It's stopped snowing, but it's still very cold. And most of the primates are keeping warm indoors.
It's obviously more challenging to move animals around when the weather is bad, and we've had to take certain precautions. For example, we wouldn't let the Capuchin monkeys out in this kind of weather, and that's really because they've only been here for a year, and they're still really finding their feet and learning how to come back in when it's cold, and so we haven't risked it, and we've not let them out because we'd be worried about certain individuals who may sit out in the snow. But the older animals and the animals that are in a good routine, that we do know that they will come back if they get too cold, then obviously we can let them out and enjoy it. But you just need to keep an eye on everyone and make sure there's no one sitting out, because obviously they'll get cold if they're out for long periods.
The chimps are a hardy bunch, and some of Hananya's group brave the weather, fascinated by the white stuff decorating their enclosure. Over at Paddy's group, the snow has had a calming effect on normally boisterous Gamba. Kathy prefers cracking the ice in the pond for a chilly snack. It's a favourite with leader Paddy. And dominant female Cindy.
I think the chimps do suffer from the cold just like we do. So they tend to go out and have a run around and brave the cold weather, but then they like to come back in to warm up. So they've not been out for long, but they've certainly been out enjoying it.
To warm them up, Paddy's group are about to have a treat. Hot jacket potatoes.
It's something that we do right the way through the winter. We like to hand feed them just to make sure that everybody gets one, because it is a firm favourite with them. So I'm just chopping them into halves, and then Maria and I will go up into the tunnel area and give them out to the chimps. During the winter time, it is important that we keep
a good weight on all our chimps, so we like them to be a little bit heavier during the winter, so we do tend to up the calories slightly during the winter time, and then obviously if they get any colds or coughs, they can maintain their same body weight. So any of the ones that are slightly skinnier can have a couple, and then there's a couple that just get one or two.
Good girl, Athena. And that's pretty much it for these guys in the tunnel. They've all had their fair share.
It's snowing again, and despite the anxiety over woolly monkey Raul's fall, the team need to keep the park running. Jeremy is definitely not a fan of today's weather.
There's nothing positive about snow. Why anybody thinks there is totally and utterly beyond me. It's bad. In weather like this, the guys just stay indoors. One or two people will go outside and have a look and think, God, that's cold, and then go back in again. And that, I'm with them. Obviously, the biggest problem is keeping the chaps warm, and you cross your fingers and hope not too much breaks down. But it gives George something to do with his chaps, doesn't it? Keeps them off the street.
George is head of maintenance, and in this weather, it's important he keeps the heating going so the animals stay warm. Amy's Capuchin group are really appreciative. It's too cold for them to even venture outside, but with the heating turned up and the keepers providing a challenging supply of extra vitamins, they've plenty to keep them entertained. Clever Elvira is first to show her balancing skills, while Fiona finds it a bit trickier to break open a melon. The Capuchins were all rescued from a lab. Their balance and coordination has hugely improved since their old life in solitary confinement, as Marcy demonstrates, managing to pierce the melon skin with her sharp teeth and reach inside for the fruit and seeds. The girls are definitely getting their 5 a day with the fruit, but the veg is less popular. Dominant female Amy shows a preference for melon and doesn't give up even when it hits the deck. Capuchins are from tropical Central and South America, so they're happy to just watch the snow from their window and enjoy the feast. But whatever the conditions, work doesn't stop for the keepers at the 65-acre site. They've more than 240 apes and monkeys spread across 20 different enclosures to feed and look after. But with the park being so close to the coast, they don't often get such bad weather, and it's a bit of a novelty for keepers and animals alike.
Certainly I haven't seen snow since I've been here, so yeah, it's very rare obviously in this part of the country, so it's nice. Occasionally we've had tiny bits, but nothing that's settled, you know, quite like this. They're funny, the chimps, because they'll always look first, and they have, of course, seen frosty mornings, and so that can look quite white, but they all came into the bedrooms this morning and were staring out the windows and weren't quite sure what to make of it, but once they braved the outside, they enjoyed it. They seem to be very robust, actually, chimps, when it comes to that sort of thing. Often in the summertime, they'll hold ice lollies for 20, 30 minutes, so they do seem to be more immune to that, and they like the cold textures, so they came in and they had sort of breakfast in one hand and a snowball in the other.
Honey enjoys the snow, but isn't quite so keen on the cold, and has brought her snowball indoors. While Turkish chimp Zeynep, well, she just fancies having a duvet day. In their native Africa, chimps wouldn't experience temperatures this cold, so the park takes every precaution to keep them healthy over the winter.
Yes, of course, chimps can get the things that we can get, and so staff have to be very careful around this time of year. Obviously, if we're harbouring a cold or a cough, we need to be very careful around the chimps, take precautionary measures, for example, wearing face masks and that kind of thing.
And they go one step further.
Every chimp that lives at Monkey World gets a flu jab. Some years ago we started actually the injection training with the chimps with a view to be able to do this kind of thing. If you can do it in this way where it's, you know, they know exactly what's happening and they get a reward for doing it, it's a much nicer way of doing it.
Cookie is a perfect patient as Kate gives her the injection in her shoulder, while Cara goes through her checklist to see who still needs a jab. Zeynep isn't happy, but presents her arm for a second time. And gets a banana and a packet of raisins as a reward. While the chimps line up for their flu inoculations, Holly has arrived at the vet's with baby woolly Raul. He appears to have had a fall, but the keepers don't know exactly what happened. At the surgery, they're more used to dealing with domestic pets, but Vet Thezar takes blood tests and x-rays straight away.
That's a good sample. That's good, good.
Baby Raul is in great distress, but the vet must give him a thorough check to discover what's wrong.
He was collapsed, he was dying, no doubt. He was very, very poorly, just with a really, really heart, was beating really fast and was white, the color of the membranes was completely white, it was shocked. So we put shock fluids, which is, you know, very fast fluids in turn to perk up that circulation. And then it's when we took some x-rays and we found out that the bone's density is not that good in the x-rays. And now what he's having is lack of calcium in the bloodstream and is making to be very, very sick. So yes, I think perhaps has had some head trauma. I have to admit there's a big uncertainty if this is going to be, you know, life-threatening or not. Certainly with head trauma, you know, you cannot be certain. So the prognosis is reserved at the minute. I'm not sure.
The next few hours will be critical for little Raul. Still in shock and with a head injury which could be more severe because of a weakness in his bones, he's only just clinging to life.
In fact, the eyes, they are still moving a little bit.
Woolly monkeys are endangered and are bred at the park as part of the European Endangered Species breeding programme. Highly strung and hard to keep in captivity, every baby counts, and losing Raul would be a terrible blow for the team. The decision is made to keep Raul in overnight. But in the morning, it's bad news. Raul's condition deteriorated, and he didn't survive the night.
It's just so unfortunate. I mean, you can't really put it into words. I mean, Mother Paquita was doing so beautifully with that baby. And the baby was just fantastic. It was interacting with all the other woolly monkeys. And they are so rare, these animals, and it is very, very important that we do breed from these guys. And this is just devastating. The only thing that seems to have happened is that he had a really massive bang to the head, had internal bleeding, which caused hemorrhaging, and unfortunately that's what he died of. So it was just literally probably a freaky accident. We don't even know how that occurred. He was a very adventurous little boy. He was always climbing and jumping about all over the place. Whether he missed up in the rafters of the front bedroom and fell to the floor, we don't know, but certainly Mum did try to pick him up, and of course he wasn't able to hold on to her. We just haven't got a clue. It just seems to be an unfortunate accident.
Raul was a rare woolly monkey, so losing him is very upsetting for the team. Breeding at the park is limited because space is needed for mistreated primates from all over the world. But Alison is committed to the European Endangered Species Breeding Programme, which ensures the survival of the woolies, orangutans and golden-cheeked gibbons.
You know, we do everything we can to assist those 3 species at the park by setting up different family groups and encouraging them to reproduce and to have babies and to look after them themselves, because that's what's most important to us, is that if we breed these animals, we want them to have natural lives and for their mothers to care for them. So wherever possible, we encourage the mothers of those 3 species to care for their own infants and to get on with their own lives. And with the golden cheek gibbons, they seem to do pretty well at mothering. So far we've been going great guns with our golden cheek breeding program.
Which is why, after the sad loss of Raul, Alison is delighted later in the week to meet up with keeper Colin and hear some good news.
So you think we've got second one in the pipeline?
Yeah, she looks like she's pregnant, ready to go anytime now.
Okay, and how's Tien coping with that?
Okay, he's being pushed away by her a little bit,
yeah.
But he's spending more time playing with his dad now.
Yeah, we're fairly sure that Peanut is pregnant now. It's been 2.5, 3 years since Tien was born. She's certainly a lot bigger in the belly. She's got quite a little round belly now, and she's always been pretty keen on her food, but she's fiercely keen on her food now. She's eating a lot more. The swelling started off quite high up. It's now dropping a little bit, so we're hoping that she'll give birth possibly within the next few months. Peanut lives with her husband, her mate Punyo, and their little son Tien. Now, Tien's 2.5 to 3 years old now. Tien's always been very close to his mother, but he's a lot more independent now. He spends a lot of the time playing around on his own. And also, in the past few weeks, he's been spending more time with Punyo, with his father. Now, whether this is because Peanut's actually trying to wean him or move him away a little bit, knowing that she's pregnant, then that could be another sign. But at the moment, Tien's spending a lot of time with his father, playing together quite happily.
Peanut was rescued from a tropical bird smuggler in Cambridgeshire after a court case in which Alison gave expert testimony. Peng Yo, her mate, was stolen from the wild in Vietnam for the pet trade in Taiwan. Although Peanut's pregnancy means she's trying to wean Tien before her new baby is born, she's still happy to share a cuddle.
We do take very seriously all of those new lives that come to the park, and we're over the moon when we see that we've been doing the right things for our rescued monkeys and apes.
Next time on Monkey Life, tests for Chimp Trudy as fears grow for her health.
Anything that's going to be sinister like a tumour is going to show up nice and bright.
And baby Diego leaves Alison for his woolly monkey family. Today on Monkey Life, fears grow for Trudy, one of the park's most famous chimps.
Anything that's going to be sinister like a tumour is going to show up nice and bright.
Marcel the Marmoset proves to be a star pupil.
Marcel, hand. Good boy, well done.
And baby Diego finally graduates and joins his woolly monkey family. This is Monkey World in Dorset. Tucked away deep in the English countryside, it's the largest sanctuary for monkeys and apes on the planet. And this is Dr. Alison Cronin, the primate's best friend. Alison and her team spend their lives rescuing...
Pretty huge, yeah, it doesn't get much huger.
...and rehabilitating primates from all over the world.
You see, we're all head shaking hello.
They currently look after more than 240 monkeys and apes from 15 different species. There's been growing concern over the health of Chimp Trudy. The youngster was rescued as a baby from circus owner Mary Chipperfield, who was prosecuted for cruelty.
Don't start, please, Trudy, because I'm not in that sort of a mood.
Over the last few weeks, Trudy has been displaying signs of back problems.
32.5.
But a series of X-rays has failed to provide a definitive answer.
It's narrowed down the possibilities of what Trudy's problem is, that work that we did on her the other day, but it still leaves us with a full range of something that is terminal and not very nice for Trudy's future, or something that simply is a case of she needs to be, you know, a little bit cautious for a while and she'll heal up and get better. Still sort of we need to do a bit more investigating and find out. I am very concerned for Trudy.
The X-rays suggest there may be some kind of mass around the vertebrae in Trudy's upper spine. That could indicate a tumour, which might be cancerous or not, an infection, but her blood tests were clear, or be the result of a previous trauma injury.
I'm going to call an urgent meeting with all of our vets so that we can have a plan of action, because at the moment all three possibilities basically mean us just managing her in the way that we are.
Alison's prepared to go to any length to solve Trudy's problems, so the team decide to call in a special mobile medical device. It's so enormous, they've had to trim some of the trees to get it into the park.
We're in a lorry, basically, which contains a mobile MRI scanning unit, which comprises of a huge magnet and all the various computerized gizmos that go with it. But it's rather like an extremely fancy X-ray or a CT scan. And it's going to tell us a lot more about the problems in Trudy's neck than a conventional X-ray will do. With a chimp, the very first thing you have to rule out is trauma, so be it a fracture or whatever. But we'll see. We'll get a lot more idea from the MRI image as to whether the lesions we saw on X-ray are caused by trauma or whether they're caused by something more sinister like a tumour growing. It's both possible, but it's a chimp. We've got to rule out trauma first.
MRI scanners are used regularly in hospitals. The patient needs to lie very still, so Trudy will have to be anaesthetised for the whole procedure, always a risk.
We're going to be doing a pretty major scan. We're going to be looking at the brain and the whole spinal cord, and depending on how we go with the anaesthetic, we might look at the hips and perhaps other parts of the body that look a bit suspect when we're scanning as well.
Trudy is driven across the park and carefully transferred to the scanner lorry. Jeremy, vets John and Femke, and radiologist Andrew work quickly to get everything ready for the scan.
Is there any way we could, temperature-wise? It's too cold in here for her, way too cold.
The team aren't sure what's causing Trudy's condition, and they need to work down the body, so the first scan he does is her head.
You can see the brain, which is this part just here, and we're looking at the different things. We're looking at the fluid that surrounds the brain. We can see the grey and the white matter. We're looking to see if there's any tumours, any great nasty effects from some trauma.
This is just, fantastic technology which gives you effectively like opening pages of an anatomy textbook, which is wonderful. I don't know how it works, haven't got a clue. It's a bit like going to a financial advisor. They'll explain everything to you and 10 minutes later you've forgotten. And I know people have explained the principle of MRI to me in the past. Yeah, I'm blowed if I can remember it.
We can see here exactly what's inside her head. So we can see that there's no great space-occupying lesion that's, for example, a tumour that's going to cause any big problems. So far, so good, touch wood. We haven't quite finished. We're going to look at the spine next, and so we can have a look down there.
Now, as long as we know that she doesn't have something like a tumor that's eating away at her central nervous system and causing her pain that she's hiding and the whole thing, that's my main concern for Trudy, is her welfare.
Later, concern in the scanner.
Massive lesion there.
Oh my God.
Could this be the reason for Trudy's problems? Leanne Bates and her husband Mike are regular visitors to the park. They're both primate experts from California, where Alison's from. They swap ideas and research with the team at Monkey World and help with the primates training.
You can vary the session by mixing up the behaviors a little bit more.
Yeah, okay.
Today, Leanne is helping Donna from the Small Monkeys team. She's training one of the tiniest monkeys in the park, Marcel the Marmoset, to present his hand for inspection.
That's our target. Good boy.
Technically, the technique they're using is called operant conditioning.
That's our target. Well done.
Clicker training for short, because a click sound is used to tell the primates they've done something right. It's mostly used on the larger apes, so for tiny marmosets to learn, it's quite unusual.
That's our target.
The first stage is to persuade the monkey to come to the right spot on the mesh by providing a target.
That's our target.
We're actually conditioning a really natural behavior for most primates, which is to reach out and touch food, which is a really strong motivator for them. And we're pairing that with a click, which is actually something that tells them they did something good, because it usually is followed by the food.
Good boy.
These guys have really tiny fingers. They get into squabbles once in a while. So finger injuries are not uncommon. So you can imagine to have a hand presentation at request at any time in the day gives you a great opportunity to look at an injury up close, and in most cases even treat it.
Target.
Leanne believes clicker training is the kindest and least stressful way to help captive primates.
This is basically making their life here as high quality as possible. We want to let them just do what they do in a social setting. And that's really the goal here at Monkey World.
Nathan, target. Good boy, well done.
Marcel's been successful with the target, so Donna tries tiny Nathan next and asks for his hand.
Hand. Nathan, hand.
But Nathan's lost interest, and Marcel's nowhere to be seen. So, for now, Leanne and Donna abandon the training session. At the park's marmoset enclosure, the tiny monkeys are enjoying a treat of stick insects. Common marmosets are native to the central forests of Brazil, and in the wild live in groups of up to around 15 individuals. They have claw-like nails which help them cling to branches and land when they leap.
Marcel!
Leanne and Donna are back to see if they can persuade the marmosets to present their small hands for examination. The monkeys lost interest halfway through the last session, but ever-patient Donna is trying again with Marcel.
Marcel, hand. No. Marcel, hand. Good boy, well done.
So click when he gives you the hand.
Okay.
And then you can say okay when you're done.
Marcel, hand. Good boy, well done.
And then go ahead with that duration again.
Hand. Marcel, hand. Good boy, well done.
Yeah, that's great. And he did start to leave it there for a duration, which is good. And that's what you want to work toward.
Yeah. Cool.
Well done.
The training session went really well. Obviously, when we start it each day, you don't know what the animal is going to be thinking, whether they're going to be in the mood for training or not. But today seemed to go really well. Marcel hand. Good boy. Definitely a good result. Hopefully, all the other marmosets in the park will be achieving the same thing.
The majority of the chimps at the park have been rescued from beach photographers and the pet trade. The care staff try to encourage the kind of behaviour they would have learned in the forest, like foraging for different foods. Today, they're putting out pachnoda grubs, high-protein insect larvae similar to those the chimps might eat in their natural habitat. Hananya's group all had a tough start, but life at the park has given them a second chance. Being the alpha male, Hananya always gets to eat first and has no hesitation snacking on the grubs. Gangly teenager Shamak hoovers them up and looks for more, while Simon and high-ranking female Joni are a little unsure. Not enamoured with the grubs, Simon heads to the pond to correct his bad hair day. While former lab chimp Evelyn, usually a bit of a tomboy, ignores the grubs completely in favour of comfy blankets. But while Hananya and his group relax, there's one chimp missing.
All right, then I'll go backwards. Will you? Good.
Trudy has been suffering from back problems, and the team are hoping a mobile MRI scanner will reveal the cause. They've looked at her brain and are now examining her spine.
Anything that's going to be sinister like a tumour is going to show up nice and bright. So we haven't seen anything there. Exclude the brain, because although it's bright, it's meant to be surrounded by fluid, so that's fine. That's good news.
Wildlife vet John checks Trudy's vital signs, and she's lined up for a lower back scan.
There's a massive lesion there.
Oh my God!
So it's...
Andrew has spotted an abnormality in Trudy's lower lumbar region. This could be the cause of her pain.
Looks like perhaps a slight herniation of disc material here.
Interesting that some of the discs in the neck appear to be desiccated or dry.
We're looking at the top part of lumbar vertebrae number 5, which looks to have perhaps ankylosed or fused with the vertebrae above it. You can imagine two bones that are meant to be separate, but when they become one, they start to fuse together. Then it means that anything that's meant to be between them, be that disc material, or if it's impinging on the spinal cord, then it's going to cause problems to whatever that happens to be. If it's impinging on some nerves or some the spinal cord, then it's going to cause a lot of pain, and that could be why she's now tentative. And instead of jumping from tree to tree, she's now going down to the ground. So yeah, it's going to cause a lot of pain. Is it curative? You can actually go in and shave off part of the bone. That's a decision that John will make in consultation with his colleagues.
A lot of primates get spinal arthritis, but not in the same kind of position as that. And Trudy's young. It's a very juvenile animal to have, spinal arthritis. What I'd like to do is hear the opinion of someone who spends, is an expert in interpreting spinal scans. And that's our next move, really.
It's been a worthwhile exercise, and the team may be closer to finding out what's causing Trudy's discomfort. But at the moment, there are still more questions than answers.
You're a good little man, aren't you? Yes, you are.
Baby woolly monkey Diego is now 6 months old. he's been hand-reared by Alison and the Primate Care team, but their sleepless nights have come to an end.
Today's probably the last day that I'm gonna have him here with me feeding him, because I think really now I've become more of a hindrance in his life than an asset, and he's ready to join the woolly monkey group for good. So I think today is probably gonna be the last day that he stays with me. At this point, he spends all day long with the woolly monkeys and flies about the enclosure, so there is no need for us to be fussing over him. He's a woolly monkey and he's ready to go home.
Diego is about to join his new woolly family full-time. Three months ago, tragedy struck at the park when they lost one of these precious endangered woolly youngsters after a fall. Little Raul's accident shocked everyone, but now the team have a plan to make sure Diego stays safe.
Little Raul actually took a spill and cracked his head open inside the house. Now, we need to make sure that the house is kitted up as good as humanly possible for when a young lad like him starts moving about, that if he does take a tumble or a fall, because they do fall from the trees, they do make mistakes when they're learning, and we just need to make sure that in the house there are enough ropes hanging down that wherever he is, he can reach out and grab something. Even if he's falling down, odds are that that tail or hands and feet will latch onto something before he hits the deck.
So the maintenance team and keepers get to work transforming the woolly monkey playhouse into a safe environment for adults and babies. A delighted Holly is happy to give a guided tour.
So we've put in things like laundry baskets, which they like to sit in, they like to sit on, and we can hide their dinner in or insects in, just to keep things new and different for them. We've also added some logs, which we've suspended from the ceiling. Lavar's very, very strong. He's the dominant male, and he would throw these around in displays. So just to make sure nobody gets injured and that our windows are safe, we've secured them with hose that Diego also can climb up and down. And we've added rope bridges that are nice and brightly coloured, so they're fun to look at, and Diego can use those to access different parts of the house, like the food bowls, the floor, the ceiling. But one of the most important things we've done is we've installed drop-downs of hose for Diego to be able to get up and out of the way and access the ceiling and slides and that kind of thing. But we've made a couple of other additions as well. One's a cargo net, which we've added up in the rafters. We've secured that with great big bolts, so nobody will be taking that down. And that will help us if Diego's up in the rafters and does take a bit of a tumble. He will catch himself in the cargo net. And whilst it's good for him, it's fun for the adults too. They can swing round in it and sunbathe in it under the skylights.
Diego has been spending his days in the bedrooms at the woolly house. Tonight, he will sleep there for the first time. And in the morning, all being well, he'll be allowed into the playroom. Keeper Holly has one last sleepless night to check how he's getting on.
I stayed here till about 9 o'clock last night, making sure that everybody dropped off to sleep well. And he had a pretty late night. I think he was making the most of not having any adult supervision. But at 9 o'clock, he fell asleep with Julio on a shelf in one of the bedrooms, curled up in a ball, which, well, we couldn't really be happier for him to decide to sleep with a woolly monkey rather than sleep in the crates we provide for them with fleecy blankets in. Is such a big step. Everyone's absolutely chuffed to bits.
After a good night's sleep, Diego, half-brother Julio, and the rest of the group get a chance to see the home improvements.
Well done, guys. Come on then. Come on, Suze. So far, it's been absolutely fantastic. Diego was a little bit unsure at first. We were quite happy for him not to even brave the room for days and just check it out from a distance, but He went and had a look in the tunnel, had a quick peek in the room, thought about it for a minute, and then he was straight in, all over the floor, up and down the ropes, and the browse seemed to be a particularly good hit, jumping about in that and eating some of it. So far it's going fantastically.
Next time on Monkey Life, the ring-tailed lemur who ruled the roost at a family home.
Kaya didn't fit in to our life at all. We had to fit around Kaya. You ready, Elvira? Look, ha! That's it.
And the Chilean Capuchins get a lesson in wild behaviour. Today on Monkey Life. The ring-tailed lemur who ruled the roost at a family home.
Kaya didn't fit in to our life at all. We had to fit around Kaya.
Babe and Amy come face to face with their own kind for the very first time.
You ready, Elvira? Look, ha! That's it.
And the Chilean Capuchins get a cracking lesson in wild behaviour. This is Monkey World in Dorset. Tucked away deep in the English countryside, it's the largest sanctuary for monkeys and apes on the planet. And this is Dr. Alison Cronin, the primate's best friend. Alison and her team spend their lives rescuing...
Everybody's brilliant, really good.
...and rehabilitating primates from all over the world.
You're not gonna let me go? Are you not gonna let me go?
They currently look after more than 240 monkeys and apes from 15 different species. Some of the primates that arrive at Monkey World have been seized by animal welfare authorities. Others come from families who've spent thousands on exotic pets, only to find they can't really look after them. Adrian, Leanne and their daughter Megan, from Belfast, are one such family. They spent £800 on Kaya, a ring-tailed lemur they found in a tiny cage at a breeder's. Pet shop owner Adrian wanted to give her a good home, but it wasn't long before the family realised what it means to keep a wild animal in the house as a pet.
I went to a guy's house about snakes and came across Kaya living in a cage in his living room. I later found out the man was breeding monkeys, lemurs, different things and selling them to the general public. So I felt very sorry for Kaya, and that's when we took her on.
Kaya didn't fit in to our life at all. We had to fit around Kaya. She took over our house. We couldn't open windows in case she would get out. Doors had to be locked at all times. People couldn't come in. We had to build an outside enclosure. She became quite aggressive towards anybody. It started off with Megan. She was just trying to show dominancy.
And social life was out the window too, you know.
Totally couldn't leave her because she was hand-reared. You can't leave a hand-reared animal on their own because we were her family, and the older she got, the harder it got.
I don't think anything can prepare you for a hand-reared primate. It's very, very difficult animal to keep.
Excellent. Kaya will be very pleased, as well as her owners, because then she's going to have a new big family at the park, so.
The family appealed to Alison for help, and today she's in Belfast to collect Kaya and take her back to Monkey World to live with other lemurs. Adrian, Leanne and 8-year-old Megan are upset to part with Kaya, but as they run a pet shop, they know it's the right thing to do.
I knew that we would have to give her up, but at the same time, knowing that she could come to Monkey World, it eases your mind immediately because the conditions are perfect for her, and she will be in a colony, and she'll just be so much happier, and she'll get a lot more than we could ever give her.
Is that going to be kept open?
Alison has made arrangements for Kaya to fly back with her from Belfast to Southampton Airport, 50 miles from the park.
So, up and away for Kaya.
Once Kaya has settled in at the park and passed her health checks, the next step will be to introduce her to the rest of the park's lemurs in their outdoor enclosure at Malagasy. The leader of the mostly male troop is Fennel, a bossy female. As Kaya is still very young, Alison hopes Fennel will adopt her rather than consider her a threat. And if their first indoor meeting is a success, Kaya will eventually go outside with Fennel to meet the males. Today, primate carer Toby is organising a special treat for the lemur group: date ropes.
They know what the rope is. As soon as we go in, they're sort of trying to get the dates out before we even have a chance to hang it up, usually. Just encourages them all to climb a bit, and yeah, they have to, once they get there, they have to work for the dates, and sort of helps them show off their agility a bit. They have to balance, and obviously when you get more than one lemur on a rope, it sort of takes a bit of skill for them to actually stay on the rope. It's just a nice, quick, simple form of enrichment, and it keeps them busy for quite a long time.
Ring-tailed lemurs are only found on the island of Madagascar and live in troops of up to 30 individuals. They climb and jump high in the tall trees to search for food and evade predators. The park's 9 lemurs live in a large open enclosure with plenty of trees so they can leap just like they would in the wild. These canny fruit lovers have already worked out Toby and Donna are about to string up their favourite date delicacy, and they're impatient to get stuck in. There's a definite pecking order in lemur society, and it's 9-year-old Fennel who asserts her dominance and gets first pick. To make life more challenging, as well as dangling date ropes from the feeding tray, Toby also secures them like washing lines. The agile lemurs use their tails to give them stability. Renton is middle ranking and finding it a bit difficult to keep his balance, particularly with Sirius and Houdini at the other end. But while most of the troop find their feet, there's one lemur left at the very bottom.
This is George. George is our oldest resident ringtail. He's estimated to be about 25 years old, which is a very good age for a captive ringtail. George was rescued from a safari park. He was very, very overweight. Had to get him on a diet straight away. He was also very, very food orientated. He used to steal food from everyone and anyone, and obviously this isn't the way lemur society works. There's sort of a hierarchy, and the females are dominant, and it wasn't George's place to go taking the best food. George is firmly set at the bottom of the group now. He's lowest ranking. He sort of knows his place. He will wait until all the other individuals have eaten before he'll come down and have food, but we always keep a few bits to one side for George just to make sure that he's getting his fair share of food as well.
If Kaya is going to fit into the group, she'll have to understand the politics and work out who is who. But at least there's one lemur she'll have no problem recognising.
George is probably the easiest ringtail up here to tell apart from the others, mainly because of his shape. The only sort of legacy of his former chubbier days is that he's got a big saggy belly now, which hangs down underneath him. We're quite often questioned as to whether he's pregnant or carrying babies, but we just have to explain that he's a little old man who was overweight sort of when he arrived here. But it doesn't seem to hinder him too much, and he sort of just waddles around, does his own thing up here, really.
Alison's arriving with Kaya the lemur she collected in Belfast. Jeremy's waiting for them at Southampton Airport. Kaya travelled in the cargo hold, and Alison checks she hasn't suffered any ill effects.
Hey, Kaya. Hey, sweetie. Yeah, we're good.
The young lemur is looking bright-eyed and bushy-tailed. With Kaya loaded airside, Jeremy just needs to collect Alison at the terminal.
So you're picking me up out front.
All right, okay.
And they're on the road to the park. It's nearly dusk when they arrive.
Only come from Northern Ireland, but you know, getting her sort of boxed up, making sure that everybody's happy with all of the right paperwork, making myself happy that she's content in the box and everything. But the whole way back from the airport just now, she was just eating grape after grape after grape. So, you know, life can't be too bad if you're sat on your cuddly toy eating grapes. Yeah, no, pretty pleased. She's a young animal, so she should just take all of this in her stride anyway, and she's pretty confident and cocky, so I think we'll be just fine.
Kaya will be housed in one of the temporary bedrooms while she settles in. And Keeper Donna is so keen to see her, she's come back into work.
She looks lovely. She's in really good condition. She's moving about fine. She's eating. She seems quite relaxed, so fingers crossed.
She's really very active, and you know, she was bouncing off sort of the walls, lemur style, sort of clinging and leaping in the pet shop, so her coordination's quite good. But yeah, no, I'm really very hopeful that she's gonna do okay here, and that she's gonna now have to sort of deal with the will of all of our lemurs in Malagasy and what they think, because she's only just a teenage girl in lemur years, if you will. She's just come into adolescence, and that will make her very popular with the boys. The biggest and most overwhelming factor for Kaya here is that she's going to be with an entire mob of ringtail lemurs with social dynamics to boot that go along with that, and that she's just going to be over the moon to run, romp, and play. That's best case scenario. Worst case scenario is she turns into a spoiled, rotten brat and starts causing fights with everybody. I suspect it's going to be the former, and I'm really pleased for her. She's just going to love it up there.
Over the years, more than 30 small primates have arrived at the park as a result of the pet trade. Like Kaya, Spanish Capuchins Babe and Amy are recent arrivals. Alison and Jeremy collected them from a British couple living in Spain, who could no longer look after them. But the two sisters have never met other Capuchins before, apart from their parents. Today, that's all going to change. The pair are currently living in several of the indoor bedrooms together. But now, Kira and Molly from one of the park's 3 Capuchin groups have come to join them. It's a noisy first meeting.
They're more concerned about all of us being here, so we're gonna have to slow the introductions, let these guys settle down and start considering each other before we ever move ahead with any more. So that's okay, slow is good.
Babe and Amy are wary, Molly's curious, and Kira's just not that interested. But with plenty to eat and no signs of aggression from either side, all four girls settle quickly and tolerate each other's presence. No one is best friends yet, but it's a promising start. Eventually, Babe and Amy will have to get used to an even larger group of Capuchins. There are 92 at the park altogether. The majority came from a laboratory in Chile, and others from the pet trade. In the wild, Capuchin monkeys are clever and resourceful. In their South American rainforest home, they'll often use rocks or branches as tools to help them open food, giving them access to a wide-ranging diet. Despite their small size, they're strong and have been known to carry rocks bigger than their own body mass for long distances. The primate care team at the park often see the Capuchins attempting to crack open food items by banging them on hard surfaces. But they've never seen them use two rocks together as tools.
I cannot look. I'm so looking forward to seeing the Capuchins with the rocks, the ambrals, doing some natural tool behaviours.
Today, they're trying an experiment and are putting out everything needed to test Amy's group at tool use. Angela and Hannah have selected some large, flat rocks and some small stones, as well as hard-to-crack nuts.
It's quite nice yesterday because they had a big rock and a little rock, and they were actually whacking the big rock onto the little rock, so it'll be interesting to see if they try and pick up the big rocks today.
Leader Amy escorts the group out, ignoring the morning food scatter to investigate.
This is believed, obviously we don't totally know, to be a learnt ability. The youngsters will watch their parents go and find large rocks and put them under the fruit trees and nut trees so that they can get to it earlier, and then they'll mimic their parents doing it.
Emily seems more interested in the nuts than the rocks. And Digit knows she needs to open them, but hasn't worked out the best method yet.
Not all this group are captive breds. We believe that some were actually taken out of the wild. So in theory, they should have learnt some of it from their parents, but we don't entirely know what age they were taken out of the wild.
It's a real struggle to get into the prized nuts, but it's Amy who realises a whack will help, along with sharp teeth. The girls use anything but the tools provided to try and open the much-loved delicacy. Later, will Amy and the girls crack tool use like their wild cousins? Babe and Amy, the Spanish Capuchins, have just met the park's Kira and Molly. Previously kept as pets, the pair have never encountered their own kind before. The meeting was a success, so the Primate Care team have decided to let them venture into the playroom and come face to face with more of the group. Jenny, one of the team, is keeping an eye on them.
It's very hard for us to, I guess, predict the outcome of the next few introductions, particularly as we haven't actually introduced some of the more dominant and higher-ranking ladies. But at this stage, it does look like the right group for them. I mean, all the introductions so far have gone quite smoothly.
Amy is the more confident of the two. She heads high, typical Capuchin behaviour. The others, the less dominant members of alpha female Debbie's group, seem unconcerned about the newcomer. A little later, Babe decides to brave it too and joins her sister. The park's Chilean Capuchins make friendly facial gestures but take little notice of the sisters, who rarely move far from each other, but seem quite at home.
They're both lovely, confident ladies, and that'll set them up in good stead for the rest of our introductions. So, yeah, we're feeling quite positive.
They're happy in the playroom and they've been accepted into Debbie's group. But next time, it'll be the great outdoors for Babe and Amy, something they've never experienced before. In the enclosure next door, Amy's Capuchin group have been given rocks and stones to use as tools to open nuts, just like they would in the wild. But so far, they haven't quite picked up the technique. After a few more attempts by the girls, Keeper Angela decides to give them a helping hand, encouraging this natural behaviour that would help them survive in the wild.
That's it. Go on, Elvira, you can do it.
She demonstrates the technique by using the big rock as an anvil and a smaller one as a hammer. A few well-aimed taps and the nut is open.
So, not Elvira. Nah.
The curious Capuchins queue up to see a demonstration.
Tap. You do it. Rock. Nut onto the stone. You do it.
Elvira and Amy seem particularly keen to learn.
Got your nut. You can do it, girls.
They're bright, but they haven't got the hang of it just yet.
And you got your nut.
Patient Angela doesn't give up.
Tasty nut.
And eventually, it's Emily who shows captive Capuchins can be as clever as their wild counterparts. Next time on Monkey Life. Orangutan Xiao Kuai is expecting a happy event.
She's probably a month or so gone now, maybe a little bit more.
While golden-cheeked Gibbon Peanut presents her newborn, 2 days old and clinging on tight. Today on Monkey Life, it's babies all round, with orangutan Xiao Kuai expecting a happy event.
She's probably a month or so gone now, maybe a little bit more.
Woolly monkey Yurima's weight gain suggesting she might be too.
Yurima, station. Good girl.
And golden-cheeked Gibbon Peanut presenting her newborn, clinging on for dear life. This is Monkey World in Dorset. Tucked away deep in the English countryside, it's the largest sanctuary for monkeys and apes on the planet. And this is Dr. Alison Cronin, the primate's best friend. Alison and her team spend their lives rescuing
We'll take good care of them.
and rehabilitating primates from all over the world.
You can show everybody how your teeth are growing.
They currently look after more than 240 monkeys and apes from 15 different species. The park rarely breeds primates because there are so many around the world already needing help, and space is limited. The exceptions are rare endangered species, forming part of international breeding programs like the orangutans. In the wild, their habitat is under threat due to illegal logging and palm oil plantations. So, babies from well-looked-after captive groups are good news. Today, keeper Rita is examining Xiao Kuai. She uses hand signals and a clicker sound to indicate she wants Xiao Kuai to turn and present her rear.
Yay, good girl.
She suspects from her swellings that something is up. Animal director Jeremy is able to confirm keeper Rita's suspicions.
Xiao Kuai is pregnant. The telltale swellings that female orangutans have when they're pregnant, she has. And it really is it's a perfect pregnancy test, and it works and you can't fail.
It's really good news for the park and the species. Xiao Kuai was wild caught and rescued from outside a Taiwanese amusement arcade, where she'd been abandoned along with 2 other orangs. Alison and her late husband Jim Cronin, who started the park, brought her back to the UK in 2000 from the Ping Tung Rescue Centre, who'd taken them in.
A little bit dopey in the eyes, but she's probably quite tired. It's been a long trip and big time zone change and everything. So, I mean, you know how you guys feel when you travel a long way. She's feeling just the same. So, but looking pretty good.
Since she's been at Monkey World, Xiao Kuai has flourished and already given birth to little Kai, who's now 4.
Xiao Kuai is actually our little Rolls-Royce orang because she rears her own young, and you know, Kai being the example, and you know, rearing babies is what Xiao Kuai wants to do. So therefore, we're very lucky. She's probably a month or so gone now, maybe a little bit more. It's a big milestone.
So, in about 7 months' time, Kai will have a baby brother or sister and have to share his mum's attention.
I know that Kai is a very natural sort of chap. He is not influenced by humans or anything, and he's growing up in as an orangutan environment as is possible for a captive born animal. There's no reason to suspect that he's going to mess up. And also at that age, what's he going to do, really?
Across the park is another of the endangered species Alison and the team are committed to helping, the golden-cheeked gibbons. These very special lesser apes are found in Vietnam, Laos and Cambodia, but they're losing their habitat throughout their native lands. And despite their endangered listing, some are still stolen from the forests for the illegal pet trade. But there is some good news for this rare species, thanks to Peanut, one of the park's rescued golden-cheeked gibbons.
Yesterday morning we came in and found her with her new baby, which is so far very healthy, been suckling quite a lot yesterday, so we're all very pleased about that. We don't envisage any problems with this. This is our second kid, so Tien's coming up for 3 years old now, so we're hoping she'll just carry on as normal, as a good mother that she is, and look after this one as she did the last one.
Peanut arrived at the park in 2000, following the arrest of a tropical bird smuggler. The young gibbon was found at his house in Cambridgeshire, kept as a pet. Alison called in wildlife vet John Lewis. The first thing he had to do was determine the gibbon's sex.
People have said to us it's male or it's female. They're very difficult, in fact.
Golden-cheeked gibbons are born blonde, turn black, and stay that way if they're male. But if they're female, they change to blonde again at adolescence, usually around 6 years old.
That's a difficult call.
Even with all their expertise, John and Alison struggle to make a decision.
No, hang on. It's female. Okay, great.
Alison was called to give expert evidence when the smuggler appeared in court.
I think It was very clear I came out with the upper hand, and hopefully Peanut will be able to stay with her adopted mum. That's really what we want. I think we got it.
Alison's testimony helped seal the case. The smuggler was jailed for 6.5 years, and Monkey World got custody of Peanut. Now, 8 years later, she's just given birth to her second baby. And it's the same old problem for the park.
We don't know if it's a boy or a girl yet, so we'll be keeping an eye on her or him and see how it turns out. It's pretty difficult to sex at the moment. They're very small, all the bits and pieces are very small, and also because the baby's so tight onto the mother, it's hard to get a good look at the relevant area. One of the ways we can tell is if we see it having a pee, actually, and which way it goes. So that's always a good way of telling.
Peanut was kept in for the day to make sure the baby was suckling, but today she's already taken her infant into the outdoor forest enclosure.
In the forest, they have to carry on as normal when they have a little baby on the front. They can't really spare one arm to hold on to it because you need both arms to brachiate through the trees, to fly through the trees. So the baby has an excellent grip. He or she is hanging on with hands and feet, and Peanut is flying through the trees as normal at the same speed. As I say, it looks a bit scary, but really there's no cause for concern. This is Peanut's second baby, but it's still quite important for the species, for the captive breeding programme. As we know, golden cheek gibbons are highly endangered, so it's great that we're still breeding them here, and we've now got a second baby, and hopefully we can carry on like this.
Another of the park's youngsters is on the move today. Over at the temporary bedrooms, the Primate Care team are about to collect Kaya, the ring-tailed lemur. Alison rescued her from a family in Belfast, who bought her as a pet, but discovered keeping wild animals at home is not a good idea.
Kaya didn't fit into our life at all. We had to fit around Kaya. She took over our house. People couldn't come in.
I don't think anything can prepare you for a hungry primate. It's very, very difficult animal to keep.
She's settled well at the park, but has yet to meet any other lemurs. And before she can do so, she needs to pay a visit to Mike, the vet.
Thank you.
Holly and Donna are taking her to see him at the park's hospital.
We were expecting to have to maybe show her a nice treat or something, but she's obviously quite comfortable and trusting, so she's gone straight in. Couldn't have gone better.
Kaya was taken from her mother as a baby and has never met other lemurs before. But eventually, she's going to join the park's 9 other ringtails in their enclosure at Malagasy.
Thank you.
The group is made up of 8 inquisitive males and 1 dominant female. To make sure 18-month-old Kaya doesn't receive too much interest from the males or be seen as a threat by Fennel, the older female, she's going to be fitted with a contraceptive implant. Vet Mike and vet nurse Penny anaesthetise Kaya so Mike can slip the contraceptive device under her skin.
It's the same implant that's used on human ladies. So they're well tested, they're very safe, and it gives you long-term birth control.
While she's asleep, they take the opportunity to give her a quick health check, looking at her teeth, taking blood samples, and weighing her.
1.95.
Lastly, Alison takes ink prints of her hands.
We're taking a handprint from Kaya for educational purposes, which we've done with the chimps before, so we can show people how much they are like us, and you can even see her little fingerprints on this. And also, her previous owners asked if we were going to be doing a health check, if we would get a handprint for them, so I'm not sure. I think that they're going to frame it and put it up on the wall.
Good girl. Right, quick as you can, Donna.
Operation over, Kaya is placed back in her box.
The little operation went without a hitch, so we couldn't be more pleased with it. hopefully this will set her up for quite a peaceful life.
Earlier, Animal Director Jeremy was pleased to confirm that rescued orangutan Xiao Kuai is pregnant. The father of her first baby, Kai, is the park's big alpha male, Tuan. But now, Xiao Kuai lives in Gordon's group. So, Gordon's about to become a dad for the very first time.
It's a case of when rather than if. I mean, we know he does all the necessary actions for this procedure.
Gordon's now 12 and was born at the park. He was a premature baby and rejected by his mum, Amy, but received expert care initially from Jeremy and then from Mike.
Anti-nappy rash. Yep, all good babies have that, don't they, Gord?
As he got older, Jeremy tried introducing him to his mum, but although she tolerated him, Amy wasn't interested. It meant the care team were on duty 24/7. Over the years, Gordon's grown up to be a very laid-back character, and with more orangutans at the park, he now leads his own small group. In the wild, orangutans are solitary creatures, coming together to mate and occasionally to feed. Babies stay with their mothers until they're about 8. The males are not involved in their upbringing.
Baby orangs being born with a male in the group, it's a very controversial thing, and a lot of people think it can't be done. But Gordon is obviously very comfortable with Xiao Kuai. He's also very comfortable with Kai. So we're very lucky we've got a situation. But also, another icing on the cake is, according to our stud book statistician, Gordon is a very, very, very important animal genetically. I can't imagine what remotely is important about you, but never mind. So again, that's another positive thing for, you know, the general orangutan conservation issues.
The park aims to prevent unplanned breeding, so Kaya, a juvenile ring-tailed lemur, has just been fitted with a contraceptive implant. Now she can mix with other lemurs for the first time. Keeper Toby is preparing a bedroom for Fennel, the park's dominant female, who Kaya is about to meet. But first, Toby has to catch and crate Fennel from the lemur enclosure at Malagasy. Animal Director Jeremy has come to help.
She's the only one in this group that isn't crate trained. I can't see her.
Here she is. Go for it. Go for it, Toby.
Good girl, Fennel. Right, I can give you the option. You can either go in here or I'll grab you. Sin. She's jumped in herself.
Come out saying that.
Mission accomplished, Toby and Jeremy take Fennel to Kaya's indoor enclosure. Alison has come to watch the first meeting. Kaya is in the right-hand bedroom. The team put Fennel in the opposite-facing room so the two can see each other. Both lemurs seem more curious than anxious. So, Toby opens the connecting slide to give them the opportunity to meet.
At the moment, Fennel's just exploring, really. She's sitting at the top of the enclosure, and Kaya is watching us at the moment. She's sort of just wandering around. Neither of them seem to have noticed the slide open yet.
A few moments later, Fennel realises she can now reach the lemur across the corridor and moves through to join Kaya. Jeremy, Toby and Alison are on hand in case Kaya feels threatened, but they're not needed. Fennel greets Kaya affectionately, and the young lemur responds by grooming her. It's exactly the right response. A classic display of submissive lemur behaviour, and Alison is delighted.
Most importantly, Kaya's got a friend of her own kind now, and that's the first stage in her rehabilitation. So we're really pleased to sponge for Kaya. And now Fennel will have some female companionship up in Malagasy with all of those boys. So small beginnings, but I'm really pleased.
The care team at the park regularly monitor the health of all the primates, young and old. Part of the process is to keep a note of all their weights. But weighing primates is not an easy business. Today, the woolly monkey team need to weigh Bueno's troop. They're known as the barn woolies, are all captive bred, and are a close-knit family group. Their leader is alpha male Bueno, a great dad and stepdad to the youngsters. The dominant female is Urema. She's a great mum, but has a tendency to be a bit grumpy and stroppy with her younger half-sister, Lena. Youngster Paolo isn't related to anyone in the group, but could one day provide a new bloodline. Woolly monkeys are endangered, and there are less than 100 in captivity in the world. Monkey World has the largest breeding population, so it's important that the care team monitor their progress regularly. Every morning, the monkeys go through a mesh tunnel to reach the outdoor enclosure, so the care team place a weighing scale inside it.
It's not that easy to train them to get onto the scales. They do all sorts of training anyway as part of their operating conditioning, which is how we monitor their health. But getting them onto the scales has been a sort of newer thing for them. Come on, Zingu. Zingu station. It's a little bit scary. We weigh them once a month, and this is important because we use it if we need to dose them for any medicines, and we can also keep a track on how they're eating and stuff as well. So it's just a kind of add-on to their health checks that we do with them. Hello there. Good girl. Well done. The woolies are quite sensitive to our moods. They can pick up on us quite a lot, so you have to keep yourself really calm and really relaxed with it. Keep it as a game for them because that's how they respond to it better. Inca?
Sandra calls the woolies out one by one. The next two could be more of a problem. It's Urema and her baby daughter, Inca.
Inca, over here. Urema station. They are together all the time. To get them separated, to get them both on the scales separately has been a huge challenge. Inca station, Urema here. Urema.
But Sandra is determined to weigh Urema for a very good reason. She may have another baby on the way.
Good girl. It's hard for us to tell if she's definitely pregnant because we haven't tested her yet. So one of the ways that we can monitor is by how much weight she's putting on, because we know how much the babies weigh. So if we can monitor and she's steadily putting on weight month by month, there's a pretty good chance that there is a baby growing in there and it's growing really healthily. So good lad. Can you get on here for me? Station. Station.
Next out is baby Paolo, who thinks it's all a bit of a game.
Station. Paolo station. Good boy. 2.87. Here you go. No one banana? Is it grape? Grape.
Sandra reports the weights to the rest of the team.
Paolo was 2.87. Urema was 7.52. So she's she's put on weight.
And those few extra kilos may well mean there's another baby woolly on the way. Next time on Monkey Life. An apple a day doesn't keep the dentist away. And is Dad-to-be Gordon a bit of a catch?
Oh!
Today on Monkey Life. Root canal work and fillings for Mickey and Buster. Capuchin Debbie shows new arrivals Babe and Amy who's boss. And a sack full of fun for the baby orangutans. This is Monkey World in Dorset. Tucked away deep in the English countryside, it's the largest sanctuary for monkeys and apes on the planet. And this is Dr. Alison Cronin, the primate's best friend. Alison and her team spend their lives rescuing...
I think we are lucky to come when we do.
...and rehabilitating primates from all over the world.
Good boy. Here we go.
They currently look after more than 240 monkeys and apes from 15 different species. Alison and the team constantly monitor the health of all the primates, and that includes the state of their teeth. Just like humans, monkeys and apes can suffer from broken and decayed teeth. In the wild, the food chimpanzees and other primates eat is low in sugar and helps clean their teeth. But if something goes wrong, they just have to put up with the pain. At the park, it's a different story. Alison has called in London dental specialist Peter Cortez. Peter's normal practice concentrates on human patients, but he regularly looks after primates and other wild animals.
There are two things that animals can't do. They can't speak. You notice the other one's got no choice. You've got to make all the choices. You've got to work fast. You don't want to spread it over a number of appointments. With you, I could do it over 5 appointments. You've got to get it done.
Today, he's going to be working on Mickey and Buster, 2 chimps rescued from Spanish beach photographers in the 80s, who are also best pals.
We've got Mickey, who's got a canine tooth issue that we need to examine and either repair or whatever, but that's obviously down to Peter and John. And then that's followed by Buster, who's got, he's had teeth fillings that need redoing. Dentist days either go really smoothly and all the teeth just fall out and everything happens, you know, one after another, or the most simple things take forever.
Working with Peter will be the park's vet Mike Nathan and specialist wildlife vet John Lewis. John will have to monitor Mickey and Buster during their treatment.
There's no such thing as 100% safe anaesthetic for you, for me, for a chimp, for an elephant. It doesn't matter. All anaesthetics are toxic drugs. We're just using them in measured amounts to produce the effect we want, but not too much, because they're all poisonous. Every single anaesthetic, including local anaesthesia, has the potential to kill an animal. So it's measured or careful monitored poisoning, really, to achieve unconsciousness, good pain relief and safety for us.
Before they can begin, Mickey has to be weighed.
45.5.
Next, they need to insert a tube so he can breathe throughout the treatment.
You might want to get that head well back to there. That's the easiest way of doing it. You keep that well down and it's fine. Then it gets easy. If he coughs, don't worry about it.
Peter begins to examine Mickey's mouth. But John isn't happy.
Pretty shallow. We're leaking gas? You are in there properly. There's a little bit of wheezing before, which I think is the end of the tube trapping at the bifurcation. You're just a centimetre, maybe two too long in the tube.
Once John's satisfied that Mickey's breathing properly, Peter can continue drilling. Later, the dental checkup reveals more than just fillings.
Our Busta and Mickey, 5 or more years older than what we originally thought they were.
Looking after the health of the primates in the park involves not just regular medical and dental checks, but a carefully balanced diet. Many of the smaller primates come to the park after starting life as domestic pets, or being rescued from biomedical laboratories. Often, they've been fed an inappropriate diet. Pets in particular are often given sugary sweets they wouldn't eat in the wild and aren't good for their overall health. But at the park, the primates eat a suitable balanced diet and are often made to work for it in the same way as their wild counterparts. Today, Debbie's group are being given a new challenge.
We're making insect feeders for the capuchins, so we're drilling holes randomly throughout the length of the tube. We'll fill it with grubs and tasty insects and a bit of hay to keep them all in there. That allows the capuchins to stick their little fingers in and pull out the grubs. This is kind of like what they would do in the wild because they're extractive foragers, so they're really good at finding branches and sort of tapping them, working out where the insects are, and then they'll use their fingers and their teeth to get at the bugs inside, and basically trying to replicate that behaviour here.
Debbie is the dominant female of a bunch of Capuchin girls who were all rescued from a Chilean laboratory.
There's lots of sort of slightly older, more nervous characters in that group. There's a lot of the younger ones that we get, they can play with anything, they can come up to us, like they're not shy at all, but the older ones, they've lived in captivity for longer, they have less trust of humans and they're just shyer about going up and approaching things. So what we're hoping is that putting stuff like this out, that will encourage them to come and explore and try out new things, hopefully then discover some more of their natural behaviours. Just do it in layers, like bang a bit.
While Robin and Jill fill the tubes with tasty treats and grubs, the Capuchins look on with interest.
With these guys here, I mean, they lived in a lab, they were fed all their food straight to them, they never had to work for it. And a lot of them are quite shy and don't really, play with things as much and have lost a bit of their inquisitiveness that they should have.
The tubes are tied to the mesh of the outdoor enclosure, so the Capuchins will have to reach inside or use tools to work out how to get to the grubs. The first two to experiment are Kira and Molly. They're high-ranking, young, inquisitive, confident, and also pretty clever.
The thing about Capuchins is that because they're really smart, they can kind of work out the easiest way to get to something. So if there's an easier way, they're not going to go to all the effort of, picking out through the holes. And that's unfortunately what happened here. They reached into the end of the tube and managed to pull out chunks of hay and get the grubs out of that. It's been a really nice experiment and they obviously really enjoyed themselves and they got a tasty treat and it's given us more ideas for what we can do with them in the future.
But while Kira and Molly get stuck into the grubs and the rest of the group forage for food, there are two Capuchin girls absent. They are the new additions to Debbie's troupe, Babe and Amy, who were recently rescued from Spain where they were kept as pets and had never met other Capuchins before. It's taken them a few days to get used to being in the playroom with the rest of the girls, but it's about time they both ventured outside. Keeper Jenny has been monitoring their progress.
We've just left them to make their own way out in their own time. But the other day when we did the release, we actually had Babe following one of her other females out, which was really great to see. So she struck up a lovely friendship there. And that's actually encouraged Babe out for the first time. And Babe was a little bit noticeably stressed being outside for the first time, but after a good sort of 10 minutes she calmed down and yeah, she was looking really comfortable.
But any newcomer to the group needs to understand there's only one dominant female in charge.
Debbie's reaction is quite an interesting one. When Babe first came out, there was a lot of screaming from Debbie and her friends towards Babe, but a lot of it was just sort of talk more than anything else, and it settled down quite quickly. I think she's just a little bit wary of them being newcomers and being quite confident ones at that. But yeah, there was no contact made at all, so we were quite happy.
With her sister Babe outside and feeling confident, Amy eventually left the comfort of the playroom to join her.
We're not really too worried about where they are in the social hierarchy, so long as they strike up a nice relationship with a few other females in there, and then they can become a fully functioning member of the group. And they're both very confident, sparky young animals, and I think they're going to do very well here.
It's a sunny day at the park, and the orangutans are relaxing in their outdoor enclosures. Young male Gordon needs to make the most of it. Life in his group is about to change. One of his females, Xiao Kuai, is pregnant. And he's about to become a dad for the very first time. He's a laid-back sort of chap, so primate carer Penny likes to try and keep him and his family occupied and stimulated. Today, she's got an unusual food for them.
Right, well, we've actually got some elephant garlic, which is a bigger version of garlic, and we're just going to give the orangs a chance to see what they actually do, because a lot of the smaller primates will actually sort of like chew it up, salivate with it, and rub it all over themselves. I'm not completely convinced the orangs are going to do that, but we'll give it a go and see what happens. Come on then, Gordon. Oh, almost.
It's not a natural instinct for an orangutan to try and catch things, but Gordon's having a go.
Come on then, Gordon. Ready? Yeah. Rubbish. I think England are safe in the knowledge that Gordon is not going to become part of the cricket team right now.
Maybe mum-to-be Xiao Kuai will do better.
Xiao Kuai, you ready?
At around 15, she's 3 years older than Gordon.
Not particularly, brilliant.
Sociable youngster Kai, which means triumphant in Chinese, is a bundle of energy. But Gordon and his laid-back ladies are happy to tolerate the youngster's enthusiasm.
Oh!
So close. But then in the wild, Gordon's hand-eye coordination and muscular arms would be used for swinging from tree to tree and picking fruit, rather than playing catch with Penny.
I bet if it was a banana, you'd catch it, wouldn't you? Yeah.
Orangutans spend a long time growing up, so their mums can teach them valuable lessons. In the wild, they need to know where to find the best fruiting trees and other food sources. They don't become totally independent until around 7 years old. The park's orangutan nursery is currently home to 4 lively youngsters, looked after by foster mum Ame with the help of the primate care team.
And what we're going to do today is actually put up some Hessian sacks on a bit of hose and replace the old ones. They absolutely loved them, so that's what we're going to try and do today.
Primate carer Penny knows when you're dealing with orangs, whatever age, everything has to be secure.
They sit in them, and the weight of them just means that the whole thing's going to collapse. That will just not help them. It will destroy their confidence. The idea is for them to feel confident enough to actually sit in them and have a good old swinging moment in them. Also, as well, again, a very orangutan thing, if they're little bolts, Ame will work out how to destroy them or maybe even undo them, and then she'll be running right with bolts and nuts and washers. So, again, reason why we use the big stuff.
The sacks will encourage the youngsters to swing and climb like they would in the wild and improve their muscles and dexterity. And with extra breakfast hidden inside, it's fun as well. Xiao Ning, at 6, the oldest of the youngsters, is the first out. She goes straight to investigate. But deftly chooses the easy option menu at ground level. Jolie is 4 and came to Monkey World from Moscow Zoo. She's happy just to hang out. Xiao Ning tries a different approach. 4-year-old Langur was rejected by her mum at a Paris zoo, which may be why she's never learned table manners. Like Xiao Ning, Dinda is Roro's daughter. Their mum didn't know how to look after them, but Dinda enjoys the company in the nursery, and her laid-back attitude shows even at mealtimes. Langur was 2 when she came to the park and loves to play. Foster mum Ame keeps a close eye on the youngsters. She wasn't happy with other adult orangutans, so took over the nursery a few years ago. Ame knows you don't have to work too hard to be top banana. While the baby orangs are enjoying themselves, across the park, it's anything but fun for some of the chimps. Alison has called in specialist dentist Peter Cortez to examine their teeth. The primates have to be knocked out for him to give them treatment. Mickey's currently having a filling.
Medical checks and dental checks are sort of critical not only to their health, but it provides us with a lot of knowledge about their background. Almost all of them have been smuggled from the wild, so we weren't aware of exactly when they were born or even what country in Africa they were born into, because the smuggling routes are quite extensive, and animals are moved across vast different distances and around the world. So no, we have very little information about any of the guys when they first come.
Mickey had a root filling done on that canine approximately 10 years ago, as far as I can remember, and it's lasted very well. He's broken the tooth further, so the superficial part of the filling that was sealing the whole tooth had been lost. So we're just cleaning it out. It's not 10 minutes, half an hour, 40 minutes.
The team work quickly so they can move on to the next chimp.
He doesn't feel anything, the tooth is dead.
This is the awkward bit.
Have you got that in, okay? Yeah.
We got it. That's great, that's great, that's great. I need to go up where you are, otherwise I'll lose that calf. Can I have a 10mm syringe in this box that we're taking?
With Mickey recovering back at the indoor enclosure, Jeremy collects Buster.
Buster was one of the original groups of chimps into the park.
and he's probably a very similar age to Paddy, who was the oldest of that group, and always number 2 to Paddy, and happy to be that. But he'd always got a bit of a misery, a bit of an attitude problem, and not always very happy. And we actually realised it was a tooth issue.
Yeah.
Then
4 teeth at that point, wasn't all?
Which was which is where we came in on this job, and he had 4 teeth that Peter filled, and it transformed his character. He's never been a sort of life and soul of the party, but he was a lot happier after that, a lot less of an Eeyore after that, although he's always been an Eeyore.
Funny old jaw.
While the animals are under the anaesthetic, the team take the opportunity to give them an all-over health check and take blood samples for testing.
You can get a rough idea, perhaps, of their age by looking inside of the mouth and checking the teeth. So are they worn down to the gum line? And if you take that evidence in combination with the rest of their sort of physical attributes, like do they have muscle wastage? Is their skin starting to get a bit wrinkly and saggy? Do they have the appearance of an older individual? And what we're beginning to wonder and notice is that if we underestimated by a few years some of these individuals, and indeed are Busta and Mickey 5 or more years older than what we originally thought they were. And we'll never truly know the answer to that question, but it looks like probably that might be the case.
Buster's dental checkup and filling go well, and he goes to join Mickey in recovery. But it's all in a day's work for Peter and his assistant, Monica.
I think the most we've done is 6 in one day. 4 primates, a camel, and a poodle.
Next time on Monkey Life, a family reunion for ring-tailed lemur Kaya. And a routine operation for chimp Pip takes a turn for the worse.
Heart rate has just dropped.
Today on Monkey Life, a family reunion for ring-tailed lemur Kaya. Low-ranker Arthur is left out in the cold when his pals get ices. And
heart rate has just dropped.
Heart-stopping moments on the operating table with chimp Pip. This is Monkey World in Dorset. Tucked away deep in the English countryside, it's the largest sanctuary for monkeys and apes on the planet. And this is Dr. Alison Cronin, the primate's best friend. Alison and her team spend their lives rescuing
These guys have a lot more spoiling to be done.
and rehabilitating primates from all over the world.
Oh, yes, I love you too.
They currently look after more than 240 monkeys and apes from 15 different species. The park was originally set up to look after rescued chimpanzees and now has 3 adult groups and the nursery. Yesterday, the Primate Care team were alerted by noisier than usual activity at alpha male Hananya's outdoor enclosure.
We heard a bit of a commotion coming from the back of the enclosure, and everybody ran up towards the house, and we noticed that Pip had a cut above her knee. So we're going to have to give that some medical attention.
It looks like Pip has been the victim of an over-boisterous play session, but with so many adolescent male chimps around, it's hard to avoid the odd injury. It probably wasn't done on purpose, and it certainly wasn't as a result of alpha male Hananya getting overexcited, because his canine teeth have been capped.
Unfortunately, it is a canine wound, so it's gone quite deep and we can see some muscle there, so it's going to need to be stitched.
Pip was born at the park, but her mum, Cherry, one of the high-ranking females in Hananya's group, lacked the skills to care for her. Stolen from the wild, Cherry didn't have the benefit of learning from her own mum. She kept putting Pip down and going off to play. So Jeremy and the team had to take baby Pip away for her own safety. Jeremy hand-reared her along with half-brother and best friend, Ben.
Is that better now? Oh, good. Look, who's that? It's your mate.
Eventually, they were both old enough to go into the nursery, where they settled in well with foster mum, Sally. When she graduated from the nursery, Pip made friends easily. Johnny and Tootie remembered her as an infant. And she behaved perfectly, acting submissively when she encountered her first alpha male, Hananya. She's feisty, brave and bright, and now at 7 and fully integrated into Hananya's group, understands the complex world of chimp politics. To prevent infection, Pip's injured knee must be stitched. The team have isolated her in one of the bedrooms, so she can be anaesthetised for the operation. Outside, Jeremy and vet Mike Nathan are preparing the anaesthetic.
No, just getting the dart ready for Pip so she can't see it. Yeah, that'll do. Right, all stand back because these are not my normal glasses. Hello, darling.
Darting any chimp is no easy matter, but Pip, always lively and quick to get agitated, knows something is up. Jeremy needs a clean shot. But with Pip constantly on the move, it's not easy. Half-brother Ben looks anxiously through the window from the outdoor enclosure. He can hear Pip calling. Jeremy hand-reared Pip and has maintained the bond. She stays close to him despite her fears and agitation, and Jeremy takes and lands the shot.
A little bit wasted, but very little. Do good, girl. Are we good now? Are we friends now? Hey? We're going to be okay now? Good girl.
The tranquilizer immediately begins to take effect.
No. Yeah, just go to sleep, okay? We're good. No. Yeah. Are you okay? You're a very forgiving girl, aren't you? It's okay, I'll look after you. I'll protect you from the horrible man with the gun.
But Pip is fighting the drug, and although she's drowsy, she doesn't fall asleep. Her high state of agitation may have raised her adrenaline levels and could be to blame.
She could have probably, well, I say another half a mil, because it's just not touched her.
Now she's sleepy, Jeremy can hand inject her to top up the medication.
That's taken her up to 3 milligrams per kilogram of ketamine, which is probably, yeah, I'm going to give her a vast amount.
You want to put that on the report? She's had that?
Yeah, it's all there.
Yeah, I think she's gone. I think so. I need to go that way, and then you can go that way.
Later, tension in the operating theatre as Mike gets to work on Pip's wound. Recently, Alison went to Belfast to pick up Kaya the ring-tailed lemur. Kaya had been bought as a family pet by Leanne and Adrian and their daughter Megan. But after the boisterous baby lemur attacked Megan and began to wreck the house, the family realised lemurs are wild animals and don't make good pets. Alison agreed to rehome her with the sanctuary's other lemurs. Now, the family have arrived at Monkey World to see how she's settling in. Kaya is still in an indoor enclosure, getting to know Fennel, the dominant female lemur. But the family are keen to see the outdoor woodland where she will eventually live.
It's nice, isn't it?
Oh, look, Megan.
It's all Kaya's new
We're a
friends.
sun tanning.
That's where Kaya's going to live.
The park already has 8 lemurs, 7 males and 1 female, and they're free to climb trees and roam throughout their 1-acre enclosure. They share it with Blue, the only ruffed lemur.
She's gorgeous. She's lovely. It's really nice.
She'll love it here.
There's plenty of them, isn't there?
How many do you see?
2, maybe 3.
There's more loads up.
There's a couple up the wall. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I can see 7.
It's going to be Kaya's new play friends.
Wild ring-tailed lemurs live only in Madagascar. Their tails are longer than their bodies, but unlike some other primates, aren't used as an extra limb. They can have 2 or 3 babies at a time and eat fruit, flowers, tree bark and sap.
I love the enclosure. I think Kaya will love all the space and having company with all the other lemurs.
No, she's never had this sort of space. And she's, you know, this is going to be completely new to her. You know, she's going to love it, so she will.
Listen, arms. Right, Kaya's through here now.
Kaya the ring-tailed lemur's former family are on a visit from Belfast
Come on in.
and are about to see Kaya again for the first time in weeks.
Hi, look who's here. Hello. Who's here?
Hello, Kaya.
So she's doing really well. I mean, the introductions with Fennel went just excellent.
She seems very content. She seems happy with Fennel, and she keeps running up to Fennel, and yep, she's very, very happy.
I think a few things have changed. I think her diet's changed a bit based upon what you said to me.
Yeah. Yeah, sure.
Alison, what did you have to do to get her to eat right?
We'd have to steam or roast vegetables. She liked them roasted in the oven.
And did you have to hand feed her? Or
She liked it off our plates, and
Yeah.
because I don't eat meat, then I would put a lot of food on my plate, and we would share. We'd have to share food, and then I could guarantee that she would eat vegetables, or she wouldn't eat them if they were in a bowl.
Or if we tried to give her things like rolling fruit up in tin foil and doing different wee things to keep her occupied, like we see you doing.
Yeah.
She wasn't interested. She knew she was going to get it from us
Eventually,
anyway, you
yeah.
know. So.
So she was working you even as a youngster.
Yeah,
she was
she was
already
spoiled,
starting
you know.
to. Yeah,
Very
okay.
spoiled.
But now she's starting to do all these wee.
I think that you guys have made a really good decision time-wise. You cared for her and did a very nice job looking after her. She's very fit and healthy, but you called it right. It's now the time when she needs to be with other lemurs, and she would have just gotten more and more aggressive.
Yeah.
She's loving being with another lemur, but Kaya hasn't forgotten 8-year-old Megan.
So what did you do at home to call her over?
I just sometimes do the lemur noise when she comes.
Like what? What's your lemur noise?
Wah! 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 Wah!
She's gonna be a popular lady.
All of the rescued primates at the park have to learn how to fit in with others of their own kind. Many of the chimps have led solitary lives as pets or photographers' props. But in the wild, chimp society is very complex, with a definite social structure and hierarchy. This carries over to chimps in captivity, and chimp life at the park is based along the same political lines. Alpha male Hananya grew up at Monkey World and, after a difficult start as leader of his own group, has now matured into the job. Today, the Primate Care Staff are giving them homemade, low-sugar, fruit-filled ice lollies to keep life interesting. But who gets first choice and who has to wait for the treat is decided by the group hierarchy. Being alpha male, Hananya gets first pick. Peggy is one of the top females, so she secures 2 lollies and gets stuck in. Female Johnny outranks Tootie, and despite the fact that she already has a lolly, steals another. The lower-ranking female, Tootie, pursues from a distance in the hope of getting it back. But, as she's not prepared to fight for it, she has to settle for leftovers. How high up the order they are can depend on a chimp's character, family history, and friendships. 16-year-old Arthur is way down the pecking order, and he knows it. With him at the bottom is Honey, who wouldn't dream of challenging Peggy for her ice and instead searches for scraps. It's a real change from her old life. She was once owned by the Crown Prince of Dubai and had 2 maids and her own wardrobe. Chimps don't generally share, so while the top chimps enjoy their ices, Arthur waits hopefully for a taste. At last, Honey's patience pays off. And finally, Arthur is happy to find a small sliver of discarded lolly too. While Hananya and his gang are enjoying their ices, Pip, one of the group's young females, is on the operating table.
Size 2. She's got herself so hyped up.
Adrenaline related, I
really,
think.
Yeah, really hyped up and nervous.
Vet Mike Nathan is about to treat a nasty wound on her thigh.
Right.
Mike and Jeremy had a tough job sedating her for the procedure.
Now that we've got her anaesthetised, I think the problem we had with the anaesthetic was twofold. One, she was very, very stressed, and when some animals are very stressed, the adrenaline levels, everything interferes with how the anaesthetic's taken. They're fighting it all the time, so we had to top it up. Anyway, she was injured yesterday. This will be a gash with a canine almost certainly, and what's happened, although the injury is only about just over an inch, the muscle here has been slashed, and we need to freshen the edges of the muscle up, freshen the edges of this, and hopefully effect a closure on it. And so we're now cleaning. You can see another tooth mark there. She's already had antibiotics yesterday afternoon, and she's had anti-inflammatories.
Mike needs to work quickly. He doesn't want to keep Pip under too long, particularly after her earlier agitation and stress.
I'm just flushing this with sterile saline because the wound has been open and I've now cleaned it out.
Vet nurse Emily monitors Pip's pulse rate as Mike works.
Happy?
But as Mike finishes cleaning the wound, Emily and Jeremy become concerned.
Is that you? Yeah.
Emily checks Pip's airways. Mike and Emily have trouble finding Pip's pulse.
I'm giving her the whole of her antecedent, okay?
Concerned, Mike gives the young chimp a drug to reverse the anaesthetic.
Heart rate's gone back up. What are you doing this?
For a moment, Pip's heart rate appears to pick up. But then...
Her heart rate has just dropped. Give me some of the adrenaline that we've got out there. I'm not happy about this. Oh, bloody hell. It's in the top there. Why has she done this?
Mike tries a shot of adrenaline to get Pip's heart started again.
Pulse is there, it's all right.
Oh, good, because it wasn't a minute ago.
For a moment, it seems to work.
I feel her pulse, but... Just ventilator, okay?
But again, the team cannot find a pulse.
Jeremy, this is...
And in desperation, Mike tries CPR on Pip's chest to restart her heart.
Just ventilator between the beats, is that? Just gone. Jeremy, she's gone.
Anaesthesia is poison, and we had a anaesthetic incident and we lost Pip. The most tragic irony is that it was not a life-threatening operation that we were doing when we lost her, so that was the biggest sort of kick in the pants, if you want to put it that way, in this whole thing.
A post-mortem later revealed Pip died of a heart attack on the operating table. She had a short but happy life at the park and made friends easily with other chimps. But her closest ally was her half-brother Ben. They grew up together, and he will surely miss her.
I think we were all shocked by the tragedy that occurred with Pip and her passing, because she was such a young individual that had such a good life ahead of her, and really was born into circumstances, albeit not ideal, but not tragic. So really losing Pip was a blow that was unexpected, and therefore probably harder to deal with than some that we might have predicted.
Next time on Monkey Life.
There you go, Benny boy.
It's time for Ben to move and become a bachelor boy.
Hey, good boy.
And the ground-dwelling Capuchin girls are on a high. Today on Monkey Life. Young chimp Ben moves across the park to join the Bachelors.
He's a good boy. He's a good boy. Yeah.
But will old friend Seamus remember him?
He's a good boy. Yeah, there's a lot of cuddling and kissing going on down here.
And the Capuchin girls are on a high. This is Monkey World in Dorset. Tucked away deep in the English countryside, it's the largest sanctuary for monkeys and apes on the planet. And this is Dr. Alison Cronin, the primate's best friend. Alison and her team spend their lives rescuing...
We get on well.
and rehabilitating primates from all over the world.
Go on, sort him out. He's your baby, not mine.
They currently look after more than 240 monkeys and apes from 15 different species. Rescuing chimps and other primates is only part of the story for Alison, animal director Jeremy and the team. The monkeys and apes need to be socialised into groups and to learn the complicated political rules followed by primates in the wild.
Family groups take generations to evolve, so to just make them with random individuals that you've rescued in one generation it's not impossible, but you're going to get people who are just not going to fit in. And even when you've got that, if you just think of any family that you know, there's grief, there's problems, there's civil war. Some are better than others, but one thing that they've got is there's always some issues going on.
The care staff can only provide a certain level of help. The rest has to be learned from their own species. But 6-year-old Ben has never known life in the wild. He was born at the park, rejected by his mother, and only recently graduated from the sanctuary's nursery. Since then, Alison and Jeremy have been exploring options for a new home for the youngster.
Because of what we do here, we have 4 different groups of chimpanzees. So if you don't fit into one group, we will find you a home in another group. So actually, the whole process with Ben is exactly what we do at Monkey World.
But the first attempt to find Ben a settled place with adult chimps didn't work out. After a series of introductions to the group led by Hananya, it was obvious Ben was never going to be accepted by the alpha male. Hananya was suspicious of the newcomer, and terrified Ben wasn't experienced enough to know how to handle the situation. Jeremy helped bring Ben up with chimp foster mum Sally. Now he and the team must decide Ben's future.
I think, yeah, we pushed it as far as it's reasonable to push it, I think. And, you know, and then it didn't work, so we move on. Ben now is going to go and live with the Bachelors. He's got a couple of friends down there already with Seamus and Turkish Charlie, and he'll be sure he'll have a better life down there.
To help Ben settle for the coming move, Jeremy decides to spend some quality time with him.
At the moment, any time you alter his routine, he's convinced that Hananya is going to be the next part of procedures. So on their normal morning release operation, I've started just saying hello to Ben. This is good. This is all good. To make him realise that, you know, nothing bad's going to happen. You know, we can do something different without there being big, horrible Hananya as a result. He wants as many friends as he can get, and, you know, I can be one of them. And that might, as I say, might make the whole transition from here to the pavilions more comfortable.
Ben's going to need friends, as all introductions to new groups can be tricky. Today, he's moving across the park to see if he can find a home with the noisy, gregarious, and all-male bachelor group, led by alpha male Butch. If he can't, then Alison could start running out of options.
we had thought that a nice option for Ben would be to grow up in a mixed group. However, I could really make the argument that life in a mixed group with all of the ladies and the politics that come along with that isn't easy either. So really, you know, nobody should hate Hananya over this. Hananya's doing what comes natural to him in his own little immature mental way. And, you know, it's just a case of Ben isn't destined to be in this group. But really, I expect Ben's transition into the Bachelor group to be much easier than Hananya, who just shouted goodbye. So I think that's it. And that's Ben and Hananya saying their goodbyes, and I think we should get on with it now. So.
To move Ben to the Bachelors, the team need to persuade him to get into a travelling crate. The alternative is to give him an anaesthetic, something they're always reluctant to do.
Here you go, Betty boy.
It's a good boy.
What you doing?
That's a very good boy. Just give him a few minutes to
just
sit and hang out. Okay.
No mad rush. No mad rush.
Boy.
Hello.
What's this? And we'll give you a shout once he's ready. Yeah, there you go.
Here you go.
Well done.
Ben's been given a light sedative, so he's calm but still curious.
That's quite good.
And with Jeremy at the wheel and Keeper Kate along for the ride to look after him, he heads off to his new home. The majority of the primates rescued by Monkey World wouldn't survive in the wild because they were stolen from their mothers at a very young age. The park not only gives them a safe environment, but encourages the animals to live in the same social groups and structures they would in their native homes. Some adapt relatively easily, but for others, the process can take a little longer.
So when we originally rescued the Chilean Capuchins, we formed 3 groups, 2 females and 1 male. Over the course of about a year, through watching them progress within their social groups, we could see that there were a considerable number of animals that weren't socially ready for such large groups, and they were having quite a hard time in the hierarchy system. We were unsure whether it was due to their low-ranking positions, whether they were too nervous to move around because of all the other animals, or was it because of their actual mental block due to the time they spent in the lab crates.
10 of the more challenged Capuchins, some with physical problems, were moved into a separate group where the Primate Care Staff could give them extra attention. It wasn't long before a clear pattern started to emerge.
With all the keepers spending an awful lot of time observing these Capuchin monkeys, we realised that many of them are actual mesh habituated, so they actually only climb on mesh. This is due to the time that they spent in the labs. The crates are a mesh floor to ceiling, so all they did was circle on mesh. So we're actually hoping to use this need for mesh to actually help them start climbing. So we started putting in mesh ramps to see if we could actually get these girls off the ground and start climbing. And a couple of weeks ago, we came up with an idea of actually building a portable mesh climbing system so we could put treats on top, which will help these animals climb up. So Dave, one of the keepers here, spent a few days making it. Very nice job as well too. And today we put it in the enclosure.
The team are using everything from nuts to rice pudding to tempt the ground dwellers to climb.
Do you think if we put some down the ramp as well, that might...
Yeah. It looks bad, but they seem to really enjoy it. So.
Yeah, they like it, so that's the main thing. Hopefully it will encourage them to climb.
And they've already got Lilia's attention. Wild Capuchin monkeys climb high to avoid predators. But for one of the Capuchin groups at the park, life is more down to earth. To encourage them to leave the ground, the team have built a portable mesh ramp and covered it with tempting, tasty treats. Jill is the first to investigate, and Carer Hannah is delighted.
That's your first badge to becoming a monkey. Bronze medal. Babs, that's cheating. Oh, you cheat! We have to put the food in the middle, won't we?
Jenny has a tentative attempt halfway up the ramp.
Oh, Cecilia's up. Oh, look, 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 look. Look. That's new. This is new. Cecilia's never gone this high before. This is exactly what we were hoping for, see? That's the highest I've ever seen Cecilia climb. Brilliant. When she gets all the way up there, there's another ramp that she could have a go on. So she could potentially make it to the second platform now, have some more tea, and then she's on her way. We've had about 7 to 8 girls that all they do is pace on the floor. So we were hoping that this structure would do exactly what it's doing for Cecilia, just open her mind to another level, basically. It seems once it clicks in their head, that's it then, they're climbing. There she is. Oh my God. Good when it works, doesn't it?
The structure is easy to move, so Hannah tries it outside, in the hope it will encourage the rest of the group to follow in Cecilia's footsteps.
Our main goal is to get them back into social groups and to get them back performing natural behaviours. And obviously for a monkey, that involves climbing. So we want to start getting these girls off the floor, climbing on all the structures, albeit with mesh. And then later on, we're hoping to develop their mesh climbing skills onto maybe some wooden structures. So one day we really hope that these animals will make the most of all our climbing structures and will be able to climb over the ropes and the hoses and the cargo nets and all the wooden frames we have here.
She might not have to wait too long. While the Capuchins scale new heights, young Chimp Ben is on his way across the park to join a new group. He didn't fit in with a mixed family, so he's about to join the all-male troupe known as the Bachelors. In the wild, it's not unnatural for male chimps to band together to protect their territory. And the females sometimes separate off when food is scarce. The park's bachelors don't have females or territory to compete for. So they can relax and stick to what they know best, having fun. But even without the ladies to fight over, newcomer Ben will have to learn how this all-male group operates. Like all chimp groups, the dominant male often makes close alliances with 2 or 3 others who will back him up. Butch is the leader of the Bachelors. He's known for brawn, not brain, and his top henchmen are Buxom and his half-brother Jester. These 2 bruisers wouldn't look out of place in any gangster movie. Ben will need to grasp the politics quickly if he's going to fit in. The Bachelors are generally quite a gregarious lot. Like all male chimps, they show bonds by grooming and rough and tumble play. But Ben will still need some allies of his own in the first few weeks while he finds his feet. Luckily, a couple of his old friends from nursery days are in the Bachelor group. The first is Seamus, who always enjoyed a bit of rough and tumble. According to Keeper Hannah, he hasn't changed a bit.
Sometimes he doesn't know whether he wants to be the tough guy or next minute he turns around and wants to be the baby again. So he's in that mixed up teenager stage at the moment, we'll say, but yeah, he's still quite a lovable little chap most of the time. Ben will definitely remember Seamus. I'm sure Seamus will remember Ben, so hopefully, yeah, there'll be two buddies back together again and hopefully spend lots of time playing and looking after each other.
And there's another potential pal Ben can count on, 16-year-old Charlie, who was rescued from Turkey, where he was used in the entertainment industry.
Charlie is a low ranker in the Bachelor group, but he's quite a happy-go-lucky kind of chap. He was in the nursery group with Ben. They were quite good buddies whilst they were over there, so hopefully he'll remember Ben. It'll help Ben to settle in, having someone that he knows in the group, because obviously the big guys are all a bit older and not as playful as the younger boys. So it'd be nice for Charlie as well to have Ben as a new playmate.
Chimps do remember previous friendships, and with two such playful allies waiting for him, it looks like Ben could have a lot of fun with the Bachelors.
Having Seamus and Charlie with him, it hopefully will give him a lot more confidence in meeting the big guys, and he won't think that they're all Hananyas.
Should we shift this monkey?
Ben's arrived, and the team prepare to move him into one of the bedrooms at the pavilions. Within seconds, the Bachelor group knows something's up. And for Ben, who struggled to find a home, it's a much happier arrival this time. His old nursery playmate, Turkish Charlie, jumps up and down in delighted and instant recognition. Ben calls back, and Seamus, the former nursery pal who he grew up with, reaches out in friendship. It's too risky to let Ben straight into the outdoor enclosure with the whole Bachelor group, so the staff have prepared one of the indoor bedrooms for him.
Hey, good boy. He's good. Yeah. I don't know. Are you ready? All safe? Here we go. Okay. That sounded hopeful. You get in there all right? Is this okay? I know, I love you lots. Now the fun starts.
Yeah.
He's obviously nervous. Why wouldn't he be? But he's out of the box. He's in his bedroom. Give him a little while to settle down, and then we'll consider the next step. At least he knows two people down here, so Seamus and Charlie ought to be reasonably easy, and then at least get him as people he knows. We did give him a light sedative to make it nicer for him to move, so really I want to make sure that's worn off before we start thinking about introductions or anything. Hello? But now that he's settled down, he might well just crash and... There's no mad rush.
But Ben stays lively and interested, so the team decide to let Seamus join him indoors.
He's a good boy. Hello, Shameless. Who's that? Is that Benny boy? He's a good boy. That's nice. Is that it? Yeah. Hello, Alison. Yeah, there's a lot of cuddling and kissing going on down here. And Ben's giving more than Seamus, although they're both right up for it.
I thought that might be the case. That's fantastic.
It's just so nice that Ben isn't going to have to spend the night on his own, and he's got somebody who he clearly knows. I mean, we've got no doubt that there's recollection there that Seamus is an old mate. I mean, obviously, Ben's got a long way to go, but with this sort of friendship, he's going to help. He's going to help no end. We'll see how it goes, though.
Next time on Monkey Life, Ben comes face to face with the Bachelors' big boys.
Obviously, anything can happen. Well, either I like you or I don't like you, and if I don't like you, I'll jump on you and beat you up, and if I do like you, we'll hang out together.
And
they've been bounced from pillar to post, and we're simply being moved around from A to B in a bird cage.
a new species arrives at the park. Today on Monkey Life, a critically endangered species arrives at the park.
They've been bounced from pillar to post, and we're simply being moved around from A to B in a bird cage.
Chimp Ben meets Bachelor Big Boss Butch.
Obviously, anything can happen. Well, either I like you or I don't like you, and if I don't like you, I'll jump on you and beat you up, and if I do like you, we'll hang out together.
And on me head, son, Dad-to-be Gordon hasn't got the hang of football, but is loving the idea of fatherhood. This is Monkey World in Dorset. Tucked away deep in the English countryside, it's the largest sanctuary for monkeys and apes on the planet. And this is Dr. Alison Cronin, the primate's best friend. Alison and her team spend their lives rescuing...
What about you? Oh, too skinny.
...and rehabilitating primates from all over the world.
That's good.
They currently look after more than 240 monkeys and apes from 15 different species. But that number's about to increase. Alison and the team often rescue pet monkeys from poor conditions, following calls from concerned members of the public. They also work with police and animal welfare groups. And they carry out their own undercover investigations.
This is actually an open-air attachment to the outside of the whole pet shop. Now it's actually reasonably warm in here right now during the daytime, but at nighttime this will be cold, and there's no heat in here.
Today, 2 new monkeys have arrived at the park, following a combined investigation by police and the RSPCA. They were discovered by officers investigating a man in Kent suspected of puppy farming.
So what are they being fed?
Mealworms. Yeah. Kent police gave me a call and said they needed some help urgently, and could we take hold of and care for a pair of cotton-top tamarins.
It was an intriguing prospect for the park. Monkey World has never been asked to look after cotton tops before.
I had actually been speaking to the police officers involved with the case a couple of weeks ago, and Kent police intended on confiscating a pair of tamarins and having us assist them. And then all of a sudden, this week, I got a phone call from the police saying, ooh, something else has come undone, we were raiding puppy farms with RSPCA, and we found a pair of cotton-top tamarins, and we think they might be the same pair. Can we bring them to you?
He's quite near the door.
Cotton-top tamarins come from Colombia, but they are now thought to be more in captivity than living wild in their native home. There may be as few as 1,000 of these critically endangered primates still left in the wild. Their numbers have dwindled due to mass deforestation and the illegal pet trade.
Putting a waxworm in the box just to see if he'll go in by himself, but he seems quite worked up.
The cotton-tops have been put in a temporary bedroom, but now Toby and Colin from the Primate Care team need to catch them for a health check.
There you go.
They seem nervous, and no one is sure how much human contact they've had in the past.
They were kept just in a bird cage, basically, a small parrot cage with a nest box inside. So had no outside enclosure, no access to natural sunlight, and were simply being moved around from A to B in a bird cage.
I think it's quicker just to net him, less stressful.
You land on my head,
I think Uncas and Alice, which they've been christened after Last of the Mohicans, doing really well here. But, you know, I'd like to try and find out more about their past and where they've come from.
But as the pair don't come with a full history, a health check could provide some answers.
Perfect. All right, okay.
If that slide isn't locked.
Yeah, that's all right. Good.
Vet Mike Nathan is in charge of proceedings. Alice is first.
This is very Heath Robinson.
Mike puts the crate in a plastic bag and fills it with gas, a less intrusive anaesthetic procedure for small primates.
This is giving us an opportunity to examine her, weigh her, do some basic tests, check her microchip, and then it's all done in one go rather than upsetting her each time we need to do anything with her. That's worked nicely.
She's starting to wriggle.
Yeah, okay.
Good.
A careful examination of Alice is very revealing.
Right, she's got no obvious incisors. Her canines are worn, so I would say it's old. It'll be interesting comparison to see what
So the
Uncas
chap
is
that
like.
was offering her for sale was selling this pair as a 5-year-old breeding pair. So based upon her dentition, you would say that that was
I
alive.
suspect she's older than that. Right, the
It
first
just
thing I
goes to
do is
show
go-
the pet trade. It's like the Wild West out there. People are able to make up whatever they want to about these animals. Cotton-top tamarins have a life expectancy of up to, say, 15 years approximately. And this female, I suspect, is 15 or even older. This is a grandma cotton-top.
Right, we'll do the same thing with Uncas.
No.
No, there's no. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah.
While the cotton tops are being examined, keeper Toby gives their temporary home a clean out.
At the moment, we have to clean in and around them, so we're just taking the opportunity while they're not in the enclosure to just give it a very, very quick sweep out, and then we'll put their food and water back in because we had to take it away, obviously to prepare them for being gassed down.
Back at the hospital, Mike is examining Uncas, the male cotton top. His teeth show he could well be 5 years old, but he has another dental issue.
Right, that canine here, the lower one here, is definitely snapped off. If it gives him a problem, we can deal with it. I'm quite happy with his condition, and they can go back singing away.
Later, Uncas and Alice the cotton tops are on the move. But what happens when they meet the park's marmosets? The cotton tops and marmosets aren't the only primates in the park having to adapt to a new lifestyle. Young chimp Ben is halfway through his graduation from the nursery to an adult group. He's joining the Bachelors, and so far, his meetings with middle and lower ranking members have gone well. However, later today, he's going to meet Butch, the Bachelor's alpha male. But at the moment, Butch and the boys have got other things on their minds. They've got visitors in their enclosure. In the wild, chimpanzees have a mainly vegetarian diet, but if the opportunity arises, they will eat meat. Organised groups of chimps have been seen hunting, catching and eating colobus monkeys, as well as small antelope and wild pigs. At the park, the chimps enjoy a varied diet of fruit and vegetables, and there's always enough to go round. So much so that occasionally uninvited guests turn up. The bachelor chimps may look relaxed, but they don't miss much. And they're always curious. Mojo thinks he's got them cornered. But these rabbits have played this game before. Gypsy has a look too. But gives up, leaving a brave bunny free to sneak out in search of leftovers. But if he's not careful, he could end up on the menu. This time, it's alpha male Butch who's interested. Leader of the Bachelors, Butch, likes to know what's happening on his patch. But these two have worked out if you keep a low profile and stick to the long grass, there is such a thing as a free lunch. There are more than 240 primates living in the 65-acre park that makes up Monkey World, and it's important to Alison and the team that they all find a group they can coexist with. The last 18 months have been tough on young chimp Ben. Having outgrown the nursery, the park's efforts to introduce him to Hananya's family group didn't work out. Over the last few weeks, the team have been attempting to slowly integrate him into the Bachelors. This gradual introduction process is important and carefully planned. It means Ben won't feel insecure and vulnerable with the group's higher rankers. His old nursery pals Seamus and Turkish Charlie were delighted to be reunited. And since then, he's also palled up with Mojo and Sammy. But it's another big day for Ben. He's about to meet Butch, the Bachelor's alpha male.
It's important to get Butch in because he's still the main man. Obviously anything can happen. Well, either I like you or I don't like you, and if I don't like you, I'll jump on you and beat you up, and if I do like you, we'll hang out together, and that's, or if I'm indifferent, then we won't do nothing. We're all very well aware of what chimpanzees can do, and yes, I mean, it can be terminal.
Butch and some of the Bachelors are in their outdoor enclosure. Ben's let out and is greeted by Mojo. He and Sammy stick by Ben to provide close support. Butch is the second alpha male Ben has met, and as things didn't go too well with Hananya, it's understandable he's a little wary.
Put Mojo in because Mojo will be very protective, and Mojo's a big lad, he's a good ally. You know, if you've got an ally, make it a good ally, and that might protect him.
Butch has noticed the newcomer, but a cautious Ben decides to keep out of his way. Butch sits it out to see how things develop, and eventually Ben plucks up the courage to approach, with Mojo as close support. But once close to the big alpha male, loses his nerve and heads off. Jeremy's satisfied the introduction is going well so far, but to make sure it stays that way, more of the other chimps are let outside.
I'm going to let Jimmy out into it.
The newly released chimps prove a distraction for Butch, who sets off to show everyone just who's boss. This time, Ben's tactics have paid off. He's kept out of the way and kept his allies close.
I think Ben's a very ambitious boy. It'll be very interesting to see what Ben's like in 4 or 5 years. But he's also bright, so he knows what buttons to press or not, and he knows how to get out of it if it goes bad. That's what I'm seeing, and that isn't a guarantee that he's not going to get hurt or anything, but it's going to help him. It's going to reduce the odds.
All the primate species across the park are constantly learning to adapt to new situations. In Gordon's orangutan group, little Kai is finding that life with Mum is changing. He's now 4 years old, and although he doesn't know it, he'll soon have a little half-brother or sister. Mum Xiao Kuai is heavily pregnant. She's happy to still have him around, but is also finding the need for a little me time. Her baby bump is certainly showing, but she still needs to keep active. And, as orangutans can be a bit sedentary, Keeper Penny has come up with a plan to stimulate the whole group.
We're actually going to put some balls in, and we're hoping that Gordon's group will actually see that they're balls, they can be played with and not eat them. Chances are they're probably going to pop them within 5 seconds, but you never know until you try, so quite excited, looking forward to seeing what they're going to do. This is an enrichment that doesn't involve food, so rather than involving food, whether it be nice stuff, savoury stuff, it's something for them to play with that they're not going to actually put any weight on and hopefully burn a few pounds as well.
But Xiao Kuai is convinced the balls contain a tasty tidbit, and despite her expanding waistline, is determined to find out. Xiaolan takes no time removing the outer layer, peeling it just like an orange. And, after a lacklustre attempt at playing ball, is disappointed to find there's nothing inside. Xiao Kuai's made the same discovery, so isn't too bothered when Gordon decides 2 footballs are more fun, even if they are punctured. Kai agrees they make a great toy. When his baby brother or sister arrives, he's going to need to become a bit more independent. So it's a good thing he's got Dad-to-be Gordon as a role model, even if he's not quite taking the mature approach to fatherhood just yet. Earlier, Alice and Uncas, the Colombian cotton-top tamarins, were passed fit by Mike the vet. But they're a totally new species for the park, which left Alison and the team with a problem: where to house them. Luckily, Alison has a plan.
The best thing to do is to try and mix them with our bachelor group of common marmoset. There's plenty of space, it's just whether or not the common marmosets will accept the cotton tops and vice versa.
There's only one way to find out. The primate care team have crated up Alice and Uncas and are about to release them in the marmoset's bedroom.
Marmosets and tamarins have a similar social setup. They pair bond for life, and then the females give birth to generally twins, and after they've had one set of offspring, those youngsters will help look after any future siblings. The two species wouldn't encounter each other in the wild because cotton tops only come from Colombia and common marmosets only come from Brazil.
Open it.
The team have no idea how the two species will react to each other, so stand by just in case.
Hopefully they're just such vastly different things that assuming the cotton tops don't launch in the salt, that it will be just a nothing.
Well, they've got to look pretty intimidating to the marmosets.
Yeah, I wouldn't mess with that. They sort of worry me a bit just as is. I mean, they just look scary. So I think the female is actually sort of threatening and being violent, either to her own reflection in the glass, which, I mean, just goes to show, I mean, how aggressive the cotton tops can be. Well, I mean, what do you think? I think she's threatening her reflection.
Yeah, it seems to be whenever she's by the window.
We'll have to watch out and make sure that that sort of aggression towards another perceived cotton top doesn't turn into a threat against the common marmosets.
But it's the marmosets who seem keen to take on the Mohican-haired cotton tops.
That's Marcel's tactic: hide under the log and pull someone's tail.
He deserves something for that.
Marcel
Had
again.
a sneaky bite. Yep, at her tail. Yeah. Thump him. She's gonna thump you.
He's pretty much the lowest ranking of the four boys, Marcel, so whether he feels he's got something to prove a bit.
Yeah.
I'll say no one else is backing him up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not too bothered if it is, just hopefully he'll get bored of it. That was quite nice. She just forcefully pushed along and she didn't do anything, but she definitely pushed him out of the way.
The initial meeting between the two species has gone well, but Alison feels the future is still unpredictable.
Even though these two have come to us as a pair, they've been bounced from pillar to post, and I don't know how many previous owners they've had or what they've even been subjected to. So for us, it's going to be a case of monitoring their behavior closely and seeing just how crazy and how abused they have been.
Next time on Monkey Life. Reluctant lemur Kaya hides from her new family. And orangutan foster mum Ame tries an unusual way of avoiding hers. Today on Monkey Life. The last of the Bachelors for Ben, but will Buxom let him join the gang?
You don't want the group to be too harmonious, because that's boring.
A reluctant lemur refuses to meet her new troop.
Kaya, you coming outside?
And an orangutan foster mum decides she's had enough of hers. This is Monkey World in Dorset. Tucked away deep in the English countryside, it's the largest sanctuary for monkeys and apes on the planet. And this is Dr. Alison Cronin, the primate's best friend. Alison and her team spend their lives rescuing...
Okay, quick, because the other one's back against the wall.
...and rehabilitating primates from all over the world.
Good boy.
They currently look after more than 240 monkeys and apes from 16 different species. Young chimp Ben's been on a bit of a journey since he graduated from the park's nursery. He couldn't find his place in Hananya's family group. But recently, the team's attempts to slowly integrate him into the Bachelors have been going well. Jeremy thinks he's made the right choice.
If you want to have a good time, if you want to have a good, consistent time, go and hang about with people of your own gender. Particularly with blokes, because they are what they are. What you see is what you get. If you annoy me, I'll smack you in the mouth. If you don't, we'll be okay. And, you know, we can hang out and, you know, and have some fun. And these guys have a lot of fun. And, you know, it's a sort of treating the bachelor group as a punishment, if you like, is a bit unfair because, actually, it's a good place to be.
Ben's settled in well. He's coped with meeting leader Butch and his often quarrelsome Lieutenant Jester. Today, he's meeting the last of the group, Buxom, Jester's half-brother, and another right-hand man to Butch.
The people we always do last on the Bachelor introductions are Buxom and Jester. They're actually the ones that were rescued from Windsor Safari Park, and they had more hooligan tendencies than any ones that we've rescued from any other beach photographers, laboratories, or anything else. But having said that, in the years that they've been here, a lot of the spiteful aspects of them are not nearly so bad. But anyway, we always save Buxom and Jester to last. And Jester went in 2 or 3 days ago and he's fine. And today Buxom goes in and is sorted.
Ben's having a relaxing morning and the rest of the group are chilling out. Buxom's being kept separate from his pals, but now he's allowed to rejoin them. He's out like a bullet. Butch is pleased to see him. And the other bachelors greet him noisily. Wary Ben steers clear to avoid confrontation. And when Butch charges forward with Buxom in tow, Ben beats a hasty retreat. He heads straight to new best pal Sammy for reassurance, and within seconds, the whole group settled down again.
He's a very clever boy. Watching him so far, he's done so well. He keeps right out of trouble, and he doesn't miss a trick. So, yeah, we just cross your fingers. But you don't want the group to be too harmonious, because that's boring. You've got to have a bit of politics going on to make life interesting.
Ben's not the only one in the park graduating to a new group. Kaya, the young lemur, is on the move today too. Alison brought her back to the park from Belfast after she was contacted by a family who discovered lemurs don't make suitable pets. Kaya has been living with older dominant female Fennel, but now they're off to the lemur enclosure at Malagasy so Kaya can meet the park's 8 male lemurs. No one's quite sure what she'll make of them. Sandra and Donna have come to collect the 2 girls from the temporary bedrooms for the short journey across the park. Visitors to the park are often intrigued by the presence of the lemurs. They look so different to the other rescued monkeys and apes, but in fact, they're also primates.
guys are not actually monkeys or apes. They're called prosimians, which basically they're the forerunners, evolutionary-wise, to all of the monkeys and apes. Lemurs come from Madagascar only, and it's separated off from the rest of Africa. So what's believed to have happened is that early primates, in terms of evolution, floated across to Madagascar and then started evolving into all of the niches on Madagascar in the absence of any other primates or competition. So lemurs are very unique in the sense that they've retained many of the primitive features of primates, and they're sort of a transition or a forerunner, if you will, to all of the other monkeys and apes that evolved after them. And you can see it in their basic sort of setup. They've got a long muzzle that's covered in fur and a very wet nose, like a dog or a cat. And that gives you a clue to what's the most important aspect of a lemur's life, and that would be scent. You can see with the lemurs, and the shape of their face, their eyes are slightly a bit more offset, which is why they have this big long muzzle with all of the sinuses. And then in addition to that, when you watch the lemurs, you can see they have scent glands on their wrists and around their anus. So really, these guys are geared up to view the world in a very different and more primitive way than the rest of the monkeys and apes, and that follows through into their behavior and ecology.
Young ring-tailed Kaya's not met any of the other lemurs yet, apart from Fennel. But she's about to join the gang at the 1-acre, tree-filled enclosure at Malagasy. Normally, the park's lemurs roam around at will, enjoying the trees, rope ladders and swings. But today, the routine's a little bit different.
We're keeping everything contained in what we call their overnight pen. They'll be in here for a few days yet. We've still got to double-check the perimeter of the enclosure anyway to make sure it's Kaya-proof, Kaya-friendly. Obviously, having all the boys in the overnight pen already, we've actually got a bit of control over the situation. If we did the introduction in the outside enclosure, we've got no control really because they can disappear up trees and all over the place.
Kaya will be given plenty of time to meet the male lemurs in the pen and get used to seeing open spaces for the first time. Eventually, she'll have the chance to experience the outdoors, a bit like life in the wild. Kaya and Fennel go into their overnight wooden pens where they can access the outside when they're ready. It's no big deal for Fennel, but it gives Kaya some added security.
We've given them outside access, and Fennel obviously knows the enclosure, so she's come straight out. And hopefully, with a bit of encouragement, Kaya will brave the outdoors and decide to come and have a mooch around as well.
But at the moment, it's not quite going to plan.
Kaya, come on!
While the boys patrol, Kaya stays put.
Kaya, you coming outside?
Kaya. Doesn't look like she's going to be out anytime soon. She sort of seems quite settled at the back of the enclosure at the moment.
Eventually, Kaya has a tentative look outside.
There she is, scared them all.
And then gets up the courage to venture out of the shed.
Good girl.
It's been a good start for young Kaya, and the team are pleased with her progress.
She has been poking her head out, but now she's decided to come out fully. She still is a little bit wary, but hopefully next time she will spend a bit more time outside and stay there a bit longer. But it's all going very well at the moment. She's come outside, so that's exactly what we wanted.
Over the weekend, something's changed down at the lemur enclosure at Malagasy. All the male ringtails have been released back into the outside enclosure. But young female Kaya, who had just joined the group, isn't with them. The Primate Care team have taken her back to the temporary bedrooms across the park after spotting something was wrong.
She had a deep injury to her groin area, and it had basically one of her veins had been completely severed, so that's where she was losing some blood from. And I had to put 3 layers of sutures in because it was such a deep wound. So it took about an hour to do the surgery. It was quite a big job.
But the keepers aren't sure exactly what happened.
The problem with ringtails is they have razor-sharp teeth, and one bite causes quite a nasty injury, and it's also quick. Before this happened, she was doing fine with some individuals, and Sirius had spent the whole day that day sat in with her. George spends a lot of time sitting with her as well, and Renton, so she seems to be doing well within the group. It's just whether this was an isolated incident or just an accident where she got caught in the middle of something.
It's impossible for the team to know who was responsible for the injury, and it probably wasn't deliberate. But to help Kaya recuperate, Toby is collecting fennel to keep her company.
Hey, fennel. Gonna do it.
So, only days after leaving the temporary bedrooms to join the boys, the girls are back.
There you go.
And it means a 2-week recovery period for Kaya.
She's doing really well, but we do need her to take it easy, ideally for a couple of weeks, so she doesn't tear the muscle at all. So, not too much jumping, Kaya.
New arrivals at the park can often take a while to settle in, and the 2 most recent are no exception. They're an unusual pair of newcomers, cotton-top tamarins, the first the team have ever been asked to look after. Uncas and Alice were rescued by the RSPCA, and because they were the first cotton-tops at Monkey World and there was no established group for them to join, the team introduced them to the common marmosets, another small monkey species from South America.
They're pretty intimidating characters, the cotton-tops, visually, vocally, and in terms of their attitude, they're a bit stroppy too. So the common marmosets better mind their P's and Q's, I think.
But it wasn't a match made in heaven.
Gradually, as time progressed, we found that actually they didn't really like each other's company. The marmosets didn't like them there. And even if they weren't together, being in rooms next to each other still wasn't a good idea. And so now the tamarins, they're just living together as a pair. And they just seem a lot happier over here. They're away from everybody else on their own. It seems to be what they want.
Their new living environment is a big leap from the conditions they were found in.
Where Alice and Uncas came from, where they was kept as pets, as far as we're aware, they only had a small bird cage which they could live in, and that's it. Whereas here they've got quite a big inside enclosure, which is actually split into 2, which means that they can get away from each other if they do feel stressed or if they just don't want to be around each other. And also they've got a nice outside enclosure as well. It's got lots of different plants in it which encourage different insects as well, which is important for their protein, so they hunt them.
They're also being given a balanced diet, which contains all the protein and nutrients they need.
Today they've got melon, cooked sweet potato, peas, some apple and some cooked mince.
The extra special care is paying off for the cotton-tops.
They seem to be a lot healthier than they were when they first arrived at the park. Particularly Alice, her hair was quite greasy. It wasn't really matted, but you can just tell that she wasn't groomed regularly. Whereas now, if you look at her, her hair's in really good condition. It's a lot more fluffy. Uncas is a lot more confident, and he's definitely the dominant one of the 2. Sometimes he will sort of push Alice around a little bit, but she just gives a little scream and he'll go away again. But they do seem very relaxed now, and they seem really happy in the enclosure that we've provided for them.
Over the last few months, the park's had the builders in. They've been working on a new state-of-the-art home for the orangutan nursery group. Unlike most building work, it hasn't gone entirely to plan. The enormous, specially made, extra-thick orangutan-proof glass for the front viewing windows met with disaster. And it's taken weeks for new glass to arrive from Germany. But at long last, it's turned up and been fitted without a hitch. The interior windows, which need to be installed between the playroom and the bedrooms, have also arrived and are being put in place. Very carefully. Once all the glass is secured and the internal fixtures are done, it won't be long before the youngsters, Langur, Dinda, Xiaoning and Jolie, and foster mum Armee can move in. In the meantime, keepers Penny and Rita are organising some enrichment for them. In the wild, orangs are confident around water. They get plenty of liquid from their native diet of forest fruits and leaves, but they will also drink from natural basins. At the current nursery, the youngsters sip from water drinkers secured to the mesh, but they don't have their own pond or pool. To keep life interesting, the care team are filling water buckets and have added a few extra touches for fun, including pine cones, fruit, and some bubbles. The youngsters are led out by foster mum Armee. She was rescued in Taiwan after being smuggled from Borneo for the illegal pet trade. She has proved to be an excellent adoptive mother. But this morning, the youngsters seem more interested in their breakfast than the colourful water buckets. Jolie is the first to investigate, but isn't convinced and spills the water. But clever Armee's got a plan for the empty bucket. Until, that is, Jolie decides she wants it back for herself and drinks Armee's siphoned off water. With Armee's own bucket empty, it isn't long before she works out where to go for a refill. The keepers dutifully oblige. Langur's not bothered about the contents, preferring to play with the brightly coloured container. And Xiaoning is only interested in her broccoli breakfast. It seems Armee is the one who's got the most out of the experience. But with the young ones barely showing any interest, getting away from it all seems the perfect option. The Primate Care team think they've solved a mystery over at the Gibbon house. Golden-cheeked Peanut had a baby recently, but because the infant was so small and clung so securely to mum, no one could tell if it was a boy or a girl. The infant is now more than a month old.
We are 99.something% sure it's a female, which is really good news. We've had a few good looks at it, and yes, we're prepared to put money on it now that it's a female. To begin with, we kept a very close observation on it to see that it was suckling, which it is doing. It's starting to look a bit more alert now, just occasionally moving his or her head around a little bit, starting to take notice of things. We're starting to see a bit more movement in the fingers and toes now, and generally doing very well indeed.
The new female golden-cheeked gibbon also has more fur than when she was born, and has been welcomed into the family by Dad, Peng Yo, and brother Tien. Mum Peanut is coping well.
She's a bit more relaxed with this one. With Tien, she was a lot more conscious of having the baby on her abdomen. With this one, she's a lot more confident, not to the point where she's blasé, but she's certainly almost from the 2 days after the birth, she was pretty much back to normal. The first day she was quite tired, she was lying down quite a lot. The second day, a little bit tired. Third day, straight onto normal behaviour. So yeah, she's a lot more confident with this one, and she's also a lot more comfortable with it as well. The two boys actually started spending a lot more time together just before the birth. But since then as well, they've been spending, a lot of time playing together, almost hanging out together, because Peanut's focus is now on the new baby more than Tien. So it's quite good for Tien as well. He's now got his sort of male role model, so he's hanging out with his father quite a lot.
But although they're almost certain the new baby's a girl, the team will still wait a while before naming her, just to make sure. Next time on Monkey Life, an operation for Peanut. But will her baby stay on board?
25 breaths a minute.
Which is good.
And the boys have a bachelor party. Today on Monkey Life, an operation for injured Gibbon Peanut, but there's a baby on board.
I just need to ensure that both that mother and the infant come out of this thing okay.
Kaya the lemur's recovered and lets the boys know it. And playtime for the bachelor chimps, but Sammy opts for the housework. This is Monkey World in Dorset. Tucked away deep in the English countryside, it's the largest sanctuary for monkeys and apes on the planet. And this is Dr. Alison Cronin, the primate's best friend. Alison and her team spend their lives rescuing...
The sun is still beating down. He must be in the shade.
...and rehabilitating primates from all over the world. They currently look after more than 240 monkeys and apes from 16 different species. Monkey World is primarily a rescue sanctuary, but is also involved in important breeding projects, helping preserve some of the world's endangered primates. This morning, keeper Leanne has had some worrying news about golden-cheeked gibbon Peanut, one of the lesser apes bred at the park.
A keeper went down first thing this morning and checked on Peanut and Pung Yo, and unfortunately we found that Peanut's actually got an injury. She's actually split her lip, and what has actually happened is part of the lip has actually obviously been torn, so it's actually irritating, so it's obviously hanging off, and that means that unfortunately it is a deep wound, so we will have to stitch it.
It's bad enough that Peanut has such a nasty injury, but the situation is complicated by the fact that she has a baby, recently named Tia Nang. Peanut gave birth 5 months ago, having already proved to be a marvellous mother with her firstborn, Tien. Peanut and her partner, Pung Yo, are a real success story for the park. She was rescued from the home of an exotic bird smuggler in Cambridgeshire. And he came from the Taiwanese pet trade. Since they paired up, they've been doing their bit for the European Endangered Species Breeding Programme. But Peanut will need to be anaesthetised for her lip to be repaired, a worrying procedure for a mum with a new baby. Luckily for the team, Alison is able to make a quick call to renowned wildlife vet John Lewis, who's visiting the area.
Yeah, I know you're on holiday. I know. I've got a favour to call in. You know, really, it's not a big deal to stitch up her lip, but with that infant clinging to her as well, there's issues of the anesthetic. You don't want the baby to get too drunk. We want to make sure it's gentle and nice as possible so that when she wakes up, she's still happy with her baby. Too many things to go wrong, so I'm calling in a favour from John Lewis, and of course, he's good as gold. He's always been such a tremendous help. He'll be here in an hour.
It would heal on its own if you left it, but the edges wouldn't necessarily heal in alignment. And what we do by stitching is bring the two edges of the lip in alignment, and then when it does heal, it'll look a lot better and be easy for her to use her lip as per normal. The only complication with this is that the mother does have a baby on her. Now, generally, if you anaesthetise the mothers with babies at this age, the babies will stay on the mother while you work on it. And if you pull the babies off, that's when they'll start screaming, and that noise tends to wake the mother up. So we'll just leave the baby on if it's happy.
John's decided it'll be less stressful for Peanut and Tia Nang to do the operation in a back bedroom at the Gibbon house, and not at the hospital. So Animal Director Jeremy collects and sets up all the necessary equipment. Jeremy has darted Peanut with a tranquiliser, because the Gibbons have yet to be trained to take hand injections for anaesthetic purposes.
Pulse is about 60.
It's the breathing I'm more concerned about.
With Peanut sedated and Tia Nang clinging on tight, John examines the wound.
It's a very, very vascular area. In other words, there's lots of rich blood supply there. So wounds tend to heal quickly, and sterilising the mouth is quite a problem. And of course, this goes right through into the mouth.
25 breaths a minute.
Which is good.
Later, the keepers wait anxiously for news as John delicately attempts to repair Peanut's torn lip.
That is the last stitch, actually.
There have been some changes at the Bachelor Chimp's home in recent weeks, as young male Ben has been gradually integrated into the group. He's now met all the bachelors, including leader Butch, and his henchmen Jester and boisterous Buxom. As well as renewing old friendships with nursery pals, Seamus and Turkish Charlie. The move has been a success. Ben settled in well with the fun-loving bachelors who've welcomed him to the fold. Butch and the boys are a fairly sociable and active lot, and the care staff enjoy coming up with ways to keep them entertained. Today, Hannah has a plan.
This morning we've got a bit of a treat for the boys. We've got a couple of jellies and ice lollies made up. I've actually got 28 litres of jelly in each tub that we've made. So, yeah, look at it wobble.
Enormous frozen fruit-laden lollies and giant jellies aren't the only surprise on offer today.
They've not had bubble bath before, so this one's just a bit of fun, really, just to see what they make of it. And it's pineapple scented, so it's baby bath, so obviously it's not going to do them any harm. And the other two is oil and water mixed with sunflower seed, because the skin gets dry because of the heating. So hopefully the sunflower seeds with the oil will encourage them to dip their hands in, and they'll get a nice coating of oil on their hands. And we've also scattered a little bit of the breakfast around just to keep everyone happy. So let's let the fun begin.
The chimps don't disappoint. Sammy starts off by showing Ben how to stir things up, and the youngster's keen to get involved. Tough guy Paco's determined to reach the fruit through the frozen ice. And bad boy Buxom gets his teeth into it. Low-ranking Gypsy investigates the oil and seeds, but backs off when the more dominant and puffed-up Paco turns up wanting the bucket to himself. On the platform, Jester is trying his first taste of jelly. Not his favourite dish, then. Former Spanish photographer's prop Sammy astonishes the keepers with unusual behaviour. His actions look like he's doing a bit of housework. Later, more laughs with the bachelors, the jelly, and even the buckets. Coming up, Kaya bounces back, and anxious moments for Peanut and her baby.
This is just a lot of little stitches.
To mix things up a bit and keep them entertained, the bachelor chimps have been given buckets containing jelly, ice lollies, bubbles, and oil with seeds. And newcomer Ben is enjoying taking part, but it looks like it's every chimp for himself. Buxom thinks he's got away with a bucketful, but his technique needs a bit of work. Keen on keeping things clean, Sammy's found a new bucket, but all the floating sunflower seeds are a little irritating. There's got to be a way of dealing with them. Meanwhile, Buxom's decided giant ice lollies are a lot easier to move. Clever Sammy's finally worked out how to siphon off those annoying seeds. And Jester, well, he's quite happy with the buckets, even if they are empty.
That's Jester, and he's just having a bit of fun with his bucket. You can see he's got a really relaxed face. That's a play face. You can see a lot of them are putting the buckets on the heads. I mean, they do the same sort of thing with blankets as well. When they all have blankets, they'll pull blankets over the head.
The bachelors have had an entertaining play day, keeping them active and their minds busy. And for Ben, it's been confirmation of his place in the group, with approval all round, including from leader Butch. Keeping the primates at the park engaged and encouraging the kind of behaviours they might display in the wild is all part of their rehabilitation. The Primate Care Staff work hard to come up with ideas that will help with the process and enrich the lives of the rescued monkeys and apes. Regular donations of toys and other recreational playthings are a real bonus. The different species of monkeys and apes will find their own way to play and investigate new objects. But the one thing they nearly all have in common is the desire to find out if there's food inside. Alison feels enrichment programs like this help address some of the behaviour issues the primates bring with them when they're rescued.
Once we get any of our rescued primates back here to the park, I always try and get all of our primate care staff to sort of turn the problem on its head, if you will. So we try and address the craziness by giving them the opportunity to exhibit normal and natural behavior. And what you find is that a lot of the time it's a lot easier to encourage the animals into activities that come naturally, whether it be foraging for food, social activity, getting them part of a group. And by encouraging them in those types of natural activities, automatically there's no time left for the crazy behavior. It fragments, and then very slowly it starts disappearing altogether so that those bouts of abnormal behavior become less frequent. And that's our goal here, is to occupy our monkeys and apes and their lives and their daily activities with as much normal behavior as possible. And when we do that, all of the craziness goes away.
Many of the monkeys and apes rescued by Alison and the team come from very traumatic backgrounds. They've suffered physical or mental abuse, or both.
Even if it's, physical abuse that they've suffered, it can often leave psychological scars. And we see a lot of that here at the park. We have every kind of neurosis and psychosis. I think that's almost listed. We've got the lots. We have had agoraphobic individuals that are frightened to even take a step outside because they've never been outside before. Come on, Paquito. Come on, sweetheart. We have individuals from laboratories that hoard food, presumably because food in their past life was restricted. We get individuals who are solitary and are frightened of other individuals, you know, or you get individuals who are simply attention-seeking and have lived with humans long enough that they know that if you clap or blow raspberries or do any kind of funny, special activity, that gets a human's attention and therefore that achieves what you want. All of them relate to the previous backgrounds that those individuals have come from.
But with constant care and support, and plenty to keep their minds and bodies active, the majority of primates go on to lead happy and fulfilled lives.
What we do is we give them the keys back to their lives again and say, right, here's a family group, here's all appropriate food, here's a more appropriate environment, and see if we can bring out all of those intrinsic innate behaviors that come natural to either a Capuchin monkey or a chimpanzee. And by giving them the tools, the right environment to do so, a lot of those natural behaviors come out. Everybody's possible to rehabilitate.
Young lemur Kaya's at the start of her rehabilitation, but she's been separated from her group to recover from a wound to her groin, inflicted by another lemur.
What happens with this, like, when they freak out, they tend to run away, and someone else might have thought she was either attacking them or panicked as well, and their first instinct is to bite.
She's had dominant female fennel to keep her company, but the injury was a setback to her integration into the main group.
We'll sort of start all over again and see how we get on, but at least she's now met all these lemurs. She knows there are other lemurs other than her and fennel in the world, so, and she seemed to be doing well up until now, so hopefully it's just a small setback.
Now she's better, Toby and Donna from the Primate Care team have taken her back to the enclosure at Malagasy.
She's settled down, she's got to know what an outside is, she's learnt how to use the cat flap and move in and out of the house properly, so we're hoping she's a bit more settled and that she won't freak out as much this time when the boys go in to see her.
The boys are the 8 male ringtails, usually bossed about by fennel, because female lemurs are always the dominant sex. But Kaya has never lived with other lemurs and doesn't know this yet. Her injury happened during the first attempted introduction, so the team have changed tactics, and this time they're going to introduce Kaya to the males in stages. They're using the small pens at the back of the main enclosure, where ruffed lemur Blue normally lives. It's all a bit exciting for Kaya, who is very vocal. But if it goes well, Kaya, Fennel and the boys will soon all roam free in the great outdoors.
We don't know quite how it's going to go at the moment because the public can walk through the enclosure as well, and Kaya's the only lemur that we've got that is human orientated. So we're just going to have to see how that goes, take it slowly, but hopefully she will be able to range in this nice enclosure.
Wildlife vet John Lewis is trying to repair a large, deep gash in Peanut's lip. But the situation is complicated because the golden-cheeked gibbon mum cannot be separated from her baby, 5-month-old Tia Nang.
A minute.
25 breaths a minute.
Which is good. See what happens when you put babies on animals when you're working on them. They just do this, mostly. Good fresh bleeding tissue is the best tissue to heal. So I'm just going to literally scrape off the little bit of dead tissue on the surface, which has happened since it's been wounded and drying. That just, speeds up the healing a little bit more.
Keepers Colin and Marcia wait anxiously outside. They're worried because no one likes to anaesthetise a breastfeeding mum.
This is just a lot of little stitches.
We repair the underneath first, the side that's closest to the teeth, because I can get to it easily from this side and bury the stitches inside the repair. That is the last stitch, actually. And you can expect to get a reasonably accurate repair, which hopefully that is. We're going to just super glue the knots on the sutures to make certain it's more difficult for her to undo them. But no, that's it, done deal. Should we just put her on the floor? Yep, at the moment in that position.
John and Jeremy make sure Peanut and the baby are comfortable.
We may as well just give her more oxygen, I think, now. Breathing all right? Mm-hmm. We're actually going to wake her up. We're going to reverse one of the drugs used to knock her out in the first place. The gas, she's not actually receiving any anaesthetic gas now, just oxygen. That's all pretty much gone. So when we reverse the drugs, they don't come round and they have complete control over their limbs and whatever else. They could easily stumble and fall in that sort of hazy state after anaesthesia. So if we put her up here and she stumbles, she could fall flat on the deck, not only injure herself, but obviously injure Junior as well. And if she tries to climb from here up to there, she could easily miss and crash down to the ground. So you're better off starting on the ground. And when she feels happy enough to climb up, she'll do it on her own. That'll be a bit more than a twitch then.
As Peanut begins to come round, John and Jeremy quietly leave the bedroom so she can wake up in her own time.
Hey.
Peanut is still a bit groggy, and Tia Nang still hasn't let go.
Can we radio Alison, just tell her Herbert in here is getting up? She is got up. It's been done.
It's instinct for Gibbons to go high, and the pair climb onto a shelf where staff have left a blanket.
Yeah?
Yeah, all good, Alison.
Thank you so much, Liam.
The Primate Care team will keep an eye on Peanut for the next few hours, but John is pleased with how the operation went.
I think the wound looks like a bite. It's a very clean bite, but that's a bite. And stitching it would heal on its own, but you get a very distorted lip. So we just speed things up and make the repair more accurate. So yes, why not? That was a good job.
Next time on Monkey Life. A designer jacket for Bruce the Capuchin.
So I've made my little dressing in advance.
And a wild bedtime for the chimps. Today on Monkey Life, a designer jacket for Bruce the Capuchin.
So I've made my little dressing in advance. Put our sticky around it.
Baby Gibbon Tia Nang shows Mum she's a big girl now. And a wild style bedtime for the chimps.
Just using my forestry skills here.
This is Monkey World in Dorset. Tucked away deep in the English countryside, it's the largest sanctuary for monkeys and apes on the planet. And this is Dr. Alison Cronin, the primate's best friend. Alison and her team spend their lives rescuing...
They're all going to have a chance to live proper lives again. Perfect.
...and rehabilitating primates from all over the world.
Good help. Where's good girl?
They currently look after more than 240 monkeys and apes from 16 different species. The park has 88 Capuchin monkeys split into 4 different groups. They're mainly females, but there are 24 males who all live together, splitting their time between their indoor bedrooms and a shaded, leafy outdoor enclosure. They get on pretty well, and alpha male Sean keeps them in order. But recently, the care team spotted a small cut on Capuchin Bruce. The wound was on his shoulder and was quite minor, but it failed to heal properly.
Some of the other animals have been grooming around that area, and of course they're drawn to the wound and drawn to grooming that particular site. And what's happening is that every time it starts to heal over and you get a scab there, the others are picking it off. So it's some over-enthusiastic grooming in an area where we'd prefer them to leave it alone.
Bruce has had to be separated from the main group into a small bedroom with just a couple of friends.
To help the healing process, we've had to put on a little jacket. The jackets seem to work really well. The only problem with them, obviously, they have to be changed regularly. So to make this as stress-free as possible, we crate train our animals into a small crate where they then can be transferred for the operation. The alternative to crate training is, unfortunately, actually catching them with nets and gloves, which can be quite stressful for them and obviously for the keepers. Come on, Bruce. Bruce.
To train the monkeys and apes, the keepers put a crate in their bedrooms and place tasty food treats inside until the primates are happy to enter.
Bruce, come on, Bruce. Good boy, Bruce.
Bruce is being crate trained several times a day, so his jacket can be changed every 3rd day.
He's definitely a little bit more nervous because there's a few more people in here than normal, but it's quite nice to see that he's so conditioned to the crate being a positive, he'll still come in even though the stress levels are a little bit higher.
Later, Mike the vet tries his hand at tailoring.
Might just make that a bit bigger under his arm.
And Bruce gets a new made-to-measure jacket. Many of the primates at the park have little or no memory of their early lives before they were stolen from the wild for the pet trade. In order to make their lives as natural as possible, the Primate Care team try to replicate and promote behaviour they would experience in their natural habitats. Today they're going to great lengths to surprise Hananya's group and encourage them to go back to basics at bedtime. In the wild, chimpanzees construct nests to sleep in, interweaving branches and leaves in a circular fashion. They generally build them in the tree canopy and either make a new one every night or reuse a previous nest. The chimps at Monkey World have warm bedrooms to sleep in and are supplied with wood wool and blankets. But tonight, Hananya's group will have the option of trying something new.
So this is Hananya's play area. And tonight they're going to have something special for their nesting material. We're going to give them a whole playroom full of browse. Now obviously these guys initially would have been in the wild for a small amount of time before they've been sold through the pet trade. So some of them would have learnt skills when they were with their mum, because this is a learnt behaviour. So it'd be interesting to see which of the guys sort of take to it straight away and start building nests.
It's a forest in here.
I'm just using my forestry skills here. Flower arranging at its best. Generally, most of them like to sleep on the horseshoe at the back. So we'll put loads of browse up there, and then obviously sort of in amongst the steps. Well, we try to pack it as much as we can so that then they can take what they need and go to whichever area they want to be in to nest there. We've just added some maize. We're just going to put this in amongst all the other browse as well.
It looks a bit like a chimp harvest festival, I think. We've got cob nuts, we've got sweet corn. You know, I think they'll enjoy it. I think they're going to go mad when they come in, but yeah, it'll be good fun.
Later, will any of the chimps branch out and try nest building? Bruce the Capuchin has a wound on his shoulder, and his special designer dressing needs changing. Bruce's crate training has paid off, and animal director Jeremy is taking him to the on-site hospital, where vet Mike Nathan is waiting.
We're trying to do these things with the least stress as possible, so we can get him virtually asleep, give him much lower doses of drugs. It doesn't stress him out as much, because normally if you've got to catch them, they bash themselves, you get cuts over their faces, and it's horrible. You know, imagine being caught in a net. It's not nice. So this so far has worked brilliantly, and we're now hopefully at the situation where the wound is looking, which has been going on for quite a long time, where the wound is just, it's just a question of stopping him scratching it and somebody else scratching it.
Bruce has been sedated in the crate, and Mike removes the old dressing to check the wound.
That looks quite nice. I'm just giving him oxygen here. I've got that on, Jeremy, if you want to use it. That's actually really nice and dry.
So it's just on oxygen there?
Yeah.
Mike cleans the wound and uses a special spray to keep it dry.
Quite nice. Right,
now he can move on to fashioning Bruce's new jacket.
So I've made my little dressing in advance.
Might just make that a bit bigger under his arm.
Jeremy keeps an eye on Bruce's vital signs while Mike works.
Right, now because they can pick at things, we put our sticky around it. Okay, head down.
With this amount of cappies living together, there's bound to be issues, and there always will be. Now, you're never going to get perfect harmony. It's just not going to happen. You know, I like you, I'm mad about you, I'm obsessed with you, and I hate you. I couldn't care less about the other guy. And, you know, you've got all these things happening, and then multiply that, what, 30 times 30? It's just not going to happen.
He's waking up. There we go. Okay. Okay.
I've got him.
I've got him. Okay, wait a little. See how quick that can... Okay? Right, right.
Mike and Jeremy get Bruce back into his crate just in time.
Hello, Lodge. Bruce is on his way back.
With the day drawing to a close, the primates at the park begin to make their way into their warm, safe houses. Tonight, Hananya's group arrive to find their house has had a makeover. Earlier, the Primate Care team filled the playroom with browse and maize to encourage the chimps to revert back to natural behaviour and nest build like they would in the wild. It's already arousing a lot of interest. Evelyn and Peggy don't hold back. And Trudy's truly got her hands full. Alpha male Hananya doesn't seem impressed with the playroom makeover. but after a quick once-over, decides his stomach comes first. It seems all the chimps intend to have a good supper before they even think about bedding down for the night. Hananya's group are particularly partial to corn on the cob, and Tico is an expert at stripping it down. As usual, low-ranking Arthur is the last to eat. But there's plenty for everyone. Patricia starts gathering maize stalks. But she's not nest building, just making sure she's got her fair share. She's a chimp who loves her food. With most of the corn eaten, the chimps start on the foliage. Chimps often eat green leaves which provide good roughage for their diet. Once they've had a good feed, most of the group head into the bedrooms, where they can find the wood wool and blankets that generally make up their beds. Cookie loves her blankets and can spend ages adjusting them until they're just right. Next door, Shamak ignores the nest-building material and opts for wood wool. But Simon, always a clever and thinking chimp, demonstrates some natural behaviour by mixing in some of the branches and leaves with the wood wool he usually uses for his nest. Bottom of the league Arthur joins him on the platform. And, with a little bit of repositioning and some last-minute readjustment, the chimps settle in for the night. It's the morning after the night before. Hananya's group are having breakfast in their outdoor enclosure, while Keeper Kate has arrived to check for signs of nest building in the playroom.
It went quite well with the browse last night. You can see there's quite a lot remaining still, so they did, as there was quite a lot in there, they did spend quite a lot of time eating. Just for that, purely alone, for the fact that they had such an array of different browse to choose from, that was really nice to see. We didn't actually see any nest building just with the browse, but there is one nest on the top platform that has a bit of maize in with it, but that's kind of what we expected anyway. I think this is Simon's nest. It looks like Simon's added a piece of our hosing into his nest, and he's actually in a perfect circle. It's come up from just the other side of the platform there, and he's pulled it round in a circle, and it's gone right round to the other side of the nest.
Most of Hananya's group were taken from the wild when very young, so didn't learn natural nest building from their mothers. But chimps are clever and adapt to their surroundings, and this lot like their creature comforts. In the meantime, Kate and her colleagues have the task of clearing up the debris.
This perfect forest has turned into this.
Golden-cheeked Gibbon Peanut recently had an operation on her torn lip. Her baby Tia Nang stayed on board for the whole procedure. The wound has healed well, and now Peanut and her family are all able to enjoy life in their outside enclosure. The Primate Care team want them to take full advantage of the spacious, tree-filled environment, just like they would in the wild.
Today we're actually going to put out cherry browse. It's in season at the moment, so they actually haven't had it for a whole year. There's so much around the park. So we're actually going to put hanging baskets in the trees and just stuff them with loads of browse. They've actually got to physically get up in the trees and hoik out all the cherries off all the browse. Hopefully they'll come out and spot it straight away, and hopefully they'll be really excited. They do absolutely love cherries, so this is a really good enrichment for them. So they're going to have to work their bodies to get to the ends of the branches to the cherries, and hopefully it will be really good. We've got Peanut, who's the female. We've got Pongyo, who's the male. Now we've got their two kids. We've got Tien, who's just coming up to 3 years old. And we've also got their new baby, who's 4 months old. She's called Tia Nang, and growing really, really fast. She's actually just started eating fruit, so this hopefully will be really good for her.
Baby Tia Nang is so tempted by the cherries, she lets go of Mum.
At the moment, she's actually off Mum. She's actually, eating all the food. Mum's just keeping a really close eye on her because obviously Mum doesn't want her to go off too far because she's still quite young.
But little Tia Nang has her own ideas. Although she never wanders too far from the security blanket provided by Peanut.
What I like about this family is they're just so strongly built. Their connection with each other is very, very strong. They're brilliant parents, Peanut and Pongyo. So hopefully in the future they'll keep on breeding because obviously golden cheek gibbons are critically endangered in the wild. Oh, it's gone, yeah, absolutely brilliant. I'm really happy with it. They did exactly, what we wanted them to do, and it was, really great to see baby coming off Mum. I haven't actually seen her come off outside before, so it was really, really heartwarming to see.
Monkey World has a sister sanctuary based 6,000 miles away in Vietnam. Dao Tien Rescue Centre stands on an island in Vietnam's largest and most diverse conservation zone, Cat Tien National Park. Alison regularly visits Dao Tien, but its day-to-day running is overseen by Dr. Marina Kenyon, who previously worked with Alison at Monkey World back in Dorset. Marina is in the UK on a flying visit and has come to see the golden-cheeked gibbons. One day, she hopes some of them will return with her to Vietnam.
Little Tia Nang just looks fabulous. She looks perfect. Peanut's just a wonderful natural mum. It just shows you when you rescue animals from the trade and they say, oh, they could never be gibbons. And I remember the battle for Peanut, and the person said, oh, they would never ever go with gibbons. She's too messed up, she's too humanised. But she's the perfect gibbon and the perfect mum. Hello, Peanut. Look at your baby. You're such a fabulous mum. But you're a honey monster, you're so fluffy. Seeing Peanut now with her family of 4, kind of makes me feel pressurised now. We really have to get going in Vietnam because, she's doing what she's meant to be doing for a captive breeding programme. She's been fabulous. And she has all these youngsters now that need to find their way back to the forest. So it's making me realise that she's doing her part. Now we need to do the rest for her.
The two most likely to return to their natural habitat are Peanut's youngsters, baby Tia Nang and her brother Tien, now 3 years old.
I can't wait for Tien to come to Vietnam. At the moment, for some reason, we've rescued lots and lots of females. So I know 4 young ladies of the same age of Tien who just, can't wait for him to come. So he's going to, very lucky young male, he's going to have a choice of different females, and then he'll be fast-tracked and back out to the forest. But the best thing here is that he's had all his life in the trees here, so he's actually a pretty normal little gibbon. So we're hoping that he'll do very well.
Next time on Monkey Life, Alison's undercover on the trail of an illegal beach chimp.
I think he's coming to the end of his working days, and that means potentially the end of his life.
But can a meeting at the Turkish embassy secure a rescue?
Fingers crossed, I think.
Today on Monkey Life, Alison's undercover on the trail of an illegal beach chimp.
Shadi.
He's locked up, dressed up, and forced to work hours in the heat.
I think he's coming to the end of his working days, and that means potentially the end of his life.
But can a meeting at the Turkish embassy secure a rescue?
Fingers crossed, I think.
This is Monkey World in Dorset. Tucked away deep in the English countryside, it's the largest sanctuary for monkeys and apes on the planet. And this is Dr. Alison Cronin, the primate's best friend. Alison and her team spend their lives rescuing,
Really pleased with this punch.
and rehabilitating primates from all over the world.
Somebody wants to say hi. Hello.
They currently look after more than 240 monkeys and apes from 16 different species. This morning, Alison's on a mission. She's heading to the Turkish embassy in London to appeal for help with the rescue of 2 chimps being illegally worked in the country's holiday resorts.
I've got a file of hundreds of reports of angry tourists who are tired of seeing these chimpanzees worked on the beaches. So for the Turks at this point, it'll be a very easy option for them to do something about the trade in chimpanzees, do something good for their own tourism, and for the sake of 2 individuals who are breaking international law that Turkey signed in '96 to protect endangered species.
For Alison, the visit to the embassy is the culmination of months of hard work. It all started when she headed out to Turkey on an undercover recce, prompted by those letters of concern from British tourists. The holidaymakers had spotted chimps being paraded around the hotels and beaches of southern Turkey.
I've arrived in Alanya, Turkey, finally, and now I sort of have the daunting task of trying to sort of go through all of the reports and sightings at the different hotels and try and find out where this chimp might be working at any one time. So I think I'm going to just start pounding the beaches and trying to get into the different hotels and see what they've got on offer and what the photography situation is here.
Using a hidden undercover camera and an innocent-looking small tourist video camera, Alison and a colleague began their search and quickly struck gold, a poster for one of the chimps.
What I found out is that it's a very different scenario here than it has been in previous places we've looked into, whether it be Spain or otherwise. There isn't a guy just running up and down the coast in public areas trying to get people to take photographs. what happens here is that these are all-inclusive resorts where there are photography stands at the resorts, and the photography stands actually hire in the chimpanzee for 1 hour, 2 hours, once or twice a week. And what I happened to see yesterday when I was just wandering around was a sign put up for the chimpanzee to be coming this afternoon to my hotel. So it's going to be my first opportunity to actually get face-to-face with one of these chimpanzees. I believe it's the smaller chimp.
Maintaining her cover, Alison hovers on the edge of the group of English and other European tourists, queuing up to have their photograph taken with the chimp.
Shadi, Shadi. Сюда смотри, друг. Да. Да.
I got to talking with the man who is owning and working the chimpanzee, and it turns out the chimp's name, at least in this instance, he's calling him Trudy, and it's a male chimp, and he says he's 8 years old, and quite frankly, that's probably a fair call on the age front. He does look about 7 or 8 years old. He's quite a big chimp, and the hands are enormous, but he's very frail, so he's not being fed well, he's not exercising. In particular, I'm really concerned about Trudy's mouth. You know, whether or not, once again, I captured it on film or not, but Trudy's had all of his teeth removed in the front. And I say removed, he's had them knocked out. Just like little chimpanzee Brian that we got from Cancun, in Trudy's gum line, it's very apparent that there are shards of broken tooth where somebody's just knocked his teeth out and left bits remaining. Those bits, the gum has now swollen up around them, they're infected, they're angry, and you know, it's going to be really painful for the chimp, but also it might lead to infection that goes down into the bone and causes him a very serious problem in future. Everything's looking pretty grim for the future of this chimpanzee unless we can get the Turkish authorities to do something.
After a tiring session in the hotel garden, the chimp's owner and the photographer move him to a nearby beach, where more tourists queue up. Determined to get more information, Alison checks through her files. And next morning is on the trail again.
Managed to find the guy with the chimpanzee, and he's actually at the hotel right back behind me right now. So I'm just sitting here waiting, hoping that he drives out and I can identify exactly which car he's in. I've got some information from one person that says he drives a Mercedes and that the chimp sort of sits in the seat next to him with the seatbelt on. So basically now I just want to find out what car he's in, and then I can maybe find out where the chimp lives, because I think it lives in a town very close to where I'm staying.
Several hours later, the chimp and his owner appear. And Alison tracks his car through the traffic to a house on a busy road in a nearby town.
Really, I wanted to confirm that Trudy, the chimpanzee, was actually living inside of the shed that I suspected. We had seen the photographer take Trudy and put him inside of the shed, but we weren't really sure whether or not the chimp, lived in there 24/7, except for when it was working. Tried to have a poke around the shed in the middle of the night the other night, but you really couldn't see anything, and even banging on the walls and the door, that nobody responded from inside, so didn't really confirm anything.
Next morning, from across the street, Alison watches the owner collect Trudy from the rundown shed, strap him into the car, and once again, head off to work. Unaware how dangerous and uncontrollable full-grown chimps can be, tourists are happy to pose close up with their very young children. They pay €5 for each picture. And Chardy's nervous owner is totally aware of the risk to the punters.
Lady, you want to try?
He never loosens his grip on the chimp's arm. And when Chardy does get agitated, he quickly shields him from view.
What an existence. It's nothing that we haven't seen before. But that poor chimp, you know, had its family killed in Africa, had its teeth knocked out, gets shoved in hot clothing to get dragged around these beaches for tourists to take photographs with, and at the end of the day, gets dumped in a shed with no windows, no air, no anything, just to sit in the dark and wait until the next day that it can be dragged out into the hot sun. I just, you know, it's just desperate, and really Chardy's getting that big that I think he's coming to the end of his working days, and that means potentially the end of his life. So we got to get busy and get something done for this chimp immediately.
Alison's on her way to London for a meeting at the Turkish embassy. She's hoping to persuade officials there to help Monkey World rescue a chimp she's seen being worked as a photographer's prop in a southern holiday resort. The sanctuary has had help from the Turkish authorities before and already rescued 3 chimps: Cookie, Zeynep and Turkish Charlie. Animal director Jeremy has helped rehabilitate all 3, and even he was surprised by Cookie's background.
She'd had the life of Riley, been really spoilt rotten, rather than working hard for a living on minimal food and sort of care.
Cookie arrived at Monkey World in 2004. She was being kept as a pet by a couple in Istanbul. Alison and her late husband, Jim Cronin, who started the park, went there to find her.
I think I'd still classify her as a spoiled brat now, to be honest with you, because that sort of stuff is pretty well ingrained. I mean, she's okay, she's a nice enough girl, but she's a bit of a madam.
Alison and Jim heard about Zeynep at the same time as they were told about Cookie. She was being kept on a boat in Bodrum Harbour.
She came to our attention because the English girlfriend of the guy who owned her was not happy with, you know, the animal living on the boat and then thereafter under the stairs. She'd obviously outgrown her manageability, as these chimps do, and she was actually housed in a very inappropriate, more or less like a cupboard under the stairs.
But the first chimp to arrive from Turkey was Charlie.
Turkish Charlie is a very different background. He was born to a performing family of chimps in America and sold to a Turkish TV company, and he had his regular spot on children's TV acting the fool. It was only when he became too big and unhandleable that, you know, then obviously an alternative has to be found for his, you know, for his future. So, and that's when we came in then. It is very typical for, you know, an adolescent chimp, which is what he was then, to be, you know, a bit of a Jack the Lad with other males, but Charlie's always been subordinate to anybody in authority in a nice way, and so he wasn't a problem. And everybody loves Charlie, human, chimp alike, and Turkish Charlie's a good guy. We like him.
If Alison is able to bring Charlie back from Turkey, he may start his new life in the nursery, like Charlie did. Foster mum Sally is in charge, helped by one-armed Lulu. But eventually, all new nursery chimps need to adapt to being with adult males. This means joining a group led by alpha males Hananya, Paddy or Butch. Till then, the alpha male in their life is Jeremy, who helps Sally with their upbringing. Earlier, the nursery pool was emptied and cleaned. Now, Jeremy is filling it back up. Young Rodders has never seen the pool empty before, let alone refilling with a fountain of water. To make life interesting for the whole foster family, Jeremy's adding some bubbles.
Don't worry, this is eco-friendly bubble bath. First time I've had clean feet in a long time, I expect.
Jeremy has a very special relationship with young and newly rescued chimps and supports Sally in her efforts to teach them and keep them in line. Letting her try the bubble bath first demonstrates he recognises her authority. Chimps don't bathe in water like we do, but Sally likes the feel of the liquid on her hands and feet. It's the bubbles that intrigue 4-year-old Rodders. But as young chimps learn from their mums, he copies Sally's behaviour. Lulu hasn't worked out that the bubbles are for washing, not eating. And as youngsters can pick up bad habits too, Ash joins in.
My morning massage.
As the pool fills up, Sally gets her own bottle of bubbles to play with.
Sorry, Sally. See you there.
While a tennis ball is enough to keep Rodders occupied. And provides a bit of a challenge. The rest of the family don't seem impressed with his technique. After a little careful consideration, he works out the answer. It's great to see that Rodders is developing and trying out new skills, even if they're not always successful. Alison's arrived in London on her way to the Turkish embassy for a very important meeting. She's seeking official backing for the rescue of a chimp being illegally worked as a photographer's prop in the country's holiday resorts. She's already carried out her own undercover investigation.
Shadi.
And now she desperately wants to bring the chimp, called Chaddy, back to Monkey World and a more natural life. As she heads to the embassy, Alison keeps positive. She knows time is running out for Chaddy.
Monkey World's worked in Turkey for a number of years now, so I'm hopeful that with our past history and their interest in trying to tidy things up in their own country, that we'll actually be able to work together, because Chaudy's working days are coming to an end now, and something needs to be done immediately. Otherwise, he's either going to die or be disposed of, because I don't think the photographer, even in his weakened state, can control him much longer.
Alison's efforts are being supported by Monkey World's local MP, Jim Knight.
I got to know Jim and Alison and started to try to work with them about how we can make it easier for them in terms of the implementation of the international treaty obligations of various countries to primates, so that we can affect the rescues that Monkey World were doing, but also there may have been other circumstances where they can sort things out in country and still fulfill their obligations. But so I've been working with them for some time over a number of different chimps, some of whom are now at Monkey World.
Alison and MP Jim meet up to talk through their concerns on the way to the crucial meeting.
The tourism industry is really important to them, and I don't think that they want to be able to see the sorts of images of chimps being exploited in Turkey, and particularly associated with the tourism industry. I don't think they really want that to continue, so we just got to be able to talk them through what they can do within the regulations so we can resolve the situation. So this is it?
Yeah, fingers crossed, I think. Good.
Alison and Jim are meeting with the Minister Councillor to the Turkish Embassy. Although Monkey World has worked successfully with Turkish officials on cases in the past, there's no guarantee they'll get the go-ahead this time. But an hour later, they emerged cautiously optimistic.
So what do you think?
Yeah, I'm hopeful. I think it went really well, as good as it can go for an initial meeting. And now we just have to wait and see. You know, actions speak louder than words, so, but I'm hopeful. It's a good start.
Obviously, it's not that straightforward because you've got a number of different ministries that have to be coordinated to seize the animals and then make sure that they can then quickly be exported to Monkey World. But it was a good meeting.
This is just the beginning of the roller coaster ride, and there's going to be many ups and downs before we actually see Chaudy again, but I'm hopeful. Thanks for everything. Really good to see you again. You look after yourself.
Next time on Monkey Life. Susie, the world's oldest woolly monkey, has a down day.
It's all a bit much for poor Susie.
And orangutan Xiao Kuai has a very special day. Today on Monkey Life, the world's oldest woolly monkey is having a down day.
I think we might need to give that a try another time.
Even in the rain, the chimps are having an up day. And at the orangutan enclosure, it's a very special day.
Xiao Kuai seemed to be carrying something extra.
This is Monkey World in Dorset. Tucked away deep in the English countryside, it's the largest sanctuary for monkeys and apes on the planet. And this is Dr. Alison Cronin, the primate's best friend. Alison and her team spend their lives rescuing...
She is quite mobile.
...and rehabilitating primates from all over the world.
Hello, sweetheart.
They currently look after more than 240 monkeys and apes from 16 different species. The unusually wet, cool summer has proved a bit of a challenge for some of the primates at the park. Their natural habitats in equatorial Africa, Asia and South America are generally somewhat warmer. At the rescue centre, all the monkeys and apes have indoor and outdoor enclosures, so it's up to them if they want to escape the rain or just take shelter in their own particular way. While some of the primates are happy to brave the showers, over at the Woolly Monkey House, elderly Woolly Susie is showing signs of feeling distinctly under the weather.
Suze, come on.
She's one of only 2 wild-caught Colombian woollies in the world known to be in captivity, and at 36, believed to be the oldest woolly ever. Recently, the Primate Care team have been growing concerned about her health. Today, Keeper Holly is hoping to inject a little extra protein into her diet.
This is the grub, or sort of infant stage, of a Pachnoda beetle. These grubs are incredibly high in fat and protein, and they're quite a nice little compact snack. So we've been trying to breed them up to use them as sort of supplemental feeds for animals that might be a little bit underweight or not feeling too well, as a way of just making sure that they're getting enough fat and protein in their diet. Susie's one of our very, very elderly woolly monkeys. She's in human years, sort of more than 100 years old, and she can do with all the help she can get, really. So we're hoping that she might enjoy these. She's never tried them before, so it's a bit of a gamble, but we're going to try her, see if she likes them, and if she doesn't, I'm sure we'll have some other primates that will enjoy them. Check it out. Okay, Suze. Come on then, Susie. Come have some snacks. Suze. Okay, honey. It's all a bit much for poor Susie. Suze, come on.
Susie's definitely having an off day. She's had quite a few recently, and they seem to be following a pattern. Over at the hospital, vet Mike Nathan thinks this may be something to do with her hormones.
Over the last year, she's been having these episodes where she is in acute pain. I wonder if this is tied into her reproductive cycle.
Unlike humans, there are no known cases of monkeys and apes experiencing the menopause. Susie could be suffering when she's in season.
Now, what I thought was that this is a bit like endometriosis in humans. It's a condition where cells from the lining of the uterus can migrate out of the uterus. Sometimes, when it's relatively mild, you can just treat it with pain relief.
But in Susie's case, Mike thinks shutting down her hormones with a contraceptive implant would be better. This would prevent her coming into season and hopefully stop the pain.
Suze, come on.
As for today, it seems nothing can lift Susie's spirits.
What about if we put it up high? We can even come closer to you if you want.
And until the minor procedure can be carried out, all Holly can do is try and encourage her to stay fit and well.
That's what you think of that, is it? Oh well, I think we might need to give that a try another time.
It doesn't matter how old or in what condition the rescued primates are when they arrive at the park. Alison and the team do their best for them. They are extremely pleased with the recent rehabilitation of the 88 Capuchins who were rescued from a Chilean laboratory.
Hey, you! What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, I don't want that onion. I don't want that onion. That's smelly.
It was the females who suffered most because they were the subject of birth control experiments. And now one of them is giving cause for concern. Hetty appears vastly overweight and has a very flabby stomach. This might be as a result of the 7 pregnancies and 3 caesarean sections she underwent during her life in the Chilean lab. At the hospital, Vets Mike and Femke are about to give Hetty a thorough check. Jeremy attempts to lift her out of the box, but she's a little reluctant.
Is she going?
In the past, Hetty's had a hernia, which may have reoccurred.
There's no hernia.
No?
Is there? There's no hernia there.
It's just massively fat.
Yeah.
Probably very weak muscles.
Yeah, I think that's all. Right, okay, she's just a fatty. Well, that's what it feels like.
Yeah, you don't feel any hole at all.
I don't
do you?
feel any hole whatsoever. I mean, she's just got very thin abdominal musculature, and if you're going to do, you know, what you're going to do, a tuck like that, it's not. There's no need, I don't think. It'd be interesting to see what her bloods are like.
Yeah. Well, this is all fat.
This is fat. Look, that's fat there. It's fat all around. I think basically we've got an animal here who has a big fat belly with very, very thin muscle. I mean, she's, you know, and that's her problem. I can't feel a hernia. That means a hole through the muscle. The confusing thing with her compared to all the other girls is she's got breast development.
With the hernia ruled out, Hetty's breast enlargement could mean a hormone imbalance, so more tests are needed.
So we'll just run some basic bloods to start with, and then we'll go on from there. But we're not going to open her up.
They'll need to wait for the results before considering surgery, but in the meantime, the Primate Care Staff will carefully monitor Hetty's feeding habits.
Hello, mister. Good boy. Where's Troodles?
Alison and the team are always anxious when any of the park's primates are unwell. But they've been concerned for months about Chimp Trudy and her unexplained health problems. They've tried everything to discover what's wrong, including blood tests, muscle biopsies, X-rays, and even an MRI.
That's a collusion there.
Oh my God.
For Alison, the results of the scan were hopeful.
Basically, we've ruled out tumors, which is a great relief because there would have been probably nothing we could do about that. It's not a pocket of infection. It is indeed trauma. She's basically got 2 slipped discs. Now, that can be, as many people will understand, a potentially serious issue because a slipped disc can be incredibly painful, and for human beings, it generally is. But, you know, she still is moving gently. That's her own body's way of saying, you've got a bit of an injury in your back, take it easy. So it would seem like Trudy's probably taken a fall, damaged her discs at cervical 2 and 3, and she's got 2 slipped discs, slightly slipped discs at this point. We now have to hope that they don't slip any further and that there isn't any other trauma in that area or anywhere else on her spine that we're not aware of.
But since the scan, things have not progressed as the team hoped, and more investigation is needed.
She has lost a lot of weight and condition, and despite all our attempts really to build that condition back up, we're not doing too well. We've been giving her lots of extra food items, but really she's not gaining the weight and the condition, so obviously we're concerned that there is a different problem going on there. Our main priorities are to weigh her and also to take some blood so that we can do some different tests and try and get to the bottom of her loss of condition.
Trudy's been given a light anaesthetic, so vet Mike Nathan can take more blood samples, and the team can take a closer look at the young chimp and examine her limbs thoroughly.
The difference is, I mean, her skin looks okay, her coat looks okay. I mean, she's been over-groomed, but that's what chimps do. To me, the difference is this wasting of her muscles, and as usual, it's the diagnosis that's the problem rather than the treating. I mean, once you know what the problem is, you can either fix it or you can't fix it. But if you don't know what it is, you can't do anything.
The last time Trudy was weighed, she was 29 kilos.
Yes, it could be something like 27 kilos.
Put it back on here and give her
We just weighed her and she's lost another 2 kilos, and 2 kilos on a little animal like this is significant. So there is, clearly we have some underlying thing happening, and that's what we need to identify, and really it really is that simple.
Cara takes the opportunity to oil Trudy's dry skin to help improve her general condition.
If Mike comes back with the bloods being all clear and Trudy is actually fit and healthy, then we'll look at trying to bodybuild her. So we've actually had a really kind donation of some health food products. That is, one of them's pure protein, really nice tasty drink that she can get down and try and build some muscle, because we don't want to just feed her junk. So between sort of protein and carbohydrate supplement drinks and pure protein things, then we'd be hitting her, and that'll be the next thing, is building Trudy's muscles up.
They've tried almost everything, but it looks like it could still be a long haul to get Trudy fit and well. The primate care team are all anxious about Trudy's health, and the weather seems to be matching their mood. The rain is back. But it seems nothing can dampen the spirits of the park's fun-loving chimps. Over at the Bachelors, the rain has made the tunnel slippery on the outside, turning it into a great slide. Buxom's practicing his technique, much to the bewilderment of Freddie. The arrival of the food scatter gets Turkish Charlie bouncing for joy. But Paco prefers his lunch without raindrops falling on his head. Across the way in Paddy's group, no one can rain on Lola's parade. Or Buster's. Chatter's got her own way of doing things. Just like humans, Chimp's hair contains natural oils which repel water from the skin. But a chimp's skin is much tougher and thicker than ours. So Eddie doesn't mind a soaking. She's happy to hoover up the raindrops even in a downpour. Two-year-old Bart, however, isn't a fan and heads for shelter. Mum Susie provides the answer. The results of the blood tests are back for one of the park's female Capuchins. The team hope it will shed some light on Hefty Hetty's problems.
We got the blood work back and everything's within normal ranges. So she doesn't have a hernia. She doesn't have hormonal changes based upon some blood chemistry issue that's causing her to gain weight. She doesn't have a thyroid condition. All of these things we've checked now. So Hetty's got a problem, and that's simply that she's greedy.
This isn't the first time the team have had to deal with an overweight Capuchin. Tom arrived from the British pet trade in 2001 with a bit of a belly. His previous owners didn't have him on the correct diet. His problem was definitely overeating, and it looks like Hetty's no different.
So it's a really timely and good reminder that the primate care staff need to be assessing constantly not just the physical state of the monkeys from the lab, but also their mental state. And it would appear that actually, indeed, that's Hetty's issue right now. She's quite a dominant individual in the group, so she's getting her choice and pick of the food, and I imagine what's happening is she's going around clearing up every single banana as breakfast, lunch, and dinner get put out. and she looks the way she does simply because she's overeating.
The primate care team will have to help Hetty watch her weight.
Hetty is going to learn to love her lettuce, as Jim always said, and she'll get separated off during some of the meal times so that she doesn't have access to the really good foods. And, you know, we'll definitely keep her busy and active eating things that are basically low calorie. Get rid of a lot of that carbohydrate and see if we can slim her down a bit.
It's a new day at the park. Unlike most mornings, the care team are cleaning out enclosures and feeding and checking on their primate charges. They're also making final checks on the new orangutan nursery, which is due to open any day now. But while Arme and the youngsters are waiting for their new home, on the other side of the enclosure, something's arrived early. It's put Jeremy in a spin and pedalling across the park towards the orangutan pavilion. Alison's been summoned too, and she's the one to announce the news.
Okay, you might want to head back up this way to Gordon's enclosure. Gordon is now a dad.
Pregnant orangutan Xiao Kuai has surprised the whole team by giving birth a lot earlier than anyone expected.
I just by chance happened to be looking out of the orang nursery window and noticed Xiao Kuai seemed to be carrying something extra. As it turned out, she's given birth about, a month earlier than we estimated. Now, normally, I say normally, but normally they tend to give birth overnight, and we usually come in and find the baby in the morning. Now, if we'd known she was going to give birth today, we would possibly discuss the options of separating her overnight so that she doesn't get bothered by the other ones during the birth or after the birth. And we'd give her a nice big bed and we'd have lots of drinks and food ready for her. So, slightly inconvenient, but on the whole, very good news.
Xiao Kuai has chosen to give birth in a hammock in the middle of the outdoor orangutan enclosure, about as far away from general view and the keepers as possible. Jeremy and vet nurse Penny are anxious to see if both mum and baby are okay.
Hand's really gripping well and in the right place, and yeah.
Jeremy's delighted to see all is well.
You can see the baby's head, which suggested it was a decent size, but then when arms start waving about and then you can actually see the hand gripping on, that's all good indication that everything's going according to plan.
The new baby is Xiao Kuai's second, and firstborn Kai is anxious to get a look at his new baby brother or sister. But no one's quite sure what he'll make of the sudden arrival, although Jeremy's convinced they'll bond.
Don't mess with my sibling. Right. Back off, woman.
Kai seems very protective of his new sibling, shooing away the other member of the group, Xiao Lan. It seems the new baby is a hit with Kai. But the big test is how Dad Gordon will react.
Gordon, you're a good boy. He's a clever lad.
In the wild, orangutan fathers normally aren't involved in bringing up babies, and in captivity, they have been known to harm their infants.
Very often, in my experience, people don't give them a chance. No, all male orangs kill their babies, so don't let them have them in there. Now, male orangs can be all right around newborn babies. We wanted to educate Gordon and Kai on, having a baby in the group so that hopefully in the future, the boys are okay around babies rather than baby killers.
But it looks as if Gordon's going to be a great first-time dad. After displaying gentle curiosity about the baby, still attached to the umbilical cord, he leaves Mum in peace to sort it out. Next time on Monkey Life. Anxious moments as Xiao Kuai refuses to take the baby indoors.
And we'd rather like it to be inside at this point, but you still don't even know if it's alive.
And the orangutan nursery opens at last. Today on Monkey Life. Anxious moments as orangutan mum Xiao Kuai refuses to take her newborn baby indoors.
We'd rather like it to be inside at this point. You still don't even know if it's alive.
Or if it's a boy or a girl.
We were hoping for a female, but we'll settle for a male.
And the new orangutan nursery opens at last. This is Monkey World in Dorset. Tucked away deep in the English countryside, it's the largest sanctuary for monkeys and apes on the planet. And this is Dr. Alison Cronin, the primate's best friend. Alison and her team spend their lives rescuing...
Round one, Monkey World.
...and rehabilitating primates from all over the world.
What's this?
They currently look after more than 240 monkeys and apes from 16 different species. The park are quietly celebrating the arrival of a new baby orangutan.
Hands really gripping well and in the right place and... yeah.
Mum Xiao Kuai has just given birth in the outdoor enclosure.
Of course, she's chosen the furthest point that you can access her in the middle of the enclosure, which is fair enough. So far, so good. I mean, there's a long way to go yet.
In the wild, orangutan mothers would have a solitary birth, but Xiao Kuai was surrounded by her group, including partner Gordon and her 4-year-old son, Kai. The team are delighted to see they all appear to have accepted the new baby.
Gordon, you're a good boy. He's a clever lad.
It's good news that Dad Gordon seems unfazed. Male orangs have been known to harm infants, and Gordon, who was born at the park, was rejected by his own mother.
Nice big belch, that's what we want.
And was hand-reared by Mike.
Oh, good boy.
So what a clever lad. You can see he's a big lad now. He's all grown up, and with these huge, huge, strong hands, you know, he could harm a baby very easily, but he's been really lovely and gentle and hasn't pulled at anything too much because the cord's still hanging from the baby. That always worries me that it's going to get caught somewhere untoward. But everybody's really good. You're excellent, and Kai's been excellent. Aren't you? You're a good man.
Although everyone is delighted the family has expanded, it's beginning to cloud over, and the team are anxious to persuade them indoors and out of the cold.
Like I said, if eventually you can get everybody in and warm, that's the main thing.
The rest of the group do the sensible thing and head inside, but Mum Xiao Kuai stays put. Young Kai heads out to see what's keeping her, and makes a half-hearted attempt at delivering a blanket. Xiao Kuai heads over and wraps herself and the baby up. She's no intention of going anywhere. Later, can the new mum be persuaded to take baby indoors before the rain comes? The new arrival is the youngest primate at the park, but woolly monkey Susie is at the other end of the scale. At 36, She's the oldest woolly monkey ever, and recently she's been feeling a bit under the weather.
It's all a bit much for poor Susie.
A small procedure to stop her reproductive cycle means she's back to her old self, but she still needs building up. So the care team are trying something new, protein-rich and appetising, at least for Susie.
So we're just about to give the woolies some locusts. We've got about 20 altogether. They do normally get the small ones, so these giant ones are quite a big treat. So we just go into the playroom, scatter them around. We've got lots of sawdust on the floor as well, so yeah, we'll space them out so everyone's got a fair shot at getting one each. And then again, it's pretty much survival of the fittest when they get in there. Whoever gets them, gets them. Susie will probably speed up. She's usually quite slow, but I'm sure she'll speed up once she gets in there and sees them, so we'll see.
Having the family around always makes Susie more enthusiastic, but it's the youngest woolly, Diego, who gets stuck in first.
Are you scared, Diego?
Although he's not sure if he should chase it, play with it, or eat it.
It's like the size of his head.
Half-brother Julio's got the general idea, but not the technique.
Look, he loves playing with them. Go on, Sis, show him what to do.
So it's veteran Susie who proves that with age comes experience, and this is how you do it.
Oh, no shame. Head first. Diego watching Susie.
She's very happy to give lessons to little Diego, but she's not prepared to share. Diego gives it another go, but doesn't have Susie's grasp of the problem.
It's been fantastic enrichment, especially for old Susie.
Yep. She'll be asleep the rest of the afternoon now.
The team are growing anxious about new mum Xiao Kuai and her baby. The female orangutan has given birth earlier than expected in the middle of the outdoor enclosure. Attempts by her young son Kai to persuade her indoors failed. And despite the worsening weather, and with the baby still attached, she's wrapped herself up in a blanket and is refusing to budge. The Primate Care Staff are desperate to get a good look at the newborn and check it's healthy. But they're having to play a waiting game. Kai has another try at getting his mum and sibling to move. And for a moment, it looks like he's going to be successful.
See the baby's head, which suggested it was a decent size, but you still don't even know if it's alive. We'd rather like it to be inside at this point, and we can have a better look and everything else.
Yeah, while she was sitting under the blanket, Kai kept running over and just having a look, because obviously he's never seen a baby before, so he was really interested, he was quite excited, and I think he was just very confused. He's not the smartest boy we've got.
It's now not just raining, but getting decidedly cold. And nothing Colin and Penny have to offer is tempting Xiao Kuai in. She's been a great mum first time round with Kai, but that's no guarantee she'll do the same again. As the rain gets heavier, Xiao Kuai swaps blankets, still concealing the infant. And as the staff move away to give her some space, she scoops it up and heads for the indoor bedrooms. Orangutan mum Xiao Kuai has finally brought her newborn baby indoors, much to Jeremy's relief.
Now she's all snug inside. She's just eating a jar of peanut butter. A bit of protein, do her good, and everybody's happy.
But there's still one outstanding question.
Of course, everybody wants to know the gender of the baby, and it's a girl with a winkle, so it's a little boy.
And now they can get a good look at him. The team are delighted to see he's perfect. The yet-to-be-named youngster will play an important part in the conservation of this endangered species and the breeding programme that helps support them. Colin takes the opportunity to check out the little one and his mum.
Just going to give these guys a drink. Obviously, because Xiao Kuai's breastfeeding, we want to keep her fluids up. The deal is, of course, we'll have to give everyone else a drink as well, or there'll be trouble.
Dad Gordon's first to be served. Young Kai's happy to just play.
So we've got Xiao Kuai here, having a nice drink. This is just fruit juice. As I say, we want to make sure she's completely hydrated. But she's taking everything brilliant. She's eating very, very well. Well, like a horse, in fact. But we like that. So for the next few days, she'll be on, unlimited food and treats and stuff to keep her happy, keep her, we don't want her going at all hungry. And also, the rest of them benefit from this as well, so they'll be having a good time.
The fact that it's a boy has a knock-on effect for the park, but Jeremy's not too worried.
I don't care personally, but I know a boy means I want yet another orang enclosure, thank you very much, because you cannot keep big male orangs in very close proximity. It isn't nice for them. I'm sure there might be the odd exception at some point, but in general, once they become mature, male orangs don't want to be near other male orangs, so it just means somebody's going to have to make some more money and get me another orang enclosure, that's all right. It's not a problem.
Jeremy may eventually need another outdoor orangutan enclosure, but the park's already built a new nursery for its orphan baby orangs, who are looked after by foster mum May. It's been delayed by problems, including a disastrous attempt to fit the huge, heavy public viewing windows. But today, May and her brood, Jolie, Langur, Dinda and Xiaoning, can move into their specially designed new home. It's been built specifically for orangutans, with high ceilings to encourage them to climb, lots of space for the youngsters to play, and everything fastened down securely so clever May and her gang can't destroy it. It's connected to the outdoor enclosure by a series of tunnels, leading directly into the playroom and the rear bedroom area. The team have come up with a plan to entice the orangutans into their new home.
We want to fill the house with lots of nice, tempting things. So we're making them some extra treat items of bottles filled up with raisins, yoghurt, jam, some quite fancy cereal bars that we've had donated. We're hoping that they'll all be really excited about all the activity over here, and they've been watching the building being built, so they're curious. But you can never predict these things. So this is the new Orang Nursery playroom, and we're just prepping it so that the guys can move in. So we're just spreading wood wool around that they can make their nests with at night, giving them blankets and things to play with. Then we're going to put in the enrichment that we made and make it sort of super fun and super tempting, and hopefully they'll be happy to move in.
But first, May and the babies need to move from the old nursery to the new one, via the outdoor enclosure. Kate releases them from their old home while Holly encourages them into the outdoor enclosure.
Oh, yum. There's a good girl.
The old indoor facility is closed off.
Yes!
And Jeremy opens the tunnels to their new upmarket Des Res.
Good girl, Army.
Arme wastes absolutely no time at all and sets off to explore.
Good girl, Jolie.
Jolie doesn't like to be separated from her foster mum and soon follows.
Good girl,
When
Army.
they all come in here, shut them in,
Mhm.
then they can have the day in the house.
Okay.
Get to know the new house. What's going on there, Army?
It's all gone really, really well so far. We thought there might be a bit of hesitation or fear or something with them going into a new house, but as soon as we opened the slide, Arme rocketed right through it, went straight in the playroom and started eating everything we put in there for her. It's hard to say what they're basing their motivation for going in the house on. Jolie is almost constantly attached to Arme, so she was the second in the house once she saw Arme go inside. Lingur's starting to grow up and becoming a bit more confident, and she's been the third one to go in. But Ginger and Xiaoning are kind of big babies, really, and they're hanging about in the tunnels at the moment, trying to get Lingur to come back and spend some time with them. And somehow they've managed to get their hands on some of the enrichment that we put inside, so there's slightly less motivation for them to go in now. But hopefully, in the next few minutes, they'll decide to go in, sit in the warm, and play with all the things we've put in for them.
Later, the Orang babies road test the new playroom. There's good news across the park too, for one of the chimps. Youngster Trudy has been in the wars lately. An MRI scan revealed she had 2 slipped discs. And another recent examination showed she had lost weight and general condition.
27 kilos. And we just weighed her and she's lost another 2 kilos.
Trudy has always been a small chimp, but now the team think they found a way to treat her. Special protein drinks.
In order to build that weight back up, we don't want it to be just purely fat. We're going to be using products that have lots of protein in them. It's all right, Johnny's not going to take it. What's the best? Good girl.
The new diet seems to be paying off. Specialist wildlife vet John Lewis, Mike, the park's vet, and Jeremy have all been carefully following Trudy's progress.
I think she looks healthier now than I've seen her for some time.
Well, that was my feeling when I heard Alison talking to you, and I thought, well, I don't feel she's as bad. I know what she means in terms of her size and her demeanour's good.
Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't write
But
that off.
her body shape, as you say, I mean, I think that we're all different shapes, and I think that's her.
Alison is optimistic about Trudy's future.
Really, I'm not too worried about it right now. I'm quite hopeful that she's gonna survive this and get on with things in her own way. And once again, we've just got a specially unique case here of a chimpanzee at Monkey World. So I think Trudy's gonna be okay, though.
At the orangutan nursery, Arme and the babies are settling in and thoroughly test driving their new home. Jolie starts by giving the hammocks a good workout. Arme thinks she may have found a leak, but it's the new state-of-the-art drinking system. Lingur is still a bit nervous. And after just a few steps, it's back to the outside tunnel. But in the time it takes clever Arme to get to grips with the water fountain, she's back in via another entrance for a closer inspection. Of the treats rather than the furnishings. Jolie has a go at the high-tech drinking system, but finds it a bit trickier than her foster mum. Lingur decides this new pad is okay. And begins to make herself at home. And Jolie finally manages a celebratory drink to christen the new nursery. Alison and the team are dedicated to the primates in their care. It's been another incredibly busy year, with new arrivals and the sad loss of others. But at least the lives of all the monkeys and apes have been enriched by their time at the park. But the team are all too aware of the many more primates around the world experiencing unnecessary misery and suffering. They can't rescue them all, but they try to do what they can. Next on Alison's list is Fidget, an elderly squirrel monkey kept as a solitary pet without any friends of his own species. His owner has appealed for help.
Fidget really must get professional attention because it's gotten that bad. The monkey's gotten really aggressive, he says, and has started self-mutilating. So Fidget's actually chewing on his tail now.
Alison is hoping to rehome him at Monkey World with other squirrel monkeys.
But yeah, his whole tail's a bit angry right now, isn't it? Yeah.
But it's not just the rescues that have earned the centre its global reputation. The park is part of the European Endangered Species Breeding Programme and the most successful centre in the world for breeding and caring for rare woolly monkeys. The latest is Paquita's baby, whose birth will help the survival of this very special species. And the arrival of Xiaokuai's second son means there's another glimmer of hope for a species on the brink of extinction. Today on Monkey Life.
Yep.
New Capuchin Babe's a bit of an escape artist. Something's wrong with Britain's best-known chimp.
Our biggest worry was that we've got something sinister happening.
And what happens when lunch bites back? This is Monkey World in Dorset. Tucked away deep in the English countryside, it's the largest sanctuary for monkeys and apes on the planet. And this is Dr. Alison Cronin, the primate's best friend. Alison and her team spend their lives rescuing...
Pretty huge, yeah, it doesn't get much huger.
...and rehabilitating primates from all over the world.
You see, we're all head shaking hello.
They currently look after more than 240 monkeys and apes from 15 different species. Alison and animal director Jeremy are on their way to Reus Airport in northern Spain with Babe and Amy, two Capuchin monkeys needing a new home. Their British owners, Kevin and Anne, who've been living in Spain for 10 years, are returning to the UK. But they're unable to continue looking after their pets. They appealed to Alison for help, and the two Capuchin sisters are to be rehomed at Monkey World. After a 2-hour flight, Alison and Jeremy arrive at Bournemouth, having secured special permission to bring the monkeys through the small airport, so they don't have to suffer the stress of the large, noisy terminals at Heathrow or Gatwick. Alison is anxious to make sure Babe and Amy survive the flight.
Have a quick look, make sure we're all okay.
He looks okay.
Yeah, I just saw movement. Yeah, everybody's brilliant. Really good. Right, let's get him unloaded. So, another job well done, really pleased. Everybody here at Bournemouth Airport's been fantastic. Babe and Amy are just waking up now. They've got, of course, 88 others to meet back at home. Well, maybe not quite 88, but quite a few other members to meet back at home, so.
With nothing to declare, the team heads straight off to Monkey World. The rescue centre already has 4 groups of Capuchin monkeys, but before Babe and Amy can join any of them, they need to be moved into secure accommodation and given all-over health checks. The Primate Care Staff have prepared the Capuchin's bedroom and are on hand to help.
Make sure Jeremy's happy with whatever the plan is. It's loose now.
Yeah.
Because I don't know, they're a bit dopey. I don't know that they'll just come running out. They might. You've got the door. Just mind out if he shoots back behind you, but you're good. Yep. Oh. Got him on. Oh, yeah, we're good.
Not that dopey.
The travel sedative has definitely worn off.
Hey, you. Hey, missus. Have her. No, too slow.
Babe proves to be something of an escape artist, evading the staff's attempts to persuade her into her new bedroom.
Right, go for it.
She's even too quick for Alison.
Come on, sweetie. You're a good girl. You're a good girl. You're a good girl.
Eventually, it's Jeremy who triumphs.
He's got her.
Cock up on the Keeling front.
Yeah.
With Babe secure, it's Amy's turn.
All we'll do is here, you lock me in, and then I'll go in the bedroom that she isn't in, and then you let me out. Plan B. Yeah, just scoot that in. You good? You're a good girl.
Plan B works, and Amy is safely locked in the bedroom. But so is Jeremy. He opts to climb through the hatch into the next-door enclosure, but he's a little larger than a Capuchin.
No, hang on, I want my clothes. I want my wardrobe.
Left the shoe.
Right, now shut it. Serves me right.
Well done. Well done, missus.
You're not here to think.
Okay, so you can let them back together and we can get the other box as and when. Cool. We'll keep Babe and Amy in sort of 3 bedrooms across from the other Capuchins for the next couple of days, and then I'll be wanting Mike Nathan to do a health check on both of them. Then it'll be down to Cara and Hannah and the team here in the house to decide which group we consider letting them meet with. We'll have to take Babe and Amy's lead now.
Alison and the team have rescued chimps from all over the world, but one of their most famous cases was much closer to home. Trudy lived at the park undercover for almost a year, while a headline-grabbing court case played out. Secret filming showing circus owner and trainer Mary Chipperfield beating and verbally abusing her caused public outrage.
Because I'm not in that sort of a mood.
Monkey World gave expert testimony at court, and the park was eventually awarded custody of Trudy. Now she lives happily with other chimps in the group led by alpha male Hananya. But over the last couple of weeks, there's been growing concern. Trudy has been walking stiffly and looking uncomfortable.
Hello, mister. Good boy. Where's Troodles?
Yesterday, keepers called in Alison to monitor the chimp's morning release into the outdoor enclosure.
What became clear is that there was some sort of situation occurring in her lower back cum pelvic region. And it meant that when she moved, her movements forward and backwards with her trunk were very stiff and awkward, and you could almost see her sort of wincing as she did it. I think when you look at her, it's what I've said to all of the primate care staff, I think that we've got an injured ape as opposed to a sick ape. So we can't tell her to stop with the exercise, but we're trying to keep the pain relief at a reasonable level where it gives her a bit of comfort, but not so much so that she starts flying around the enclosure again. So that's a really tricky balance. How much pain relief do you give?
But Trudy can't be sent for physio. So Alison's called in local vets Mike Nathan and David Harding to help Femke, the park's vet, give her a full examination, just in case. They've decided an X-ray and a full set of tests are the way forward.
Dave's going to take the X-rays and have a look and see if there's anything grossly that we can see on that. We're going to take blood samples, routine, but we also want to take some muscle biopsies at this stage. It may be she's got to have more investigations done, but this is just a basic workup, trying to do as much as we can while she's asleep.
And also just get some general pictures of her overall inside, her chest and her abdomen, because she's always been quite a small chimp, just to see if there's anything else going on at all.
But Alison is worried that Trudy's problems could have an underlying cause.
Now, we know that from the age of, say, 2 years old, Trudy was beaten quite brutally by Mary Chipperfield. Now, you know, maybe once upon a time as a youngster, she dislocated a hip, which has left the ball and joint socket on her hip sort of open and loose, and maybe she's now having an arthritic problem because of her previous treatment. It could be related to her past history. We're always aware of that, but only time will tell, and we'll be looking to the vets to give us hopefully give us a more solid, concrete answer to these questions.
It would be heartbreaking if, having got over all her early trauma, something was now to go wrong. Alison and Jeremy have just brought home 2 Capuchins from Spain. If all goes well, they may eventually join the group led by alpha female Debbie. A settled bunch of girls who all came from a laboratory in Chile and are thought to be mostly captive bred. In the wild, feisty Capuchins are very inquisitive. They spend most of their time investigating their South and Central American rainforest home, searching for hidden food sources. They're normally found in groups of up to 50 and are thought to be the most intelligent of all monkeys, putting them on a par with apes. The Dorset Centre has 88 Capuchins spread across its 4 social groups. Like Babe and Amy, when they arrived, they hadn't experienced the great outdoors or much social interaction. But they're learning to socialise with one another. To help nurture natural behaviour, Debbie's group is going to have a treat they've never encountered before.
In the wild, people have had lots of observations of troops of capuchins obtaining different types of shellfish from rivers within the forest. And capuchins are well known for their ability to crack open and tool use and stuff. So this morning we're just putting some American crayfish into their pond as part of their enrichment. So this should really make the most of the capuchins' intelligence and ability, and hopefully give them something new and exciting to do today.
Hannah counts the crayfish as she puts them into the pond and will make sure none escape into local waterways.
Worst case scenario for this project is that the capuchins won't even notice that we've put these guys in, so there'll be no interaction or trying to obtain them at all. The best case is they'll all be trying to grab them and spend the rest of the day cracking them open and having a really nice feed off them.
In the wild, Capuchin's diet mainly consists of fruits, insects and nuts, But if they're really lucky, they might find a crab or other crustaceans on the side of a riverbank. All of this group were rescued from a laboratory in Chile, so this strange appetizer is a whole new experience. Even alpha female Debbie is a little wary of the aliens in her pond. It seems that today's catch is escaping them.
Debbie's group a year ago, well, in fact, all the Capuchins that arrived from Chile a year ago, we couldn't have even done a project like this with them because they were still finding the climbing and outside quite scary and terrifying. But now they've really started acting like proper Capuchins. It's just shown today how happy they are, and it'd be nice to do it again in a week or maybe a month to see if they've actually remembered and maybe improved their technique.
But it looks like Molly is already starting to get the hang of it. The vets are still waiting for Chimp Trudy to fall asleep after being anaesthetised. She's about to undergo a biopsy and X-rays. It's a serious procedure, but the monkeys and apes at the park suffer from ordinary ailments too, just like people. Treating them can be a challenge for the primate care team.
Well done.
The animals must be happy to allow them to administer creams and ointments, and this takes training. Over at the orangutan nursery, young Langur suffers from a dry skin complaint. The only solution is a specialist cream applied to the dry areas under her arms and groin.
Initially, when she first got this condition, we had to go in with her and we used to make out we were playing while one of us, myself or Rita, would put a bit of cream on her finger and then grab it, the opportunity, rub it in and carry on in that sense. When it kept reoccurring, we thought we couldn't keep doing this. It wasn't fair on the others. They would get, you know, they wanted to join in and play. And the reason we separated her off is that we've actually trained her to accept us putting cream on those areas.
Penny has separated Langur and her friend Dinda from the rest of the group.
It means we don't have to go in with her and pretend to play and try and get the cream on that way. She's quite happy to present her armpit or her groin and we can put the cream on, and it's made such a difference. Her skin is so much better now.
So how do you persuade a baby orangutan to allow a little personal grooming?
We'll ask Langur for her underarm. Once she presents it and we get the cream onto her underarm, I'll give a click. She knows she's done the right behaviour then, and she'll get her reward, which is a little bit of milk drink, because Langur will do practically everything for milk. She'll juggle balls. She really does love her milk, so we'll give it a go and we'll see how we get on. Langur, underarm? Underarm? You want the milk? Give me your underarm. Good girl. Good girl. Give me that underarm. Good girl. That's the one. Good girl. Yeah, you are, aren't you? Underarm. Good girl. She's a little bit anxious, but it's not affecting her at the moment. We've got it so well trained now that she's still quite willing to do anything for this little bit of milk, so it's brilliant. Underarm. Good girl. Give me that groin. Good girl. She's a good girl. Good girl, Dinda.
Chimp Trudy has been showing signs of back problems. The vets have been called in to give her a thorough examination.
Right.
In order to minimise the amount of time Trudy is under anaesthetic, they decide to carry out the procedures in a room next to the chimp bedroom. First, the team must intubate Trudy before Femke takes a number of blood samples.
Right. Okay. Good. Well done.
That's it.
Keep her on 4% for a few minutes. Do you want to start taking your bloods?
Yep.
But the tricky procedure is the muscle biopsy.
Poor thing's got to have 3 different sites, quite large chunks of muscle removed to have a look and see if they can tell us whether there's any abnormalities. And she's going to feel a bit sore with that pulled out of her, I would have thought. She's stable, and Dave's going to do the x-rays. Now, when those x-rays are done, you've got to be right out of the area, OK?
To save time, they do the biopsies between x-rays, making each incision while Dave prepares the next plate. It's important they monitor Trudy's vital signs throughout. The stress of the anaesthetic can be too much for some chimps.
OK.
The care staff step out of the room while the x-ray machine is in use.
OK.
Then it's straight on to the next procedure.
Can you just pull her leg so that they're getting to the back? That's it.
Mike carefully takes a small muscle sample from Trudy's thigh before stitching the incision.
Right, that's a muscle sheath there.
Skin muscles, I think.
Right, Femke, there you go.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks.
Excuse me.
The team watch anxiously as he prepares for the next cut. Trudy is a much-loved chimp, and she's been out for over an hour already.
Right, OK, here's our muscle.
So when you get the results back from these muscle biopsies, Mike, what kinds of things would be possible?
Our biggest worry with an animal like this, of this age, Dave and I were chatting last night, that's doing these sorts of things, is that we've got something sinister happening.
It's not what Alison wants to hear.
Seamus is half her age and far bigger and more robust, albeit he's a male chimp, of course, but nonetheless, he's significantly bigger in just about every way, and she's double his age. So there's something not quite right here, and hopefully everybody's efforts will be able to shed a bit of light onto that.
Procedure over. Jeremy and Femke carry Trudy to a bedroom to recover with the help of oxygen. It's been stressful for Trudy and Mike.
The lists of what could be going on here, if you look through the differential lists, we're really completely in the dark. There's a limit, you know, with these things you start simply and work up. I think we've done what we can at this stage, but we are in the dark.
It'll be an anxious wait for the results to come through. Next time on Monkey Life, Alison goes to the rescue of Samantha the squirrel monkey.
We're gonna need to sort her out before she gets anywhere near any of our primates.
And young chimp Ben comes face to face with alpha male Hananya.